This is ABC News Nightline. Reporting from Washington with the latest on the Gulf War, Ted Koppel.
We tend to forget. For the first few years, there was little opposition to the war in Vietnam. Even by the late 60s and early 70s, while our memories retrieve pictures of immense crowds of war protesters, the majority of Americans still supported the war. Were that not so, Richard Nixon might have lost the '68 election. He would almost certainly have lost the '72 election to the anti-war campaign of George McGovern. Instead, Nixon carried every state but one, and the District of Columbia. So it should not be surprising that less than 5 weeks into the Gulf War, the polls show President Bush enjoying overwhelming support for his policies, overwhelming support for beginning a ground campaign into Kuwait, and very little appetite, by more than 2 to 1, for accepting any Iraqi conditions for their withdrawal from Kuwait. Still, while we live by the rule of the majority in this country, the majority is not always right. And so we felt that before we should hear, one more time, from some of those who feel it would be a mistake. And we will do that after this roundup of today's developments from Nightline correspondent Jackie Judd.
On day 34 of Desert Storm, the Allies prepared for what many believe is the imminent start of a ground assault against Iraqi forces. At the same time, the Soviet peace plan aimed at ending the war before a land campaign can begin ran into strong resistance.
As far as I'm concerned, there are no negotiations. The goals have been set out. There will be no concessions. Not going to give. It falls well short of what would be required.
On Capitol Hill, Defense Secretary Cheney said militarily it makes no sense to stop the fighting, as the Soviets and others have suggested, while diplomacy takes over.
We're concerned that a ceasefire of some kind might create a situation in which he would be able to resupply his forces, move new munitions down to units that are without munitions at present, perhaps reinvigorate his Air Force, take other steps that ultimately would result in significantly higher casualties than might otherwise be the case.
In Moscow, there was a frosty response to the administration's position. The foreign minister as much as said that Mr. Bush should mind his own business.
That plan was addressed to the Iraqi leadership, and so he rejected the plan which did not belong to him. And but at the same time, I haven't heard that statement. I believe that what we are doing is within the framework of the United Nations Security Council resolutions.
In Baghdad, the night sky lit up only hours after Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz arrived home to report on his Moscow mission. We asked correspondent Bill Blakemore if there's a link between the extremely heavy bombardment and the peace initiative.
I guess there were about 3 basic theories. One, that it was a way for the Americans and allies to say no to that peace initiative. Another theory was that it was a matter of getting in some last licks, as it were, before a possible peace initiative took effect, or possibly to try to hurry it up, to say it better happen because we're serious.
Soviet President Gorbachev floated the peace proposal at a time of enormous discord at home. Just today, rival Boris Yeltsin accused Gorbachev of moving toward dictatorship and called for his removal. Why then did Gorbachev launch an initiative that runs a risk of failing? And why would he join the Allied coalition and then appear to break from it? We asked correspondent Jim Laurie in Moscow.
For some time here in Moscow, it's been apparent that 2 forces are at work, pushing Gorbachev in 2 different foreign policy directions. First, there's the military and the hardline communists who feel that Gorbachev has tilted perhaps a bit too far toward Washington. And then there is the reformers' view, that once held by Edward Shevardnadze, that the American relationship must be paramount.
The Kremlin poured over $25 billion into the Iraqi military in the past decade, and that may also help explain why the Soviets want the fighting to stop now, before the war machine it helped create faces possible mass destruction.
The Soviet military would clearly not like to see American weapons beating Soviet weapons in a decisive land battle so close to the Soviet borders. It's a humiliation for the military. And we have to recognize that this is not the old Gorbachev that we liked so much. This is the new Gorbachev, who seems to be more responsive to the concerns of the military and the KGB.
Are the U.S. and Soviet Union on different tracks in the Persian Gulf crisis? What's known of the Soviet plan would suggest they are. For example, Moscow reportedly assured Saddam Hussein's envoy that the Iraqi leader will not be punished if he agrees to withdraw from Kuwait. But just 5 days ago, President Bush encouraged the popular overthrow of Saddam.
There's another way for the bloodshed to stop, and that is for the Iraqi military and the Iraqi people to take matters into their own hands and force Saddam Hussein, the dictator, to step aside and then comply with the United Nations resolutions and rejoin the family of peace-loving nations.
Despite the differences, despite the president's public rejection of the Soviet plan, there may be some room to maneuver. That according to John McWethy, who's been talking to American diplomats.
There have been, according to these officials, some omissions on the part of the Soviets and some things that the Bush administration would like changed in their specific language. But if Saddam Hussein were to say tonight yes to that Soviet proposal, and if he were to start withdrawing his troops, then these officials say the war would be over.
Still, this is the most significant issue to develop since the Cold War ended. A former ambassador to the Soviet Union says the peace initiative will test the resiliency of the new relationship.
If it was a reasonable proposal, if it was just designed to get the the Iraqis to accept the UN Security Council resolutions, then I don't think there's any permanent damage to the relationship. If it's accept some of the hidden and open conditionality of the Iraqis, then it seems to me it will cause a real damage to relationships with the United States.
Administration officials reportedly feel that a victory is within reach in the Gulf War, and they're reluctant to squander momentum, not only militarily, but also politically. An ABC News poll out today shows 85% of the public supporting a ground war. So it may be that regardless of the consequences on U.S.-Soviet relations, the time may have passed for a diplomatic solution to end the war. This is Jackie Judd for Nightline in Washington.
Ground forces are waiting for that order. The air war goes on. Baghdad came under repeated bombardment late Monday and early Tuesday. It was the heaviest air assault on the Iraqi capital in days, and it left black clouds of smoke drifting over the city. CNN's Peter Arnett reports Baghdad's international airport appeared to be one of the targets. Meanwhile, Allied warplanes continued their efforts to punch holes through Iraqi defenses in preparation for a ground assault. One U.S. jet, an A-10 Warthog tank killer, was down. The fate of the pilot is not known. And from the ground, U.S. and Allied gunners are preparing the battlefield for war by hammering away with their big guns. CNN's Rick Salinger reports.
The big guns of the British artillery pounding Iraqi positions. This is the multiple launch rocket system. Just 6 months in service. It's the newest weapon of the British artillery. Each rocket contains 644 bomblets, being used here to take out 4 Iraqi artillery batteries and 3 tanks. The Royal Artillery reported ready for a ground war.
They're quite clear in their minds. If it takes them to go across and remove Saddam Hussein in order to get home, they're more than prepared to do it, and they're ready to do it.
From the sky, their counterpart in the Royal Air Force continued to do their job. The Allied forces have now flown more than 83,000 missions, including this one against an Iraqi missile storage site.
Many of the soldiers I have spoken to are very conscious of the fact that if Saddam Hussein retreats from this mess he's got himself into with any semblance of power, then they may well find themselves back here in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, and they don't want that.
On the seas, the USS Princeton has been taken out of service for a detailed inspection. It sustained damage from an Iraqi mine explosion in the northern Gulf early Monday. So did the USS Tripoli. It remains on mine-sweeping duties after it discovered a field with 22 mines the hard way. It suffered a hole below the waterline.
There was strong indication that there were no mines in that general vicinity because other ships had transited that area before, and there was no indications that there were mines. There was always the potential of a floating mine. Just by the very nature of it, you can't really predict where that's going to be.
And he continued to decline comment on how many casualties the Iraqis may have suffered. A figure of 20,000 deaths and 60,000 wounded has been reported by Iran. It brought no confirmation here. But one U.S. military source indicated for the first time that the Iraqis have suffered horrendous casualties, made worse by a medical system that is either bad or non-existent. One thing he said he would not want to be right now is an Iraqi soldier. Rick Salinger, CNN, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Friendly fire struck an armored personnel carrier near Khafji, Saudi Arabia not long ago. 7 Marines died as they fought Iraqi tanks January the 29th. One survived. Marine Lance Corporal Ronald Tull, the 22-year-old Marine, is recuperating in the U.S. He says he's willing, though, to go back if the Marines ask him.
We were battling the tanks. A lot of the vehicles were making good hits on the Iraqis, and the next thing I knew, I woke up. One minute I was doing fine, the next minute I woke up outside the vehicle. So as far as how it was hit, I'm not really quite sure. One minute we were doing our job, and the next minute I awoke and outside the vehicle.
Fractured back and bruised lung, but he is expected to fully recover. He says he is not against peace demonstrators, but says that he is not sure if they are against the U.S. troops in the war.
When our coverage of the war in the Gulf resumes, what is Baghdad's reply to the Soviet peace plan? Iraq's foreign minister may be back in Moscow within hours with that answer.
And Patriot missiles are Israel's response to Iraq's latest Scud attack. Details are just ahead.
President Bush has overtly dismissed the Soviet peace plan, but while the White House is giving it the cold shoulder in public, CNN's Frank Sesno reports it is not a complete freeze-out.
As he met with congressional leaders, President Bush said he's given Soviet President Gorbachev the word. His peace plan is not good enough.
Very candidly, and I've been frank with him on this, while expressing appreciation for his sending it to us, it falls well short of what would be required.
But the Bush administration is not rejecting the Soviet plan outright. Sources say Mr. Bush sent Gorbachev a lengthy point-by-point response Monday night after assessing the initiative with top advisors.
President Gorbachev asked that I keep the details of it confidential, and I'm going to do that. I will respect that request in the interests of thoroughly exploring the initiative.
A senior Bush administration official says the Soviet proposal could be the start of a process. He says the Soviets are, in his words, insisting on pretty much a unilateral and total withdrawal of Iraqi forces from Kuwait. But drawbacks are said to include failure to address Iraq's responsibility for the destruction of Kuwait, an apparent willingness to drop the idea of holding Saddam Hussein and top aides accountable for war crimes, and an apparent Soviet assurance to rebuild Iraq's military. Still, the senior official says, I don't dismiss it out of hand, and neither does the president.
The Soviet plan, is it dead in the water?
No, I think it's very much alive and being discussed.
I don't think he's dismissing it. I think he's being very cautious.
Mr. Bush is said to believe if Soviet diplomacy can result in an Iraqi retreat, so much the better. But an aide says he's determined to avoid going down the slippery slope of concessions, compromises, and conditions.
As far as I'm concerned, there are no negotiations. The goals have been set out. There will be no concessions. Not going to give.
Vice President Quayle, in a speech to a Jewish group in Florida, said the bottom line is unchanged.
Saddam Hussein knows full well how to stop this war. He knew how to invade Kuwait, and he knows how to get out of Kuwait.
White House spokesman Marlon Fitzwater says the war goes on, along with plans for an Allied ground offensive. U.S. officials concede the timing of a ground campaign could be complicated by all this. They say it's too soon to tell if the Soviet plan will actually lead to an Iraqi pullout, or whether Saddam Hussein is merely playing for time, trying to divide the alliance. One official here says it's the beginning of an interesting diplomatic minuet. Frank Sesno, CNN, the White House.
Despite a chilly U.S. reaction, shuttle diplomacy between Iraq and the Soviet Union goes on. The Soviets say Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz will turn right around and head back to Moscow on Wednesday with an Iraqi response to the plan. The Soviets are playing down negative U.S. reaction to their proposal. Foreign Minister Alexander Besmertnik told Soviet lawmakers that Iraq has taken a step.
But they appeared to intercept the Scud before it landed in Israel. The Scud was fired from western Iraq. It carried a conventional warhead. There are no reported casualties or damage. This is the 15th Iraqi Scud attack on Israel. A total of 36 Scuds have been launched.
We have our first look at some of the Iraqi warplanes that have crossed the border into Iran. The Iraqi planes are identified as Soviet-built attack jets. A Japanese television crew shot these pictures from a moving vehicle near an airfield in western Iran. Iran has promised to keep the planes grounded until the war is over. Officials say the oil slick in the Gulf isn't as bad as first believed. A researcher at the University of Petroleum and Minerals says 1.5 million barrels of crude had been spilled since the war started, not the 11 million barrels the Saudi government initially had claimed. Saudi environmental officials say up to 30% of the oil resulted from Allied attacks on Iraqi targets.
We have been getting lots of letters from all over the world about the war and our coverage of the war.
And of course, each night we have been reading some of those letters, as many as we can on the air, and we have some more tonight. Here's our first one. Hussein is a maniac. If we allow this lunatic to get away with what he has done and with what he is doing, there is no telling what he will try in the future. We have to stop him now. We elected George Bush, and we should put all our trust in him. He took an oath to do his best for our country. He is a man like and unlike any other man. President Bush has more pressure on him than any one person should be allowed to have. That letter from Westfield, Massachusetts.
And now a letter from Fort Walton Beach, Florida. And it is an open letter to Saddam Hussein. CNN and other news organizations are showing you only the large gatherings of anti-war demonstrations and a few small support our troops rallies. But if you knew that the rallies are happening every day in every part of America, then you would see how a majority of Americans are feeling. Our rallies are held more on the local level. Not one of the American media organizations has enough time in the day to show you all of the support rallies in every community of the nation. The support of our troops has revived a sense of pride, patriotism, and unity in America.
And our next letter is addressed to Saddam Hussein. I am a 40-year-old mother. You are a coward, less than a woman. You hide behind innocent women and children and prisoners and pretend to be a soldier. The so-called casualties of Allied bombing are more likely your own doing. For the sake of propaganda, you lie, you steal, you kill. You should have been building hospitals and medical education centers instead of war machines. That's from Kathy Carnell of Texas.
And now another open letter to Saddam Hussein from California. After you gave up the Western hostages and sent them home, a lot of people over here started to feel that you weren't such a bad leader. You seemed to have some morality. And the U.S. began to bomb your capital city, Baghdad, and we felt sorry for you and your country. Then you blew it. You started sending Scud missiles into Tel Aviv. Therefore, the sympathy that should have gone to Iraq due to the bombing of Baghdad went to Israel instead. Currently, you are still the leader of your country, but you are threatening a terrible land war. Do you realize that pursuing a land war, you're going to lose your leadership position and probably your very life? Again, that letter from California. Now, if you would like to write to CNN, the address is P.O. Box 7401.
Move in. And if we take a look at the map, we can see that many of them are designed as much as possible to bypass Iraqi defenses, to sweep around their forces, to get around their forward forces, to operate far in the rear. But no matter what we do, we are going to have to go through some of the most formidable defenses in the world. We do have some satellite coverage of what those defenses look like, and they give us an introduction to the problems our troops will face. If we look over here and we look at these lines through here, these are deep anti-tank barriers. In front of them are minefields. And these lines here are supply roads which allow their armor and mechanized forces in the rear to reinforce these defenses. And they extend along virtually all the border of Kuwait. As we move forward, looking at these forces, we see they're 6 miles deep. These are not shallow or simple defenses, easy to penetrate. And let's take a closer look at what these defenses really are. The first positions our troops are going to meet are isolated strong points, small ones, far in advance of the forward defenses. These can hold scouts, which will allow their artillery to target on our advancing forces and inform their commanders in the rear of the direction we're coming in.
Tony, let me just stop you there and have you give us a little more of a detailed description of what that is that we're looking at. You say it's small. How big? What are those, essentially sandbags?
Well, those would be sandbags. They could also be a hill in the desert. All of the things we're going to show, Ted, are sort of an artist's image. The real Iraqi commanders will dig in and take advantage of the terrain. The defenses will be adapted everywhere the Allied forces have to advance, so they won't look the same. They will take advantage of every hill, every possible barrier they can find.
And when you talk about hills, we have a tendency to think of the desert as being flat. It is not, of course.
Not at all. The further west you go, the rougher the terrain gets. But even near the coast, a height of only a few meters, 3 to 6 feet, is enough to hide men and equipment from the oncoming Allied forces.
All right, take us beyond those forward emplacements then, if you would.
Let's go on to the defenses we saw, those trenches we saw in the satellite photos, and begin by moving forward just as our own troops would be. The next position we would see are these areas here. Now, we've uncovered them, but they'd be minefields, and in general they would be at least 400 meters deep, anywhere from 1,200 feet to, in some cases, possibly a mile. Inside them will be at least two kinds of mines, anti-personnel and anti-armor, mixed together. There'll also be other kinds of mines designed to stop people from moving through these or sweeping these fields. And some experts feel there may even be mines that have chemical weapons in them.
All right, we are later on going to come back to each of these emplacements and each of these defenses and explain what U.S. countermeasures could be or are likely to be, but let's keep moving on. Behind the mines, then?
Behind the mines, in most cases, will come the deep anti-tank trenches that we saw earlier. These trenches, as we move forward, will have other minefields, possibly razor wire in front of them. Some of these trenches will be filled with oil. Others will have drums of napalm. They can light the oil, in some cases, to create smoke. In still other cases, they will leave it unlit because if equipment has to move through it or personnel, the contamination from the oil can often inhibit military relations. Beyond that is what we call razor wire.
Before you get to the razor wire, Tony, those look more like ravines than ditches or trenches. How big are those trenches?
Well, they will generally be at least 6 to 8 feet deep. They can be anywhere from 6 to 15 feet across. They are designed to be formidable barriers that can't easily be filled in by tanks with bulldozers or other countermeasures.
All right, now on to the barbed wire.
Well, barbed wire or razor wire is a really formidable barrier to equipment as well as people, and it will be very, very deep. Now, beyond that, we come to the first major forward defense position. The berm we see here, in some cases, can be virtually flat. In other cases, it could be as high as 10 meters. So in some cases, it will be so high that they can dig inside and put shelters inside of it. On top of it or nearby will be fortified defense positions, sometimes with sandbags, sometimes with the concrete pillboxes we see here.
And then, Tony, because we need to take a break in about 40 seconds or so, that triangular configuration that we see behind the berm, what is that?
That's yet another form of fortification. To get through the berm, they'll come up against what's called a pita, a mixture of infantry strong points, and inside will be tanks, artillery pieces, and sometimes anti-air weaponry.
All right, you've given us a formidable sense now of what is confronting Allied troops when they move into Kuwait. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Tony Quartersman will give us a sense of how it is that the Allied forces will overcome each of these impediments. Back in a moment. And we are back again with ABC's military analyst, Tony Cordersman. Tony, we were talking before about the defensive measures that the Iraqis have in place. Take us through now, beginning at the same spot that we began before, the countermeasures that the Allied forces are likely to take to overcome each of these defensive measures.
Well, Chud, remember, in every case, we've been pounding these positions for days. Before our ground forces advance, we will have used fuel-air explosives, very high, large bombs like the Daisy Cutters, cluster bombs that drop lots of bomblets of anti-personnel and anti-armor. Forward defense positions like this will have been hit from the air. As we move forward, our tanks and infantry will find them, and then we'll come to the minefields. Once again, many of these will have been bombed. Most of the mines will be gone.
What kind of bombs do they use, Tony, on the minefields?
Well, they can use fuel-air explosives, or they can use very heavy bombs like the Daisy Cutters, which, by the sheer shock, detonate the mines.
And what about the fuel-air explosives? What do they do?
The same thing. What they do is create a very broad explosive pressure on the ground, which will detonate most of these mines. Where they fail, we can use tanks that have special mine plows, or which allow them to roll over the minefields. We have rockets that shoot shaped charges of explosives. Then we come to these trenches. Those are a problem, but we have tanks with bridges that can lay down the bridge, one of them, then drive the bridge and be followed by other armored vehicles and infantry. We also, again, can use bombs selectively now to get these breached to fill them in. With the razor wire, it's the same story.
Before you get to the razor wire, Tony, to the layperson, I must say this notion of having these ravines filled with oil, which in theory could be set on fire, at least psychologically, that creates an enormous barrier. You're telling me that the blazing oil is not that much of a problem?
It really isn't, because with the tanks we have, with the ability to use bombs, again, some of the bombs are so powerful, they can basically put the fire out. Tanks with dozers can fill them in. Bombs can fill them in. Yes, they're formidable if you don't have the kind of air assets we have. They're not formidable given the kind of strength we have.
All right, as you move on now to the razor wire, and talk a little bit more about what kind of barbed wire is involved there, also take into account, if you would, that presumably our forces are going to be under attack, even as they are moving forward.
That's right. Throughout this, however, the best they will have are artillery, anti-tank weapons, some tanks that are dug in up to their hulls. We're going to have the full range of air power, Apaches, A-10s, F-15Es. We will also have our long-range artillery. We have almost perfect reconnaissance and targeting capability. They only have line of sight. So they will be a lethal problem, but we have a vast superiority in the ability to concentrate firepower from both air and land in this one narrow area where we have to advance.
All right, let us assume then that they've made it safely through, across that huge ditch, through the barbed wire, or over what is left of the barbed wire. Now what faces them, and what countermeasures do they take?
Now we face, again, the berms, these high mounds. Those are fairly difficult to penetrate if you don't have air power. But remember, when you are dropping 10,000, 2,000-pound bombs, covering these positions, and they must come up out of their shelters to fight us with cluster bombs, they lose an awful lot of their capability. Behind these are what we see, these triangles, which we call the pitas. In each corner is infantry. As we look inside, we see armor, something that worked well against the Iraqis that had no air power, but they're extremely vulnerable to our combination of air and land power, a tactic better designed to fight a different enemy in a different place.
Very quickly, Tony, what is the magic of the triangle? Why do they have them in that triangular configuration?
Well, two positions forward act as a forward defense. The infantry in the rear can reinforce. By sheltering their armored vehicles behind berms, they're less vulnerable to anti-tank weapons from the ground. But of course, we have the A-10s, we have the AH-64s. We're not fighting the way the Iranians did.
Now, what we left out before is, of course, the main force. And how much of a main force should they still expect to find if they get beyond each of these positions?
Well, let's take a brief look at the map. Along this side is the forward set of positions we've just talked about. Behind that are reinforcing divisions, these orange forces, behind them armored and mechanized divisions, and then finally in this area the Republican Guards. But we think right now that only about half of that force at most is combat capable, and a lot of it is dug in so well that it's going to find it difficult to fight. Nevertheless, let's see how well they can dig in. They have positions like this tank, which can drive up a step, move without exposing itself, locate our targets as they advance, fire, and then either drive out or retreat back under their camouflage netting and shelter.
All right, Tony, we've done a very quick once-over lightly on the land assault. We're going to take a break. When we come back, I'd appreciate if you just take a couple of minutes to give us a sense of what lies ahead of the amphibious forces. Back in a moment. And we are back once again with ABC News military analyst Tony Quartersman. Tony, we have talked about the land assault, and now I'd appreciate if you would show us if, in fact, there is a marine amphibious landing, how would that take place, and what countermeasures would the Iraqis have in place?
Well, Ted, let's look very briefly again at the map. All of these forces along here have only one mission: to defend Iraq and Kuwait against an amphibious landing. And that is a very real threat the Iraqis face, because if we look at the weapons and capabilities of our amphibious forces, again, we can mount a very wide range of assets. Hovercraft, which can move very, very quickly over the beach. Tracked vehicles, which can move equally quickly. Backed by ships, landing craft the size of most other aircraft carriers. A force of some 17,000 men, but calling it amphibious is no longer accurate anymore. About half of that force can move by helicopter, backed by attack helicopters with their own anti-tank capability, supported by Harrier jump jets with close air support capability, and F-18s, which are also lethal fighters. This is a force which can move not only over the beach, but directly into cities, combined with the air assault forces. So the Iraqis have no way to know where it's coming, and no way to know what mixture of air and land assault will take place.
Is it that element of surprise, Tony? Because I can imagine if they had to face the same kind of defensive installations that the ground forces have to face, that would be a rather daunting prospect, wouldn't it?
It would indeed, but they don't face that kind of entrenched defense. They can move behind the defenses the Iraqis do have. They can force the Iraqis into a meeting engagement where the Iraqis lose their defensive advantage.
All right, Tony Quartersman, thank you very much. Tomorrow night on Primetime Live, you'll hear the harrowing tales of Iraqis who crossed mountains and minefields to escape Saddam Hussein. And ABC News will follow developments on the Soviet peace plan, as well as all the latest news from the Persian Gulf tomorrow on World News Tonight with Peter Jennings. That's our report for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel in Washington. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
This has been Nightline. If you wish a video cassette
A dramatic development in Moscow. Iraq accepts an 8-point Soviet plan to end the Gulf War, but the White House expresses serious concerns.
The announcement comes as the Allies step up their artillery bombardment along the Kuwaiti border. I'm Susan Rook at CNN Center in Atlanta.
And in Washington, I'm Bernard Shaw. The war in the Gulf will continue. That's the word from the White House. Spokesman Marlin Fitzwater says the president has, quote, serious concerns about the Soviet plan for peace in the Gulf, and while the United States consults with allies, the air campaign will continue. The White House had that reaction earlier tonight after Iraq responded to the 8-point Soviet plan for an end to the Gulf War. And as the results of the talks between Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev and Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz were being announced, Iraq launched another Scud attack against Saudi Arabia. We began our coverage with CNN's Steve Hurst in Moscow.
The presidential spokesman was brief and seemingly pleased with the report he was carrying from his boss, Mikhail Gorbachev.
Being entrusted by the President of Iraq and the Revolutionary Command, Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz presented the response to the plan put forward by Mikhail Gorbachev. The response is positive.
In his hands was an 8-point peace plan worked out between Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz and the Kremlin leader during a 2-hour and 20-minute meeting. Vitaly Ignatyenko said the Iraqis were ready to completely and unconditionally withdraw from Kuwait on the second day of a ceasefire. He said all Iraqi troops would be withdrawn in a fixed but undefined period. The Iraqis demanded that UN economic sanctions be lifted once 2/3 of Baghdad's troops are withdrawn, and that all sanctions should be lifted once all troops are pulled back. POWs are to be released immediately when a ceasefire takes effect. Non-combatant members of the UN Security Council would monitor the withdrawal and ceasefire. Ignatyenko said details still to be worked out would be finished by the end of Friday and sent to the Security Council. As Tariq Aziz arrived late Thursday, hopes had been diminished that a reasonable peace proposal could come out of the Gorbachev meeting. Aziz refused to speak to waiting reporters and was whisked away to the Kremlin. Only hours before, Saddam Hussein addressed the Iraqi people with a bellicose speech in which he vowed never to surrender. The fact that the Moscow plan contains no seeming preconditions for an Iraqi withdrawal and that it is in no way linked to a solution of the Arab-Israeli conflict could make the proposal easier for Washington to accept, or at least make it harder for the White House to order the start of a ground war. Steve Hurst, CNN, Moscow.
Here in Washington, the Bush administration offered an initial response to that Soviet plan a little more than an hour ago. Our senior White House correspondent, Charles Bierbauer, is at the White House with word of that. Charles?
Bernie, as Steve points out, that absence of a linkage to a broader Middle East solution is one thing that is a step in the right direction as far as the Bush administration is concerned, but there are other concerns. The phone lines will be busy tonight and in tomorrow as President Bush and his aides consult with members of the coalition on how to deal with what amounts to a near fait accompli in Moscow, that is to say, a plan for an Iraqi withdrawal that meets the needs of Moscow and Baghdad, but falls far short of what President Bush hopes to achieve.
President Bush and Soviet President Gorbachev spent more than half an hour on the phone discussing the Soviet-Iraqi plan, which had been announced publicly 15 minutes earlier in Moscow.
President Bush thanked President Gorbachev for his intensive and useful efforts, but raised serious concerns about several points in the plan. President Bush said the United States will consult with its coalition partners on the proposal. We are in the process of examining the Soviet initiative tonight. The United States and its coalition partners continue to prosecute the war.
While earlier Iraqi and Soviet proposals met little favor at the White House, the terms discussed by Gorbachev and Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz have not been rejected outright. The White House is, however, reluctant to say that Gorbachev is in fact negotiating on behalf of the U.S. and its coalition partners.
There is no negotiation underway with regard to the United States. I remind you again that this is a matter between the Soviet Union and Iraq, that we are commenting on their proposal, and we are not directly involved in that sense. I would repeat once again as well that full compliance with the 12 UN resolutions is the goal we seek.
The terms, as announced in Moscow, call for dropping most of the UN resolutions. That's unlikely to sell in Washington. A ceasefire prior to an Iraqi withdrawal also goes against previous U.S. positions. While the president and his top aides continue to examine the Soviet-Iraqi plan, there is plenty of skepticism elsewhere in Washington.
We do not want our decisive military posture, really on the brink of victory, to be undercut by political settlement that falls short of what we think is necessary for the peace and stability of the area.
Earlier, the Bush administration turned a cold shoulder on Saddam Hussein's radio broadcast in which the Iraqi leader vowed that Iraq was ready to fight on to what he called victory or martyrdom. But President Bush does have a dilemma tonight. He does not want to undermine his partner in the Soviet Union, Mr. Gorbachev, who has more or less steadfastly stood by Mr. Bush throughout the Persian Gulf crisis. The president may not want to acknowledge that Gorbachev is negotiating on his behalf, but if there is a way out of this, it may well be for Bush to get Gorbachev to tighten the screws just a little bit more on Saddam Hussein until there's something that is acceptable to both Moscow and Baghdad and Washington as well. Bernie?
Charles, I'm looking over the 8 points in this proposal, and there seems to be an obvious contradiction. Listen to this. First, Iraq announces a full and unconditional withdrawal of its forces from Kuwait, but in the second point, it says the withdrawal of forces begins on the second day after the cessation of hostilities.
Yes, that sounds like a condition to me, and it probably does to those at the White House, too. We should note that Mr. Ignatchenko, in his news conference or his statement in Moscow, said that the final details remain to be worked out there. We have heard that Mr. Bush has pointed out, perhaps just as you have, going through the list point by point, just what would not be acceptable, what the problems are for the U.S. and its allies. We are not, as we've indicated earlier, at the end of a process here. There is not a piece of paper that gets a yes or no, up or down vote. It would appear that there is still a fair amount of bargaining that could be done, and a lot more that will have to be done behind the scenes before this is going to be acceptable, if it is acceptable.
And before we leave you, I might observe it looks like you are going to have a very busy day tomorrow.
Well, they've all been pretty busy here lately, Bernie.
Charles Bierbauer at the White House. Susan?
To see how members of the Allied coalition react to the Soviet peace plan, CNN's Ralph Begleiter is at the State Department.
After 5 weeks of relentless military pounding, Iraq's defiant Saddam Hussein appears to have caved in and announced to the Kremlin that Iraq will give up Kuwait and withdraw its troops unconditionally. Saddam also appears to have abandoned his claimed goal of linking a settlement of the Kuwait crisis to other Middle East issues, including the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The Iraqi leader has made these concessions after subjecting his people to bitter medicine, the virtual destruction of Iraq's military, economy, and industry. Saddam Hussein didn't make those concessions himself. He made them through an emissary in private talks with the Soviets. Saddam's simultaneous last radio address complained of escalating demands by the coalition and claimed a victory of martyrdom. Some U.S. officials believe that was little more than an attempt to bolster his image among the Iraqi people, while at the same time sending a different message to Moscow.
I think his message is that he rejects humiliation and he accepts an honorable solution to this conflict.
The Soviet-Iraqi agreement includes no mention of Saddam's claim to the reconstruction of Iraq or to the withdrawal of all non-Arab forces from the region. And there's no mention of guarantees of Iraqi borders or shipping rights, or of wiping out Iraq's debts. Saddam's insistence on preventing non-Gulf nations from playing a role in Persian Gulf security are absent from the deal with the Soviets. The anti-Iraq allies face some challenges, too, in the Iraqi-Soviet agreement. There is apparently no statement from Iraq about restoring the exiled emir of Kuwait, or Iraq paying for the destruction of Kuwait. As the negotiations in Moscow conclude, the alliance will engage in intense consultations to decide if the Kremlin's deal is enough to call off the war.
Some of that intense consultation has already been completed. Secretary of State James Baker has spoken this evening with the foreign ministers of Canada, Britain, France, and Egypt, and is trying to reach the foreign minister of Turkey, who happens to be here in Washington tonight. At the same time, the White House is also placing calls to try to reach some other members of the anti-Iraq coalition. Others here in the State Department have spoken with the ambassadors of Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, as well as with Egypt and Syria. Because the Soviets have no troops in the Gulf, the Kremlin's agreement does not bind the United States or the others who do. Diplomatic sources tell CNN the military allies have discussed requiring Iraq to send officials to a neutral place, such as Geneva, to formally confront the allies and prove Baghdad's intent to fulfill the agreement. Ralph Begleiter, CNN, reporting live from the State Department.
Ralph, can you give analysis of possible State Department concern over the state of the coalition? Some members, notably Syria and Egypt, are facing considerable and mounting pressure at home. Is there a possibility that some of the members of the coalition would perhaps be willing to settle for less than the U.S. would want?
I think that's a distinct possibility, and not necessarily just with the Arab coalition members. Some of the European coalition members have told me in recent days that they may not be prepared to stick with the military action in the Gulf as long as the United States seems willing to do so. And that's what these consultations are all about tonight, Susan. They're trying to get in touch with the other allies and find out where do they want to stop. Is this enough to get the military action in the Gulf to stop? And really to determine whether the agreement reached in Moscow is enough to go ahead and implement a ceasefire, and then determine whether, in fact, in 2 days, the Iraqis begin pulling out.
President Bush has been called, in a certain sense, the consensus president. Is he looking for a consensus here, or is he trying to perhaps lead the coalition?
Well, he's been a leader of the coalition all along. It was, you have to give George Bush and James Baker credit for putting together this coalition in the first place and getting the kind of united military action that you've seen in the Gulf in recent weeks, and for that matter, the political unity that you've seen over the past few months. Now, right now is where that challenge comes to the forefront. President Bush is obliged to talk with the coalition members and find out if they'll back him, trying to convince them perhaps that he sees some serious problems in this announcement by the Soviets, but also perhaps taking advantage of the fact that the Soviets are not negotiating for the U.S. or the other partners, and perhaps being able to draw the conclusion that if you can get Iraq to start pulling out on the basis of the Soviet-Iraqi agreement, then you can deal with some of these other issues later. And that's what I've heard from some of the other American allies in the coalition.
Ralph Begleiter, thank you very much for your update from the State Department. Bernie?
Thank you, Susan. The United States has ordered the expulsion of one of the 4 remaining Iraqi diplomats here in Washington. He is accused of espionage activities. The State Department summoned the senior Iraqi diplomat to tell him a 3rd secretary, whose name was not released, must leave the United States by Saturday, midnight Eastern Time. Coming up, a report from our military affairs correspondent, Wolf Blitzer, at the Pentagon. Our military affairs correspondent Wolf Blitzer is at the Pentagon with word on how the United States military is reacting to Iraq's acceptance of the Soviet peace plan. Wolf?
Bernie, as the diplomats now begin to go over the fine print of the Soviet-Iraqi arrangement, Pentagon officials make it clear that the air war is going to continue unaffected. And in fact, some officials privately are suggesting that the air war may even intensify. There's a sense here at the Pentagon that every Iraqi tank and artillery piece, armored vehicle destroyed in the coming days will be one less potential threat to U.S. friends in the region down the road. Pentagon officials also say privately they are opposed to any ceasefire arrangement before the Iraqis agree to a complete unconditional pullout from Kuwait. For days, the Pentagon has strongly opposed any ceasefire or pause in the war. Officials say they do not want to give Iraqi soldiers any chance to regroup or resupply simply because of an Iraqi declaration.
We feel very strongly that a ceasefire or pause of some kind would in fact be very dangerous from the standpoint of U.S. and allied forces.
But officials concede that this latest Soviet-Iraqi diplomatic maneuver could delay the start of the ground war. For days, they had been hinting that a ground war was imminent. The weather was right, the troops were ready to move. In advance of the Soviet announcement, U.S. military briefers made clear their view that they had the Iraqi forces on the ropes.
We're getting growing evidence that he's a very unhappy lot. In terms of water, we have some reports, for example, that sometimes it goes as much as 4 days without potable water, that sometimes are provided salt water to drink.
Now has an Air Force that's not effective, a Navy that's not effective, an Army that's been hammered now for 36 days, and the hammering has become more intense lately.
Pentagon officials say they want any Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait to last only a few days, 3 or 4 days at that. Certainly the Iraqis give all the reason to believe they envisage a much greater period of time for their withdrawal. That is but one problem in all of these diplomatic maneuverings. Bernie?
Wolf, within the Pentagon, how much is the thought that perhaps Saddam Hussein has moved with dispatch because of one of several developments on the battlefield? I'm alluding to, for the first time, American ground troops crossing the border from Saudi Arabia into both Kuwait and Iraq.
The sense here, Bernie, at the Pentagon is that there's no doubt the Iraqis over these past 36 days or so have taken an enormous pounding. There's no doubt here that if the Iraqis are in fact prepared for an unconditional withdrawal from Kuwait, as the Soviet Union says it is a result of this air war, largely air war, that has been waged against Iraq all of these days. There's also a growing conviction that even if the Iraqis do agree, even if something positive should emerge from this Soviet-Iraqi arrangement, it would not be by any means a total loss as far as the U.S. and its allies are concerned. A big chunk of the Iraqi military has been destroyed. Defense Secretary Cheney repeatedly states that this is no longer the fourth largest army in the world.
Wolf Blitzer reporting live from the Pentagon. Susan?
Thank you, Bernie. And as Wolf mentioned, the Allied air campaign is continuing as the diplomats go over the fine points of this proposal. CNN's Jeannie Mose is standing by at the United Nations for reaction there. Jeannie, what's the latest?
It was an exciting night here at the UN to have all these countries under one roof reacting to this very big news. The UN Security Council did not meet tonight. It's expected to meet tomorrow to hear from the Soviet ambassador. He's supposed to give details of the plan. The UN will have a very big role in this if it flies. Role ranging from sending in peacekeeping or observers to deciding on when and whether to lift the sanctions. But that's the future. Tonight was the initial reaction, the gut reaction to the plan. And from a reporter's point of view, the timing couldn't have been better. The announcement of the Iraqi agreement to the plan came at the time that the Singapore mission was holding a reception, and all the ambassadors were there. Reporters had a feast. You couldn't decide who to go ask their reaction of first. From the very first reactions, it became clear that this is going to be a plan that is hard for the U.S. to say no to. And by the way, the U.S. ambassador, Ambassador Thomas Pickering, was one of those who did not react tonight. He said he would leave reaction to Washington. Some of the other permanent members, France and Britain, to be specific, they also didn't react. But we do know of the 5 permanent members how the Soviets feel about this. After all, it's their plan. And tonight, the Chinese ambassador did indeed react, and he said that Iraqi acceptance was a promising signal, in his words. And the Chinese ambassador said he had great hopes about this, and he was glad that it didn't include any kind of linkage to the other problems in the Mideast. We've put together a sampling of reactions, starting with 2 of the very most important countries, members of the coalition, Egypt, which was somewhat positive, and Saudi Arabia, which was less than thrilled.
The acceptance by Iraq to withdraw unconditionally from Kuwait, if this is to be made very clear, it will be a very important first step towards a political settlement.
My reaction to the conditioned unconditional withdrawal, too many conditions.
There is good reason to be optimistic. It is a major breakthrough in this conflict. For the first time, we can see the end of the tunnel, the light at the end of the tunnel.
We feel that we are closer to peace in the region, specifically in the Gulf, and hopefully at a later stage in the Middle East as a whole.
It is a breakthrough because they explicitly accept full and conditional withdrawal from Kuwait.
And Iran's ambassador made another point that quite a few of the ambassadors made tonight, and that is that it would be hard for the Allies to justify a ground war after this. There were also a number of ambassadors predicting that if the U.S. would reject this, that it could lead to the collapse of the coalition, but that's something we've heard before, but in this case it's being taken more seriously, especially since this is the Soviet Union's plan, and the Soviet Union's cooperation was one of the things that made it possible for this war to go on, to be authorized by the UN in any case. Some diplomats here at the UN are warning of possible legal problems. For instance, they say you can't just erase all of those other 11 resolutions passed by the Security Council just because Iraq has accepted the first one, withdrawal from Kuwait. They also point out that there could be a problem with this idea that sanctions be lifted after 2/3 of the withdrawal is complete, because the sanctions are supposed to be dependent on full and unconditional withdrawal. And the last point I wanted to make is that there was no comment tonight from the Iraqi ambassador to the UN. That's because he is on his way or has already arrived in Moscow to meet with his foreign minister. I'm Jeannie Mose reporting live from the United Nations.
Coming up next, we'll have a live report from Israel on how officials there are reacting to Iraq's acceptance of that Soviet peace plan.
The announcement of the Soviet-Iraqi diplomatic initiative now nearly 4 hours ago. CNN's Greg Lefebvre is standing by live in Jerusalem, where it is coming up on 5:30 in the morning. Greg, what's the latest there?
A lot of folks stayed up late last night. The news fairly stunned Israel. The government line here has been officially that this war should be prosecuted to its logical conclusion. And to the government here, that logical conclusion is the end of Saddam Hussein. A number of Israeli newspapers, most of them in fact, stayed up late and held their deadlines to get in the story. The respected Yediot newspaper headlined quietly, quoting, "Saddam will withdraw conditionally after a ceasefire." It's a markedly understated headline for a tabloid given to strongly interpretive headlines. Other newspapers noted the White House reply, which is important in this country, that said the White House called the document problematic. The Soviet proposal terrifies many Israelis and thrills many Palestinians. For Israel, the deal combines the worst of circumstances. Saddam Hussein remains in power, probably in the image of an Arab folk hero, and he keeps a good deal of his armaments.
I think that Israel has hoped that out of all of this, we would find that Iraq would really be neutralized for a long time to come, and that may not be the case.
What's this do for the chances of a regional peace agreement?
Well, one argument has it that if Saddam comes out of this strong, he will have very little incentive, nor will the Arabs have very much incentive to reach an agreement with Israel.
Palestinians believe the opportunity for peace may be at hand for the Gulf and for them.
Today, we have seen, felt the damage of war. We don't want to see it anymore.
Despite no mention of them in the proposed deals, many Palestinians feel a sense of renewed hope.
As soon as the arrangements and the conditions and the withdrawal is done with in the Gulf, uppermost on the mind of the international community is how to resolve the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. And basically, what the Palestinians are asking for is withdrawal of Israel from the occupied territories.
But Israelis doubt the sincerity of Iraq's diplomatic maneuvering, pointing out it was Tariq Aziz who went to Moscow to make peace, while Saddam Hussein stayed home and made a belligerent speech.
Rather than splitting semantic hairs, rather than trying to pretend to understand his various shifts, delays, and diversions, I think the simplest thing to see is what he does and not what he says he does.
Israelis claim a pragmatic view of Saddam Hussein, reinforced by 15 missile raids on their citizens.
Israel has to watch very closely what this extremely dangerous man is saying and doing. And we have to be prepared, because Saddam Hussein has threatened us more than once. And until now, he has always tried to execute his threats against us.
High Israeli officials say they trust that the White House will do the right thing on this matter. By that, they're hoping that the White House will in some way turn it away. But for now, an anxious Israel is paying close attention to developments in Washington. Greg Lefebvre, CNN, live in Jerusalem.
Our coverage of the Gulf War and these breaking diplomatic actions will continue in a moment. A group gathered to hear the Soviet peace proposal and the White House reaction. They are the wives of United States Marines on the front lines.
My husband volunteered for this job. He wasn't forced to sign the papers. He volunteered to be in the service, and he's proud of his job. Let him do his job. Don't stop him. Let him do his job. Solve this problem now. Don't wait 10 years from now and send my husband over there again to solve the same problem that could be taken care of now.
If we stand strong now and do not let ourselves be pushed into a position where we're back into a paper tiger situation, in the future, we won't have this many conflicts. We won't have this many situations like we do now.
If there's a ceasefire,
For 2 days even, Saddam Hussein has the capability and the ingenuity to develop some sort of way to get back into the action.
Those were some of the wives of submarines stationed in Saudi Arabia. They had gathered at the USO Center near Camp Lejeune.
Our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues right after this.
There. From the shelter of giant defensive sand walls right on the border, they bombard the Iraqis not with rockets, but with rock music. Psychological operations aimed at sapping Iraqi morale. The Marines are so close they don't need image intensifiers to see Iraq's tanks as they blast out messages in Arabic. You suffered enough under Saddam Hussein. Give yourselves up to the American forces.
We know we've hurt him some. We know we've destroyed all of his heavy weapons. We've had some prisoners come across who have indicated morale is low. Nonetheless, we're not letting our guard down. We're preparing for the worst and hoping for the best.
In this no-man's land littered with the debris of nightly shelling exchanges and the memories of normal life, the Marines keep a lonely vigil.
The nights here are long. Me, myself, personally, I dread when the nighttime comes, and I pray for the sun to come back up, because the nights get kind of eerie. You don't know what to expect, and everything's a little bit more difficult to do at night.
In the shadow of the defensive dunes, Marines wait for the order to advance. When it comes, combat engineers will carve gateways in these sand walls, allowing tanks and troops to surge into the attack. Jeremy Thompson, ITN in Saudi Arabia.
Coming up, the last 18 hours of the war. Those 18 hours have been full of breaking developments. A recap when we come back. Been full of breaking developments. Still, the war continues at this hour as day 37 is dawning in the Middle East. Here's a look back at the last 18 hours.
Being entrusted by the President of Iraq and the Revolutionary Command, the Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz presented the response to the plan put forward by Mikhail Gorbachev. The response is positive.
President Bush did state the concerns that he felt the coalition would have on this matter, both in terms of points that are in the plan that we have problems with, as well as issues that are not included. So there are a number of issues to resolve.
If the war continues, it won't be any pretense of a UN war. It will be simply a US war, a Bush war. The acceptance by Iraq to withdraw unconditionally from Kuwait, if this is to be made very clear, it will be a very important first step towards a political settlement.
My reaction to the conditioned unconditional withdrawal, too many conditions, don't you see it?
My personal reaction is that it is something we will, it is certainly something new. It is a new development. We will be looking into it very carefully. There are elements which at first view seem to be encouraging, but we cannot pass a judgment until a more careful study and until a consultation with our allies.
My reaction is that it's not a serious offer, that 2/3 of his troops pulling out of Kuwait is not what we're looking for, and that there's no reason to stop now when what we're doing is obviously succeeding.
Just wouldn't trust him, you know. Well, I look at it, we can either fight him now or fight him later, so might as well do it now. We've got forces here.
I don't think he's totally serious right now. I don't think he realistically thinks we will accept it.
Do you think the coalition should accept it?
Not in my opinion, no.
Are you optimistic there's going to be peace soon?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Only because Saddam Hussein is a man who cannot be trusted, and I feel that if the American public goes under the assumption that they're going to have peace soon and the troops are coming home, that they're only going to let themselves in for a rude awakening.
No time for talk. Bush needs to do some action and get it over with and bring our boys back home.
It can end in the next couple of days, because if it does, we'll be right back over there the next year or 2 years, or our children will be back over there. And there's no way. I think Hussein needs to be taken out, and taken out completely. His entire family and all his ruling party needs to go.
International correspondents and Iraqi officials in Baghdad tried to analyze every phrase of President Saddam Hussein's radio address, coming as it did as the clock ticks down towards a possible ground war in Kuwait and southern Iraq.
There's no path other than this path which we have opted for. The only other path is that of humiliation and darkness. The Iraqis have chosen this path over a long time. We will protect it with lives, properties, and souls.
The United States and its coalition partners continue to prosecute the war.
It can shoot real far to where not too many of their weapon systems can hit us. We're designed to hit deep targets to help prepare the battlefield for the maneuver to come in.
They got troop, I can't even read it. Troop something.
It's all been pretty positive, at least if you're on the Allied side. And I would say that it's gone pretty well operationally.
I don't know if they expect what's coming, but I know it's a lot of firepower. There ain't no reaction time to it. You just see it, and it's there, and everything's gone after that.
It's good to know that we're destroying equipment that's used to wage war and might be used in the future to wage other wars. It's good. It's a good feeling to know you're destroying tanks and artillery, but you know, nobody, an Iraqi or anybody, nobody really enjoys killing other human beings. But, you know, you have to do some of that to win, so that's what we're doing.
The ground war is certainly underway. The artillery of all the allies is engaging the Iraqis on the ground.
Most of you know, of course, we were going to move out in about 48 hours. Okay, the word is we're moving out right now. So as soon as you finish right here, you fall back to your work areas, you get with your platoon commanders, company commanders, section leaders, and so on. The word is going out right now to the battalions, to headquarters here, and we're moving out as quickly as we can. We will be in the assembly area on the border sometime tonight or early in the morning. This thing has advanced on us. We're going in a little earlier than we anticipated, but we're moving today to the border, and we'll take it from there day by day.
Hey!
We'll look back at day 36. Day 37 is dawning in the Mideast. I'm Susan Rook at CNN Center in Atlanta.
Good night, Susan. I'm Bernard Shaw in Washington. Join me for Golf Talk coming up after this local cable break. Among our guests, former Secretary.
Yeah, hello, Molly. How you doing? The situation tonight reminds me of the situation here 4.5 weeks ago. At that time, the ultimatum on the first ultimatum on the Kuwaiti withdrawal was running out at 8 a.m. Baghdad time. Tonight it's 8 p.m. When the ultimatum is over, that's just 1 hour from now. People at that time said Saddam Hussein was not a man to respond positively to ultimatums. He didn't to that one, and the devastating air war began against Iraq and Kuwait. Tonight, another ultimatum. We've so far waited in vain for Saddam Hussein's response, any response from him. Rumors have been flying around that he may be making an address on Baghdad radio. We're waiting for such an eventuality, but with just 1 hour to go, it seems unlikely. If he runs true to form, he will continue to be a man who disregards ultimatums. There was an announcement on Baghdad radio just a few minutes ago. It said that President Saddam Hussein on Saturday chaired a joint meeting of the Revolution Command Council and the regional command of the Arab Ba'ath Socialist Party. An announcement on Baghdad radio said that the meeting discussed the current political situation and developments of events in the region. It offered no more on that particular matter. Speculation in Baghdad tonight is that is more in the form of the land war. The thinking here is that the multinational forces will strike swiftly in Kuwait, and they may return to Baghdad for some more air war activity. You might ask, can peace be salvaged at this time? At this late date, well, Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz in Moscow did accept the Soviet proposal, which provided for a ceasefire and a withdrawal over 21 days. That was unacceptable to the Allies. Tariq Aziz is somewhere en route between Moscow and Baghdad. He may not be here till tomorrow, long after the deadline ends. What other pressures on Saddam Hussein, you might say, may be enforced or be active, influencing him? We have heard reports from abroad of unrest within his military. We cannot confirm any of those reports here. Around Baghdad, people are saying that they don't want more war. They continue in a hope for peace. The morale of the Iraqi troops in Kuwait, we have no way of estimating that. So tonight, we do have a guest with us, an Iraqi citizen. She's a hotel executive with the Al Rashid Hotel. We all know her well. She is married. She is a mother. Her name is Nihad Abdullah, and she's joining me now. Nihad, within an hour, the ultimatum comes on possible resumption or the possible land war, a much more fierce conflict. How do you feel about that?
Well, as a citizen, I'm looking for peace as the others. But the way President Bush put his conditions, it is unreasonable. And it became very clear for any ordinary person, has nothing to do with political, that he is not looking for peace. Unfortunately to say that. And the matter shows to us that it is not the problem of Kuwait. Might be another story behind the Kuwait story.
Now, Americans might say to you that Saddam Hussein has already gone quite a large part of the way. He's agreed to pull out in 21 days. President Bush wants to pull out in a much shorter time. Can't your president just cut that difference down and say, okay, if the world wants me to get out right now, having agreed to pull out anyway, he would do so? What's the problem?
I think it's very difficult for a president like Saddam Hussein to just implement whatever words President Bush put. And I think a discussion has been done yesterday in the United Nations, and a very reasonable conditions to withdraw from Kuwait has been put, and we are satisfied with it as citizens. So why they don't pay attention for that agreement? Why putting a new unreasonable conditions just to make it difficult? Why?
The impression we get moving around Baghdad today in the suburbs that the people of Baghdad don't want war. They're not happy about it. How do you feel about a ground war starting maybe within an hour with great casualties?
Well, until yesterday, I was really hoped that everything will be solved. But today, we realize that, you know, if it is like that, let it happen. This is, you know, any ordinary person think like this. Well, we don't have other choice. We put whatever we can do, and it became very difficult on this stage.
Now, as a mother, and you must have relatives at the front.
Of course, it is difficult. It's not easy matter. And that feeling, all the Iraqis sharing with me. It is not easy thing. War, everyone hates. But, you know, the way they put it, it is also hard.
You're staying at the hotel here. There's been a lot of bombing, a lot of cruise missiles around the hotel. How do you feel with the renewed fury of the ground war? Do you feel safe around here? Do you feel safe in Baghdad?
Well, we have to do our work, and we are here from the beginning of the war. And we hear between day and hour that Al Rashid Hotel be shelled. Well, this is another matter. We have to do our work, and whatever is happen, let it happen. What we can do.
Thank you, Nihad Abdullah. I'll point out that she is one of the executives of the Al Rashid who have been taking care of the press corps and all our demands for many months now. And they'll be staying with us during whatever eventuality happens in the next days or weeks. Molly?
All right, that's CNN's Peter Arnett reporting for us live from Baghdad as that deadline indeed does approach. Stay with us. We'll be going to the Pan-Arab military briefing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. That's coming up.
Our live coverage continues right after this local cable break. We'll be back.
At war with Tom Brokaw in Saudi Arabia. And I'm Garrick Utley, reporting from New York.
Good morning, everyone. The deadline that President Bush has given Saddam Hussein to pull his forces out of Kuwait is now just 30 minutes away, high noon Eastern Standard Time, and so far there is absolutely no sign that the Iraqi leader is prepared to comply, but there are many forces in motion. And we may have an announcement from Baghdad within the next hour or so, but what Saddam Hussein will have to say, we cannot tell you right now. It does appear, however, at this hour, that the chances of a peaceful settlement are near zero, the chances of a ground war now very close to 100%. President Bush is monitoring the developments from Camp David, the presidential retreat. In Baghdad, Saddam Hussein, according to Baghdad Radio, has chaired a meeting of the Ba'ath Socialist Party and the Revolutionary Command Council, but no additional details were given. And at the United Nations, the 5 permanent members of the Security Council are meeting informally at this hour. Among those members, of course, the Soviet Union. And importantly from Moscow today, a Soviet spokesman said, if there is a ground war, there will be no condemnation from Moscow, although Moscow might express its regrets. Tariq Aziz did accept the Moscow peace plan, but that's not good enough for George Bush. Meanwhile, in Baghdad, the military raids continue. The Allies kept up the pressure on Saddam Hussein right up until the deadline, carrying out still another bombing attack overnight. Explosions could be seen on the outskirts of the city. The Iraqis responded with a barrage of anti-aircraft fire, but there was no word of any Allied losses during this latest bombing run over the Iraqi capital. And that could be just a prelude to the ground war to come. Standing by at the White House right now, NBC's White House correspondent, John Cochran. John, tough question. Do you think the UN mandates notwithstanding, President Bush ultimately did want this ground war because he is so determined to get rid of Saddam Hussein once and for all?
I think that if Saddam Hussein were to retreat in humiliation and be seen to be humiliated in the Arab world, and that's very important. George Bush doesn't want Saddam Hussein to be a hero in the Arab world or a military force in the Gulf for years to come. I think if that could have happened, then George Bush would not have wanted a ground war. I don't think George Bush is looking forward to this ground war. I don't think he in any way feels that the spilling of American blood to prove a point is a good thing, if indeed he can get Saddam Hussein to give up without a ground battle.
Are you aware of any last-minute communications between President Bush and Soviet President Gorbachev, John?
I'm not. The president is up at Camp David, Maryland. Secretary of State Jim Baker is with him. It would not surprise me in the least that they're on the phones to a lot of people. You know how they've worked the phones in the last 48 hours since this Soviet proposal took off and then did a nosedive, Tom. The most important thing I think that the president and Secretary of State feel that they've been doing, however, is keeping the coalition together. They've been, I would have to say, impressed by their own success in that. Even the French, for example, yesterday, the French foreign minister said, George Bush speaks for the coalition on this matter. You know how independent the French are, even though they're an ally. That was a remarkable statement from the French, so they're on board. And also within this country, we're hearing very little domestic opposition to the idea of a ground war. There's no groundswell. There are no great demonstrations in front of the White House as I speak now in Lafayette Park, across the street, the traditional home for anti-war demonstrations. A handful of people out there banging some drums. When I say a handful, I'm talking about fewer than a dozen, Tom.
Thank you very much, John Cochran at the White House. I think the last national poll that I saw, taken overnight, showed only about 2% of the American public opposing the idea of a ground war. NBC's diplomatic correspondent is John Dancy. He's at the State Department right now. John, are they continuing to keep the diplomatic lines open, or is there a sense of a fait accompli there that they, in fact, will be going to a ground war and that will accomplish what they set out to do in the first place?
Well, I can tell you, Tom, that the last contact between the United States and the Soviets came at about 12:30 last night when Secretary of State Baker spoke to the Soviet Foreign Minister, Alexander Besmertnik. Besmertnik called Baker up at Camp David to give him a readout on the Tariq Aziz talks. He gave him a very thorough readout. Baker thanked him for the Soviet efforts on this, but said, unfortunately, in the coalition's view, this is still a conditional offer on the part of the Iraqis, so it has been rejected. Here at the State Department, there has been no word through back channels or anything else this morning that the Iraqis are about to pull out of Kuwait. So that avenue is closed. So really, since 12:30 last night, the diplomatic lines have been closed between the United States and the Soviet Union, between the United States and Iraq. There is one possible other diplomatic alternative going on today, and that is up at the United Nations in New York. The Soviets have called for a closed meeting of the Security Council later today, and they will give a briefing to members of the Security Council as to their talks with Tariq Aziz in Moscow. The permanent 5 members of the Security Council, that is the United States, Britain, France, the Soviet Union, and China, met informally this morning, met behind closed doors for what are called consultations. They will now go over to the Security Council and brief the rest of the members of the Security Council as to the Soviet talks. There had been some talk in diplomatic circles that there might be some attempt to try to meld the U.S. position and the Soviet position, but of course, as one British diplomat told me, that is just wishful thinking, because the coalition point of view is that the demands are non-negotiable. There is nothing really to talk about. So John, diplomatically, that's where we stand, Tom.
All right, and let me ask you a final question, John Dancy. If the war goes as successfully as the administration hopes and intends for it to go, there still will be an enormous political and physical rebuilding job to be done out here in the Middle East. The president has always said that the troops will come home as swiftly as their mission is accomplished. What do they say at the State Department? Do you think that there will be an enormous American presence here for some time?
Well, of course, you know that Secretary of State Baker has talked about a regional security apparatus of some kind that would stay there, and there would undoubtedly be American participation in that. Perhaps not in the desert in Saudi Arabia, perhaps over the horizon in Bahrain or in Egypt, but there are going to be American forces in that area for some time, plus probably forces from the rest of the coalition, because the United States is trying to keep Saddam from arising as the kind of power and the kind of threat that he has been in the past, assuming, of course, that he survives all of this and stays in power in Iraq.
All right, thank you very much, John Dancy at the State Department. Now, the military equation. NBC's Fred Francis continues to monitor that from his post in Pentagon. And Fred, we saw some more shelling, considerable amount of shelling today from artillery and from howitzers up on the border. And we had a briefing just a short while ago from Riyadh. They're keeping the pressure on right to the last moment, aren't they?
Well, they really are, and one senior official told us here at the Pentagon this morning, Tom, that we really haven't seen the kind of battlefield preparation that we're going to see just prior to the invasion. U.S. forces only need an order to go, and then they need about 6 hours to crank up an enormous military machine. We determined from various Pentagon officials that about 250,000 American and Allied forces will be involved in many different areas along the front. And they've already punched holes through those berms, those high sand walls that separate the border. And but I must tell you, Tom, we don't see any signs, at least at the Pentagon today, that this thing is imminent. Secretary Cheney is here, and he would get the order from the president and pass it on. But Colin Powell has not been in this morning, the chairman of the Joint Staff. Tom Kelly, who we've seen every day for the last 38 days, was walking around the halls in civilian clothes today. However, it is Norman Schwarzkopf's show. We are told here that there will be no micromanagement of this war from Washington. There is one major concern, and talked about at the Pentagon for the last several days, and that is the death of Kuwaiti civilians. Over the last 4 days, there have been persistent reports from intelligence gathering and from the Kuwaiti resistance that Kuwaiti civilians in Kuwait City have been dragged off the street and some taken out of prisoner camps. Today, General Richard Neal at the briefing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, said the torching of all those oil fields and the execution of Kuwaiti civilians are connected in a campaign of terror. He and other senior leaders were very concerned about the Kuwaiti civilians' deaths. And here's General Neal.
There seems to be a systematic campaign of execution, particularly people that they may have tortured previously, that they're sort of destroying the evidence, I guess, for lack of a better term. And then there's a systematic campaign of grabbing Kuwaitis along the streets and byways of Kuwait City and executing them, summarily executing them. Beyond that, I wouldn't want to comment.
We heard a figure, Tom, of more than 400 Kuwaiti civilians executed in the last 4 days. And we've also been told by senior Pentagon officials that the Kuwaiti, the very small Kuwaiti army that is left, will be one of the first units into Kuwait when this thing begins. Tom?
All right, Fred Francis, Pentagon, thanks very much. We want to go swiftly now to Baghdad. On the telephone there, during what I'm told is another Allied military raid, is NBC's Tom Aspel. Tom, have you heard anything from Saddam Hussein recently? Tom Aspel, can you hear me, and can you tell us the conditions under which you're trying to file this report? Is there a raid underway right now?
Tom Aspel. Yes, there is a raid right now, a heavy one.
Do you think that you can continue, or should you look to your own security at the moment?
No, I can continue. It's quite safe at the moment, but it is a heavy raid.
Missiles or airplanes?
Well, we think it's airplanes at the moment. There seem to have been some what seem to have been 1,000-pound bombs near the center of the city, 5 or 6 very bright flashes, and the sky is now filled with tracer fire. This is certainly one of the heaviest raids since the outbreak of the war here in Baghdad.
Tom, Saddam Hussein, we're told, had a meeting earlier with the Ba'ath Socialist Party and with the Revolutionary Command Council. They met to discuss and review the political situation. That's all we heard from Baghdad Radio. Have you heard anything more from Saddam Hussein or from Baghdad Radio?
No, nothing at all from the leadership here. We understand that those meetings did take place, but the people here are very puzzled. There doesn't seem to have been any decision made at all. In fact, Baghdad Radio, if anything, has been as defiant as ever, broadcasting statements throughout the day about the need to stand up to the American aggressors and their Zionist allies, and swearing that the Iraqi men would not bend under the threat of aggression. Also, they've been reporting some raids that have taken place along the front lines, saying that Iraqi troops have repelled several advances. And then shortly after darkness fell here in Baghdad, it's one of the heaviest raids since the war began. And it's still going on as we talk. There is black smoke that's drifted across the whole of the city. On the west and to the north of the central area, there's been a series of really loud explosions. We presume something like 1,000-pound bombs. We presume that this is a way of the Allies telling the Iraqis either say something very quickly or this is a taste of what you're going to get. This is certainly one of the heaviest raids we've seen in some time, Tom.
Tom, what would be the targets in that part of the city that have not already been hit?
Well, we think there are a number of small strategic buildings located not far from where we are now, including, of course, a small transport facility is the easiest way I can describe it, given the company I'm keeping here next to me while I'm talking, Tom. It's a staging area, I think, would be the best bet, but I really can't, as you say, I can't see what's left that is of any importance that hasn't been hit. I think this is probably just a way of telling the people of Baghdad that the Allies are all prepared, and this is what's going to happen unless they hear an answer very shortly. And, of course, nobody here expects that answer to be forthcoming within the next 30 minutes or so.
All right, Tom, and finally, what about the will of the Iraqi people? Do they still stand with Saddam Hussein, or are they beginning to break away?
Well, frankly, today I would say that people are morale is quite low around here for 2 reasons, really. One is the feeling of uncertainty about what the leadership's going to do, and second, there really can't be a family in Baghdad that doesn't have a man or a son or a brother in the army here. Most of those probably down at the front. So there is a genuine feeling of depression around the city today. I guess this is true on the eve of most battles, but certainly around here is a palatable feeling that people are just very worried indeed.
All right, thank you very much. Tom Aspel on the telephone for us from Baghdad tonight. And the company that he was keeping, he was referring to an Iraqi military censor. They're always present, if not physically, then electronically. And so his remarks are constrained somewhat, but a military raid plainly going underway tonight from the Allied forces on the capital city of Baghdad once again as we count down to the noon deadline. When we come back in just a moment, we'll take a look at military strategy, and we'll hear from Senator Bob Dole, the Senate Republican leader, after this.
Expires, Molly.
Peter, translate that a little bit for us. Who and what would be put into Kuwait?
Well, this is a totally new twist in the story to me, Molly. At first reading, I would say that they're suggesting they're establishing some kind of government that would, in fact, be fighting for the existence of an independent Kuwait, of a country that would be no longer the 19th province of Kuwait, but actually an independent country, and that their forces would be, in effect, assisting them. That's the impression I got. So they're trying to form a government down there, which they would then fight for. That's my first reading at this point, Molly.
You told us earlier today that Saddam Hussein had been meeting with Iraq's political leaders, members of the Ba'ath Party, members of parliament. Do you think, at least can you speculate, perhaps this statement came out of those meetings?
I think there is no doubt about it that this came out of the meeting. The first indication of their meeting came at 6:15 tonight on Baghdad radio. This is the first development from that. So this is obviously one of the matters that were being considered. They were talking about discussing the political situation. Now, Saddam Hussein is known as a man who doesn't like ultimatums, and this is his response. It seems to be he's trying to suggest he's upping the ante, in effect, by suggesting that he will be fighting in Iraq for an independent Kuwaiti, fighting in Kuwait, I'm sorry, for an independent Kuwaiti government. That would be my initial reading of this, Molly.
You've talked to the people of Baghdad and the people of Iraq. Are they, in your view, willing to accept this and then all of a sudden see themselves fighting in a new way for a new government in Kuwait, rather than having Iraq annex that country, as Saddam Hussein has said all along he wanted to do?
Yeah, before I answer that question, Molly, I'll point out that the bombing has resumed over the quadrant of the horizon. I can see the 90 degrees or so. There has been anti-aircraft fire and bombing in that particular area. People of Iraq we meet, they are not the military people. They are either government officials here at the hotel, an occasional senior government individual, or we meet businessmen, people in buses, passers-by. They're talking of peace. Thursday of the week before last, they were excited by what seemed to be an offer of an unconditional withdrawal from Kuwait by the Iraqi government. They fired guns in the air, as you remember those vivid pictures. Since then, it has been easy to find people, most people we talk to say they want peace. But these people aren't on the front lines. They haven't got the guns. They aren't responding to the orders from the government that is in command. So they are not factors at this point, Molly. What is the real factor are the anti-aircraft man firing these attacking bombers and the troops in the front line in Kuwait, Molly.
All right, CNN's Peter Arnett, he's live in Baghdad. We're going to check back in with him as the bombardment over Baghdad continues tonight, and we'll be back with that. We'll go to Dave Michaels.
Folks in Fayetteville, North Carolina are watching the
wellheads and other oil facilities are blazing in Kuwait, touched off in an Iraqi scorched earth campaign to destroy the nation's oil industry and also to obscure the battlefield. There are reports that all of the more than 900 wellheads in Kuwait have been mined. Kuwaiti engineers estimate that once the war ends, it could easily be 5 or 6 years before oil production is back to pre-war levels. One problem is the scope of the damage. Not only the wells themselves are being burned, but bombs in Iraqi sabotage have destroyed large numbers of pipelines, refineries, and loading facilities. Some scientists believe if all the Kuwaiti oil facilities are set ablaze, the huge cloud would have an effect similar to the theoretical nuclear autumn, where regional temperatures cool, affecting crops and plant life. Other scientists believe the huge cloud of smoke will dissipate, but will still do considerable ecological damage.
Dan, just quickly, satellite pictures today showed at least a quarter of Kuwait was obscured by this smoke. And today, it should have been a sunny day here in Saudi Arabia, but the sky and the sun was clearly obscured by the smoke even here.
Incredible situation here. Thanks, Harry. In New York, correspondent Bob Schieffer has been keeping up to date with the U.S. and Allied forces battle plans. Bob, if it comes to a ground war, what's it likely to look like?
Dan, we've said so often that this may be the largest land battle in the history of warfare that it's almost become a cliche, but indeed that is what is shaping up. And here to talk about it with us, our military consultant who's guided us so much of the way on all of this, retired Marine General George Chris. General Chris, let's just go over the map here and get a broad overview of what this battlefield is going to look like and the scope of this battle if the president should order a ground invasion.
Right, Bob. On this side of the border, in their fortified lines and to the north, are about 540,000 Iraqi troops, arrayed in several lines across. On this side of the border sits our forces, about 460,000.
Now, how far is it across there, General?
From where we are to where he is, we're really inside now. We are actually moved inside, and within about 6 miles, we're at his positions right now.
And as our strategists understand it, what Saddam Hussein would really like U.S. forces to do is hit head-on into those lines.
Exactly what he'd like us to do is come straight at him and attrit ourselves, die on his fortifications. And, of course, that's not what we're going to do.
What are we going to do, General?
What we're going to do is two things. We, of course, will attack along the front here, just to keep them busy. And maybe we'll get some breakthroughs, Bob. Then we're going to swing around. And we're going to seal off this entire army of his and perhaps come in from the sea to finish off the sealing, so that what you have is an army surrounded. Now, then they have some choices. Obviously, they can surrender. They can fight if they want to. If they want to fight, we come to them from their rear, not from the front like they want.
Let's take a look at how it would look at ground level. We've prepared a display here, General, using models and all kinds of television technology to give a look at this battlefield. Thousands of tanks. What,
Bob,
2,000?
what you're looking at is an armored division in the attack. Almost 400 tanks, plus you will see here some bridges. They're armored personnel carriers. About 90,000 troops advancing across the plains toward the Iraqis.
Now, those flat-top vehicles we saw every so often there, those are what they call the scissor bridges.
That's right, the scissor bridges to go across these obstacles we're about to see. Now, here's the first line of berms. These are the things we've seen our tanks and stuff going through already, cutting through. It's designed to slow us down. Beyond this now will come the anti-tank ditch, and of course this is a long ditch designed to hold up the tanks. Now, these are things they've been talking about, putting oil in, and of course we've been putting napalm in to burn them off.
That would be the second line that our troops
This would be the second line. Now, we have those bridges and things to try to get across that. Beyond that, then, will come the wire that you see right here, and then the minefields, the little red dots, all sorts of mines, both anti-personnel, anti-tank. And finally, the Iraqi defenses themselves with their tanks, their berms, and the artillery behind. Now, notice the tanks in protected positions to protect them until they come out to maneuver. Behind that, now, the artillery lines. So these are the lines we've been seeing on the maps. These are almost 10 miles wide, probably 2-3 miles deep, Bob.
Some of them also concrete enforced,
concrete
enforced.
emplacements, sandbags, like little moles living in there.
So, Dan, that's how it will look if it comes.
If is the word, because we want to underscore that with the deadline approaching, even if the deadline goes by and Saddam Hussein is not withdrawing his troops from Kuwait as President Bush has demanded in his ultimatum, that doesn't necessarily mean that a ground offensive is going to be kicked off immediately following that. As the noon deadline approaches, sirens have sounded in Tel Aviv, Israel. Tom Fenton is there. Tom?
Dan, the sirens went off about 3 minutes ago. This is what the Israelis have been fearing. They're afraid that Saddam Hussein in extremis will now launch some sort of a major attack at Israel. So far, we've had one Scud. I don't know what else is to come. You get 4 or 5 minutes of warning after the siren, usually before they land. This is the 6th Saturday since the war began, and we've been hit on every preceding Saturday. Chief of Staff Dan Shamran said a while back that he expected a major chemical attack once the ground war begins. Now, ironically, the Israelis are hoping the ground war will begin. They're relieved that Saddam Hussein has not accepted the Allied ultimatum, because they feel that the only way to get rid of the Iraqi threat is to have a ground war and to pursue it until all of Saddam Hussein's non-conventional weapons are destroyed and most of his conventional weapons. The defense minister, Moshe Aaron, said a short while ago that if Saddam Hussein left under a ceasefire and took part of his army with him, it would be a major problem for Israel. Dan?
Thanks, Tom Fenton. Let's check back in at the Pentagon with...
moments away from the deadline for Iraq to pull out of Kuwait, only moments away from noon Eastern Time. Our coverage of the war in the...
That whatsoever. It could be just a power outage of some kind. We'll be back with the deadline right after.
Command accuses the Iraqis of systematic executions of Kuwaiti civilians, particularly those who might be witnesses to atrocities. It is the decisive hour in the Persian Gulf War. It may well be at hand, the razor cut as to whether we're going to have peace or a large ground war offensive. As the noon hour passed in Washington, exactly noon right now, 8 p.m., as you can see in the darkness here in Saudi Arabia. And as noon passed in the United States, so apparently did the last hope of averting a ground campaign for the liberation of Kuwait. as U.S. and other Allied warplanes blasted Baghdad yet again. Saddam Hussein was reported meeting with his war council, but Saddam has made no public response to President Bush's ultimatum. All along the war front, on both sides of the border, U.S. and other Allied armored vehicles have set to the task of breaking through the earthen barriers that brim that General Chris mentioned.
Combat aircraft overflight of Kuwait was supposed to stop as of now, so that the only aircraft leaving out of Kuwait would be troop transports carrying troops out of the theater of operation back to the positions they'd held on August the 1st, and they were supposed to, at this point, cease all destructive actions against Kuwaitis and against Kuwaiti property. There is no sign whatsoever that he has complied. This morning, there was no real belief that he would comply. We'll be back in just a moment.
Eyes over Baghdad lit up with live pictures. These pictures are live out of Baghdad right now as the Allied forces continue an attack on the capital of Iraq, Baghdad. A lot of secondary explosions from military targets obviously being hit. Anti-aircraft fire was very prevalent just minutes ago, so we'll continue to monitor these live pictures out of Baghdad during this attack. We now go to White House. Correspondent Frank Sesno is standing by in Washington. Frank.
Dave, the White House has decided to let the noon deadline pass without comment. White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater saying only that, quote, "We are monitoring the situation. We have nothing to report." Here at the White House, National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft is in his office. President Bush is at Camp David along with Secretary of State James Baker. They are monitoring the situation very carefully at Camp David as well. All morning long, however, senior administration officials have been telling us that they did not expect very much at the United Nations. They have been saying they did not expect Iraq to accept the terms of the U.S. ultimatum. There is, of course, no specific response to what we heard from Charles Feldman just a few moments ago, and although we are told that perhaps later in the afternoon, spokesman Fitzwater will have something to say. President Bush yesterday, in laying out the ultimatum, said there were two things that he wanted to see if, in fact, this withdrawal by Iraq was going to take place and be substantiated. One was a clear comment, a clear commitment to do it from Iraq, from the senior-most levels there, communicated to the United Nations, and two was physical evidence of a withdrawal taking place from Kuwait. According to Pentagon and White House officials, with whom CNN has been in touch throughout the morning, there has been no indication of any imminent, actual, or planned Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait. So at least one of the president's conditions appears not to have been met. That being said, a number of officials say that for political reasons that are quite understandable, the United States will have to watch this situation very carefully. Though the deadline was etched in stone rhetorically, it certainly was not as a matter of fact. And at least one senior official said here this morning that he expected a fair amount of time would elapse before this campaign entered its next and potentially costliest phase, the ground campaign. Frank Sesno, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
Frank, what can you tell us about reports of alleged atrocities by Iraqis in Kuwait?
Dave, it's a question we have put throughout the morning since it was first raised in the Riyadh briefing earlier to a variety of officials here at the White House. There are not a great many specifics. Officials say that these are reports that are coming out via the Kuwaiti resistance. They believe them to be true, but at this time there is no specific confirmation of the event or the series of alleged events or the magnitude of these atrocities. Dave?
All right, Frank Sesno reporting to us live from the White House. Molly.
The bombs continue to fall over Baghdad tonight. We're going to take you back live to Baghdad now, and CNN's Peter Arnett is standing by there live. Peter, any further clarification on the Iraqi government proposal to set up a new government in Kuwait?
No further clarification at this point. I'd like to point out that right as the ultimatum ended, right on the button, there was a huge explosion relatively near the hotel. It shook our camera, shook the hotel windows. We're outside in the garden of the hotel. It sounded like a cruise missile. From 7:30 this evening, that's about 40 minutes ago, the raid started here. It's going on even now in another quadrant of the city. So this is a relatively not unusual occurrence. Every night since the air war started 4.5 weeks ago, there has been bombing. But I think we find it interesting that it's particularly heavy at this particular hour on this particular occasion. We have not been able to get clarification on the the governing body of Iraq, the Revolutionary Command Council's statement over Baghdad radio that it was considering the establishment of what it called a national democratic government in Kuwait if the U.S. and its allies refused to accept the Soviet initiative. This seems to be, to us, a defiant move, a defiant political move to defy the ultimatum, and it would suggest that Iraq will try and be saying that it is supporting this new government, I presume, but we're still waiting for a better reading on that, Molly.
All right, Peter Arnett reporting live from Baghdad for us. We're going back to the United Nations in New York now and seeing Charles Spellman. Charles, what more do you have for us?
Okay, what we have now is yet a third mission here at the UN reporting that what they are hearing is the following. And let me again be very careful in what I say here. We are hearing from 3 different missions to the UN that now, with the deadline having passed, that the Soviet Union has, we are told, informed the Security Council, the 15-member Security Council, that Iraq's foreign minister has responded in a positive manner to the U.S. statement. Now, I emphasize the word statement because apparently the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Pickering, has asked, we are told, for clarification because there is some confusion, and understandably so, about whether they are responding to President Bush's ultimatum that they begin the pullout from Kuwait at noon, which of course has now passed in the Eastern time, or to some other U.S. statement. So again, let me recap what we are hearing. We are hearing from 3 different missions to the United Nations here that as the Security Council is meeting, the 15-member Security Council, the Soviet Union, we are told, is telling the Security Council that the Iraqi foreign minister has responded in a positive manner to an American statement of some sort. Whether it is the ultimatum that they begin the pullout at noon, we do not know. Clarification is apparently being asked for. We will pass on any information, of course, as soon as we learn it. Charles Feldman, CNN, reporting live from the United Nations.
Thank you, Charles. Minutes ago, air raid sirens were sounding over Israel. Richard Roth is in Tel Aviv. Richard, what can you tell us?
About 20 minutes ago, a missile was fired by Iraq at Israel. Sirens went off in Tel Aviv and all across the country, everyone into the sealed rooms again, as is the custom. And the missile, we are told, came down somewhere in central Israel. This is what we believe is either the missile or debris from the missile coming down. It was visible by thousands, and it was early in the evening here in Israel. A lot of people were still out. People were out at the beach all day. People here think that Saddam Hussein should be done away with. They would like to see the U.S. continue the war effort. And this missile, if it is the last one by Iraq, came about an hour before this deadline. And it's the 16th missile attack on Israel. Areas of the country that have been given the all-clear, the north and the south. The central part, which includes Tel Aviv, has not been given the all-clear. Everyone has been advised to stay in sealed rooms, even though there are many people still out on the road. We do not know yet if this missile carried a conventional or chemical warhead. This is Richard Roth, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
Thank you, Richard. While our live coverage of the war in the Gulf continues, we'll hear from World Affairs correspondent
of Tariq Aziz. There was no word on any change of policy. Indeed, there's not even been a mention today of any deadline. The radio broadcasts just aren't even addressing the president's ultimatum. What there has been, however, very recently, as that bombing started in Baghdad, very strongly worded advisory to Iraqi forces. It really came with a twofold message. One seemed to be prepare for imminent war, and the other was God is on your side. To quote for a minute, the broadcast said, "You have angels on your shoulders," and it said the enemy is fighting on the side of the devil. Whatever kind of technology they bring against you, the broadcast said, it will not frighten you. Even if they outnumber you, do not be afraid. Earlier today, for the first time in one of the broadcasts, Saddam Hussein was mentioned, first time in several days now. He specifically was said to have chaired a meeting of the ruling Revolutionary Command Council and of the regional Ba'ath Party. That's an interesting one because there have been some publicly expressed doubts in Washington as to whether he was still in charge in Baghdad. Dan?
Thanks, Doug. President Bush, who is a veteran of World War II, a Navy flyer in the Pacific campaign, would, with almost every other American who was old enough to remember World War II, perhaps remember in the final days of the war when Allied forces were sweeping toward Paris, Adolf Hitler in his bunker kept sending word to his generals, "Is Paris burning? Is Paris burning?" One of the more memorable quotes of World War II. The German generals refused to put Paris to the torch, although the Fuhrer had ordered them to do so. Today, Kuwait is burning. Here in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, we can smell here, this many miles away from the border, we can smell the heavy odor of burning fuel. And as you get closer to the border up near Khafji, where that great battle was fought, it's not a pleasant thought, but it's part of the reality of war, that the heavy odor of the burning fuel is mixed with the unmistakable smell of death. Let's go back to Tom Fenton in Tel Aviv, where there's been a Scud attack. Tom?
Well, Dan, it looks like Saddam Hussein fired off his answer to the ultimatum and one last Scud at Israel at the same time. This last Scud turns out to have been a conventional warhead, thank God. And now, if they accepted the terms laid down by the United States and the Allies, that means there'll be no more Scuds against Israel. I'm sure the Israelis won't trust Saddam Hussein, though. They'll be prepared for something more until and when all the Scud missile launchers are destroyed. And apparently, he has quite a lot of them. Dan?
Thanks, Tom. Bill Plant reports from the State Department that it's being noted that as Tariq Aziz left Moscow to go back to Baghdad, that it was reported that he, quote, responded favorably to President Bush's conditions. However, the word, quote, accepted was not used.
Our era where you negotiate from a position of strength. If you can get it, you talk and you fight. These earlier air raids against Baghdad started at 7:30, half an hour before the ultimatum did expire. As the ultimatum did expire, in fact, there was a huge explosion in the hotel area. We could see the fireballs clearly from the garden of the hotel where we are standing. The air raid alert, the air raid warning the all clear, I should say, did sound about 10 minutes ago. We were allowed to put our light back up here, so we are, it's the only light in Baghdad, we are told, but we can be on camera here in the garden. All I can contribute to the Tariq Aziz affair, I can contribute nothing that would basically inform you on this latest development that he may have, in fact, directly approved the U.S. ultimatum, but the Baghdad radio has reporting the activities of the Revolution Command Council, which is chaired by President Saddam Hussein. It is his governing body. We were told, first of all, 2 hours ago that it did meet today with Saddam Hussein in attendance to discuss the political situation. We were then told that they were considering establishing a national democratic government in Kuwait if their offer of the Soviet initiative, or their acceptance of the Soviet initiative, was essentially turned down by the multinational forces in favor of their own. We interpreted this as a belligerent or a defiant act. Others have said, well, maybe that would be a way in which they could withdraw from Kuwait, but I would think it is, in effect, at this point, defiant. They did have Baghdad radio did talk about Tariq Aziz a little while ago, a few minutes ago, but simply reported that he had been in Moscow, that he had supported the Soviet initiative, and that's what the authorities here were supporting. Now, Tariq Aziz is on his way back to Baghdad. He apparently flew into Tehran, but it's a long overland journey. We don't expect him here till the early hours of the morning or mid-morning tomorrow, and we basically won't know he's here until Radio Baghdad reports that. Peter Arnett, CNN, reporting live from Baghdad.
We'll be going... Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you, Molly. We'll be going to CNN's military affairs correspondent, Wolf Blitzer, at the Pentagon, right after we take time out for this break.
In Kuwait, a statement from spokesman Marlon Fitzwater said, "It's a continuing outrage that Saddam Hussein is still intent upon destroying Kuwait and its people." The U.S. officials say Iraq has stepped up an atrocity campaign against Kuwaiti citizens.
Frequent reports indicate to us that they are carrying out a campaign of terror within Kuwait, principally Kuwait City. We knew that they were executing people on a routine basis, and they weren't people that were connected with the resistance or anything of that nature.
Spokesman Fitzwater says in light of such actions by Iraq, the coalition forces have no alternative but to continue to prosecute the war. Charles Bierbauer, CNN, live at the White House.
The timing of any land assault by Allied forces is up to their commanders now, and we check with the Pentagon and CNN's Wolf Blitzer.
Gene Randall standing in for Wolf Blitzer, Dave. In an air of expectancy, the first Pentagon briefing since the passing of the deadline for Iraqi troops to leave Kuwait.
We've clearly reached a turning point in this whole operation with the expiration of the noon deadline today. All kinds of people have said all sorts of things this week and the last few days about how everything works and what the chain of command is, but we're just not going to discuss that sort of thing anymore. I realize we've done that before, but we're not going to do it now.
Earlier, a senior Defense Department official said Operation Desert Storm Commander General Norman Schwarzkopf was fully authorized to go ahead with a ground offensive when he judges the time is right. Something that could help dictate the timing. Today's charges that Iraqi troops are engaged in terrorism in Kuwait.
100,000 Kuwaitis have been detained, tortured, and so on. But there's enough evidence to give us high confidence that what is currently happening, rounding up of Kuwaiti citizens for execution and torture, is in fact happening.
On what appears now to be the coming U.S.-led ground offensive, there is the question of Iraq's military effectiveness. What we got today, the word that despite Saddam Hussein's heavy battlefield losses, the road ahead will not be easy.
There are units in the theater of operations that have the capability to resist. I do not think that they have the capability to prevail. Matter of fact, I'm certain they don't. But they do have the capability to persist, and to say that a force of that many men with that many tanks left and they can do some internal reorganization is on the verge of collapse would be very dangerous, and as a matter of fact, you know, we tend not to underestimate the task at hand.
With no sign of any Iraqi withdrawal...
Yeah, you would hardly know. You would not know at all that a ground offensive has started.
Into occupied Kuwait. Details are hard to come by at this hour since the Pentagon has blacked out almost all information, saying that it did not in any way want to endanger U.S. troops. U.S. news organizations are cooperating. An Iraqi Scud missile struck the capital of Riyadh, the Saudi Arabian capital, doing some heavy damage to what appears to be a school. There are no reports of injuries in this latest missile attack on Riyadh. There are now reports that President Bush made up his mind some time ago that the moment of attack, if possible, could come on Saturday night, Eastern U.S. time. Among the reasons were what Mr. Bush called Iraq's scorched earth policy inside Kuwait. Latest reports from the Pentagon say that as many as 300 Kuwaiti oil wells may have been destroyed or are still burning. And our independent reporting, David Green, up on the border, has sent back some pictures of the Kuwaiti oil fields burning. Bob McEwen, who reached us by telephone as the ground war offensive began unfolding up there, reported the ground was shaking underneath him as artillery and the big guns of the battleships offshore pounded the border area. He also could see the bellowing smoke from the oil wells set aflame. Doug Tennell is in Amman, Jordan, monitoring Radio Baghdad. Doug, what are you hearing there?
Dan, we've just had first word from Radio Baghdad that the ground offensive is underway. The Iraqi radio has finally told Iraqis of what's beginning to happen. In a communique that interrupted their regular programming, a voice was heard to say the following, and I quote, "Dear brave fighters, you are now entering the mother of battles," using the phrase that Iraq has used to describe this war from the very beginning, but it seems to have taken on some new urgency. The communique said, you shall continue your strikes against, quote, the enemies of mankind. Iraqi men, it said, are not the type to make concessions. The radio broadcast also said that Iraq has been prepared for a day like this, a day never witnessed in history for a long time. The communique also said that, tell the enemy with your weapons, you shall fight with the simplest weapons against the most destructive. So we finally have from Baghdad Radio first word that the ground offensive is underway, Dan.
Thanks, Doug. David Martin is at the Pentagon.
Catching you up to date now, the Gulf War has entered a new phase, a phase the Pentagon official calls the end game. The coalition has launched a large-scale ground attack on Iraqi forces. President Bush made the announcement a little over 2.5 hours ago.
The liberation of Kuwait has now entered a final phase. I have complete confidence in the ability of the coalition forces swiftly and decisively to accomplish their mission. Tonight, as this coalition of countries seeks to do that which is right and just, I ask only that all of you stop what you were doing and say a prayer for all the coalition forces, and especially for our men and women in uniform, who this very moment are risking their lives for their country and for all of us.
U.S. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney followed up about a half an hour after the president.
For some period of time now, we've had a planning date and a planning hour that was selected by General Schwarzkopf based upon when he believed his forces would be ready, based upon when he felt we would have accomplished all we could with the air phase of the campaign by itself, based upon preparations of coalition forces, and that became a planning date. It was subject to change up to the last minute based upon such considerations as weather and the changes in the diplomatic situation.
Only minutes after first reports began filtering out about the beginnings of the ground war, an Iraqi Scud missile headed toward the Saudi Arabian capital of Riyadh. U.S. officials say 2 Patriot missiles intercepted the Scud. Still, something fell to the ground, apparently causing considerable damage to an empty Saudi Arabian school. Before the ground war began in earnest, U.S. Marines have been steadily increasing the intensity of their preliminary attacks on Iraqi positions. And Allied bombers have been blasting targets in Baghdad. CNN's Peter Arnett in the Iraqi capital reported that huge explosions were heard much earlier in the night, Baghdad time.
It is now about 20 to 9 in the morning in Baghdad, and CNN's Christian Amanpour is standing by live there with the latest. Christian?
Jonathan, just a few moments ago, there was an air raid siren, and after that, we heard the muffled sound of what appears to be bombs falling in the distance. However, that's the first sign of any activity we've had over the last few hours. The last thing we did have here was on the dot of 8 o'clock, the deadline, 8 p.m. local time, the deadline set by the United States. And the Allies, we did have a huge fireball, several bombs dropping over this area, but that was the latest. As for information today, Baghdad is very quiet. There's been nothing in the local press, obviously, and nothing on Baghdad radio. The only thing that we're getting on Baghdad radio is the Quran, prayers being said and parts of the Quran being read. So the people here, unless they're listening to international broadcasts and shortwave radio, have not yet woken up to the fact that the war has apparently gone into its next phase. It is quiet over here. The last thing we heard from President Saddam Hussein was that he was chairing a meeting of the Revolutionary Command Council yesterday to discuss the latest developments in the Gulf. The last thing we heard in terms of political response last night was from the vice chairman of the Revolutionary Command Council, who was fairly defiant, who basically rejected the United States ultimatum, saying that although Iraq wanted peace, the ultimatum was not realistic militarily and that they couldn't accept it. That is the latest from here. So far, it's very quiet. We've not yet had a chance to go out on the streets. We will be doing so soon to talk to people, find out what their feelings are. As I say, no sign of any military activity from Baghdad, and we're not allowed to go anywhere near lines or supply routes or anything else, so I can't tell you what kind of activity is going on near the front. I'm Christiane Amanpour, CNN, reporting live from Baghdad.
Christian, I know we're having communication problems right now, but if you can hear me and make out what I'm saying, obviously the people of Iraq are used to not knowing everything about what their government is up to, but I imagine on a day like today with the deadline passed, the kind of ignorance they are now being held in has got to be particularly difficult to endure. We're having a communication problem. We'll be back in just a moment, continuing our special coverage of the latest phase of the war in the Gulf.
The official presidential announcement now nearly 3 hours ago that the U.S. has launched the ground offensive. CNN's Charles Bierbauer has been standing by at the White House all day. Charles, what's the latest from there now?
Well, the latest is that most people here have gone to bed, and presumably the president is there now. We expect he'll be out in the morning, probably go to church, and then spend the rest of the day here at the White House keeping tabs on things as they move along in the Persian Gulf War. You know, Susan, one of the things that seems to fascinate journalists is what we call tick-tock here, who did what and when. So after President Bush had announced this new phase, the final phase he calls it, and after Secretary Cheney had had his say, White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater filled in some of the gaps, only some. One of the points he indicated to us is that it was General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander over in Saudi Arabia of U.S. forces, who set the date and the time for the ground offensive, 8 p.m. on Saturday, the 23rd of February. The only thing that could have stopped that ground phase really would have been an withdrawal from Kuwait. And the president had set the deadline himself for that last chance offer, the high noon Saturday opportunity for Iraq to start to move its forces. When the high noon deadline passed, General Schwarzkopf knew there was no reason to hold back on the land offensive. 2 hours after that began, at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, President Bush had returned to the White House to announce it.
I have therefore directed General Norman Schwarzkopf, in conjunction with coalition forces, to use all forces available, including ground forces, to eject the Iraqi army from Kuwait. Once again, this was a decision made only after extensive consultations within our coalition partnership.
All of this was in gear before the final week's flurry of diplomatic activities seeking a peaceful way out of Kuwait for Saddam Hussein. The Soviet initiative, which never really got going and probably had no chance of being accepted by the White House. In fact, Mr. Gorbachev called President Bush up at Camp David shortly before that noon deadline Saturday, asking for a 2-day delay to give the Iraqis more time, suggesting that perhaps the U.S. and the Soviets could merge their two plans. Mr. Bush was polite but firm, said the coalition's position was fixed. And Mr. Gorbachev was not, however, told of the time of battle. As for the last chance warning, how that came about, Mr. Fitzwater indicated to us that on Thursday night the president was conferring with his senior military advisors. The Soviet offer was on the table, at least in Moscow, and the sense was that the U.S. ought to declare very firmly what its conditions were for an Iraqi withdrawal, and it was General Colin Powell, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, according to Mr. Fitzwater, who said, well, let's lay a time out on the table, and then they'll know precisely what they have to do. The president did that Friday in the Rose Garden, telling Saddam Hussein he had to move by noon Saturday.
Without the agreement of the government of Iraq to meet demands of United Nations Security Council Resolution 660, as set forth in the specific terms spelled out by the coalition, to withdraw unconditionally from Kuwait. To the contrary, what we have seen is a redoubling of Saddam Hussein's efforts to destroy completely Kuwait and its people.
Indeed, in the past day, we've heard concerns expressed here about a deteriorating situation inside Kuwait, what the White House calls the scorched earth policy of destroying the Kuwaiti oil apparatus, the oil fields and refineries, and also concerns about increasing atrocities, execution squads being led by Iraqi soldiers against Kuwaiti people. Susan?
Charles, you mentioned reporters' interest in who did what, where, and when. What and when. Where, of course, is another item of interest. Where are the key players right now? You mentioned that the president might be in bed, but where is the Secretary of State, the Joint Chiefs of Staff?
I can't speak for all of them. I can't really speak with the utmost authority for any of them. We're told the president did go back to the residence. He had been in the Oval Office after making that brief address at 10 o'clock Eastern Time Saturday night. He took a short walk around the South Grounds, a walk with Ranger, one of the dogs here, and then retired to the residence. As for the rest of them, well, they'll have to speak for themselves as to where they are. General Scowcroft seems to spend an awful lot of his time in his corner office at the White House, and will probably be back there monitoring events throughout the day tomorrow and keeping President Bush apprised. That's about as much as I know on that score.
Thank you, CNN's Charles Bierbauer at the White House. Jonathan?
By any standard, it looks too late right now to end the conflict over Kuwait with a diplomatic solution, but there has been activity at the United Nations nonetheless. With more on that now, we go live to CNN's Jeannie Most. Jeannie?
The UN Security Council meeting tonight broke up with several ambassadors making angry, at times sarcastic statements to the press, statements that brought strong responses from the U.S. and the British ambassadors. The council was supposed to meet behind closed doors to talk about trying to merge the Soviet plan and the U.S. plan to end the war, but instead the ground war began. In response, Iraq's deputy ambassador said that Iraq would never surrender, and Kuwait's ambassador said his people would soon smell the fresh air of freedom. Here are their initial reactions, first Iraq, then Kuwait.
From what you've heard, though, how do you feel about the ground war beginning?
I think it will be a long war. For only the sake of one intransigent leader, the world is paying dearly in order to preserve peace and security. We are sorry that we were not able to convince, the whole world was not able to convince Saddam Hussein to leave Kuwait and to save his nation, his country, and the region, the catastrophe which he has brought.
Now, those comments came right before the Security Council met, but it didn't meet for long, just about a half an hour. As I said, they were supposed to talk about peace plans, but that was pointless given the ground war. Apparently, the members of the council agreed that they couldn't agree on what to do next. Yemen and Cuba, the ambassadors from those countries, were particularly upset. Inside the closed-door meeting, Yemen suggested that they all go home so that they didn't give the world the impression that they were actually doing something in there. Yemen's ambassador then stalked out of the meeting.
We think that there is no need for this ground war. It's unjustifiable. It's unnecessary. Nobody can say, why on earth so many thousand people will have to die just because there's a disagreement on a few days in terms of withdrawal.
We spent the whole day in an exercise that was really a big joke, promoted by some people that knew that no peace was possible.
There are no further suggestions at this point as to what to do to implement the resolutions of the council, although the council is obviously determined to try to do that, despite the fact that a couple of more disruptive members have tried to denigrate from the role of the council.
I would not say, like others, that it was a sad day for the United Nations. I would say, like myself, that it was a remarkably sad day for the people of Iraq.
The council is eclipsed at this point.
I think that the council may go on vacation.
People often come out of the Security Council and say that when they haven't had their own way.
Even at the UN Security Council, peace was elusive tonight. I'm Jeannie Mose reporting live from the United Nations.
I'm David French in Washington, as we are joined now by Senator Connie Mack, Republican of Florida, also
I guess this is what I get paid to do.
We're going to walk through the country and liberate Kuwait.
Ready to go home, just like everybody else.
You know, it's wrong to kill somebody, but at the same time, I know if I have to fight, I have to go up north and keep fighting and fighting if I want to go back. Allied forces punch holes in Iraq's first lines of defense.
And Iraqi soldiers surrender by the thousands. This is CNN's continuing coverage of the war in the Gulf. I'm David French in Washington.
I'm Jonathan Mann at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Here's the latest at this hour. About 90 minutes ago, Iraq launched another missile attack against Israel, the first such attack on Israel since the beginning of the ground war. Israeli officials say one missile was launched towards the southern part of the country. They say no one was hurt. Meanwhile, the Allies continue to move ahead with what they describe as a very successful opening to the ground offensive. CNN's Jennifer Michael has more.
Sunset inside Iraq. Soldiers of the Army's 18th Artillery take up positions and prepare to fire their howitzers at Iraqi targets.
Number 3, deflection, 2-4, 6-3.
You know, it's wrong to kill somebody, but at the same time, I know if I have to fight, I have to go up north and keep fighting and fighting if I want to go back.
Emotions may be mixed, but the Allies say they're scoring dramatic successes during their land strike into southern Iraq and Kuwait. Officials are short on specifics, but the commander of Operation Desert Storm says Allied casualties are light, and Iraqi soldiers are surrendering by the thousands. Members of the Marines' 2nd Division say they've rounded up 1,500 Iraqi troops as they moved into Kuwait, and they say Iraq's frontline division doesn't exist anymore.
I think we beat them up pretty bad with the air war. I think they're probably pretty demoralized right now, but I don't want to underestimate them.
Saddam Hussein is urging his troops to fight on against Allied forces. As Iraq released new pictures of President Hussein and his Revolutionary Command Council, Baghdad radio was broadcasting a message from the Iraqi leader telling his troops to, quote, crush the head of the snake. And Iraqi military communiques rejected Allied claims of success on the battlefield, saying Allied troops are, quote, dying like flies. For the residents of Baghdad, another night of Allied bombardment from the skies, following a day of relative calm, quiet, and speculation about how the war will end and what happens after that.
We will try again. If we are defeated now, we will try again and again and again.
A showdown in the skies over Saudi Arabia late Sunday as U.S. Patriot missiles streak upward to meet an incoming Iraqi Scud. U.S. officials say the Scud was intercepted. The debris fell like a shower of sparkles and landed in an empty lot in Riyadh. No injuries were reported in this attack or two other Scud attacks on Saudi Arabia earlier in the day. Jennifer Michael, CNN, reporting.
The ground campaign is now more than 24 hours old. Joining us with the latest numbers and strategies from the Pentagon, CNN's military affairs correspondent, Wolf Blitzer. Wolf.
David, with thousands of Iraqi soldiers captured and low U.S. casualties, top U.S. military planners say the Allied ground offensive is moving ahead more quickly and smoothly than anticipated.
The casualties have been extremely light. As a matter of fact, remarkably light. So far, the offensive is progressing with dramatic success. The troops are doing a great job.
Defense Secretary Dick Cheney says it won't be a long, drawn-out campaign, but he warns that more serious fighting lies ahead.
I think it's safe to say it's gone better than expected, but this is only the first day. We still have a long ways to go, and I'd rather be cautious than overly optimistic.
British desert rats and French troops are reportedly to the west of the U.S. Army's 7th Corps and its tanks and armored vehicles moving into Iraq, west of the Republican Guard. So far, there have only been a few initial encounters with Iraq's best soldiers. U.S. Marines are moving right behind Saudi and possibly Kuwaiti troops south and west of Kuwait City. But as of Sunday evening, the capital had not been taken. Still, sources claim that objective is within sight and could be only a day or two away. Pentagon sources say that U.S. and other allied forces have not only spotted burning oil fields in Kuwait, but also buildings on fire in Kuwait City, allegedly set by Iraqi soldiers. How long will the war last? Some informed observers insist that based on the initial exchanges, it should take days and not weeks of combat to remove Iraqi troops from Kuwait.
I think all indications are now that it's 3 or 4 days.
But other observers are less confident. They warn that the most serious fighting remains, possibly including Iraqi chemical weapons. Sources say the Iraqis appear to have been, quote, totally surprised by the speed and power of the ground offensive. Said one U.S. source, they had no idea how fast we would be moving.
You say the opposition is light. Is this because you have avoided a frontal confrontation with them? Are you going around or over, and is that why there's little opposition?
We're going to go around, over, through, on top, underneath, and any other way.
Officials say the large number of Iraqi prisoners confirms the Allied strategy has worked.
The fact that we've captured thousands of Iraqis in the first few hours of the operation is evidence of the success of the air campaign, that they have been cut off from their supplies, that they are badly demoralized, and that they'd rather quit than fight, and that's obviously a great advantage for us.
But there are so many Iraqi prisoners, U.S. officials say the Allies are facing a logistical nightmare. They say all of these prisoners could slow the advance. Defense Secretary Cheney and other senior Pentagon officials continue to caution that serious fighting is taking place. This is by no means going to be a quick war. David?
Wolf, is there a feeling that these defections will continue at this heavy pace? What are there, more than 10,000 surrendering to all of the Allies so far? We can't do that every day.
It's been almost dizzying, according to Pentagon officials, although they insist they have been prepared for these huge numbers. Earlier this morning, the commander of Operation Desert Storm, General Norman Schwarzkopf, released numbers suggesting 5,500 Iraqi prisoners. It went up to 6,500, 7,500, now over 10,000. Preparations have been made for 100,000. Some officials here suggest the number could go up to 200,000.
There were feelings that it might slow things down, but they are prepared for those numbers, right?
They're prepared for 100,000. They're not quite sure they're prepared for 200,000, but this is something they're certainly looking into right now. And even though these initial reports, David, let me caution once again, are very upbeat as far as the U.S. is concerned, Pentagon officials maintain that the best of the Iraqi soldiers have not yet been engaged, namely the Republican Guard.
All right, Wolf Blitzer, once again, thank you from the Pentagon. Jonathan.
David, we're going to take a break, but when we come back, we'll have a live update from Saudi Arabia.
Considering that more deaths were expected and an effort to challenge Allied resolve. A bit of information for you that according to pool reports, Army units intend to, once inside Iraq, only be there for up to 3 weeks and will either confine Iraqis as they come across to their homes or they will convince them to move north. The first objective, hold on one second. The first objective, once inside Iraq, will apparently be to secure, safeguard water supplies there, and they will, any food that they happen to get, any food that they happen to need, any vehicles they happen to need, they will secure from Iraqi civilians. This according to a pool report, if you can hear it. Now, for more on the activities of the first day of the ground invasion, we turn to Jeremy Thompson.
Inside Kuwait today, and the road to liberation was littered with the remnants of an army in retreat. The carcasses of fighting vehicles lined the cratered way. There was plenty of evidence of a hasty withdrawal, but not a single Iraqi soldier in sight, and this just 50 miles from Kuwait City. Saddam's army had fled without even lighting the oil trenches designed to thwart the coalition's advance. The sheer speed of the land assault had clearly caught the Iraqis off guard. The Allied commanders had always promised it would be swift and vigorous, but even they could hardly have dared hope to achieve the first day's objectives in half the time. The battle formation charged forward, meeting little resistance, sweeping towards Kuwait City in the east, cutting deep into Iraq on the west. British pilots striking targets on the battlefield were amazed at the rate of the Allied advance beneath them.
Once we were airborne, we found out on the radio that our matter of some 10 miles north, due to the fact that our own troops were progressing so quickly, moving through enemy lines, that we had to attack another target.
The blazing oil wells torched by the Iraqis may have hindered airmen, but they proved no barrier to the army. Distant guns boomed out against the smoke-filled backdrop of the battlefield. As the offensive began in darkness, the Allied barrage was fearsome. But surprisingly, there was little response from the Iraqis. Ahead of the artillery, Apache helicopters played a crucial role in snuffing out Saddam's defenses. Through their infrared lenses, the pilots picked out an Iraqi command post and attacked. The Apaches also proved highly effective tank killers. Even at night, armor caught in the open was no match for its Hellfire missiles. During the day, Allied convoys poured into Kuwait almost at will. The passage through Iraqi minefields had been carefully marked by combat engineers. The Marines passed an abandoned anti-aircraft battery. Then, in the distance, an extraordinary sight. Hundreds of Iraqi prisoners filing across the horizon and into captivity. Behind them, as they marched with hands on heads, a burning wellhead set alight by Saddam's army. For these Marines, day one of the land battle had been a success. Though the liberation of Kuwait was far from over. Jeremy Thompson, ITN in Saudi Arabia.
We now have the first pictures received of soldiers who have been wounded in the ground war. Officials say 4 of the wounded have been brought to U.S. Navy field hospital facilities, hospital number 5 in Jubail, Saudi Arabia. All families related to the injured have been notified, so we'll be looking at the Allied Field Hospital now in action.
I got hit, and once I got hit, I went down. They got the coma to me, but like I said, you know, the world didn't stop because I got hit, because we're Marines and we have to accomplish the mission first. And once the mission got accomplished and the area was secured, and I was taken care of.
That is indeed a very severe injury. It's going to take quite a bit of surgery, perhaps bone grafting to get him back, a lot of rehabilitation.
How did the Iraqis fight? They didn't fight too hard. You know, once we gained fire superiority, which was the key, because the reason why I got hit and no one else got hit is because I have a saw. And my saw is a high velocity type weapon. And before we went to the minefield, I noticed one other firefight that was very intense. I believe it was with heavy guns. And it was just very intense. And I knew going in that it wasn't going to be 1, 2, 3.
40 million people going to be poking all over you. You'll learn to love every minute.
What happened to you?
Good name.
I got in front of me, hit a booby trap. A booby trap? Yeah. Like a mine? A hand grenade, I think.
What did you think had happened? Do you think you were okay?
I'm real tired. No, I thought I was dead.
Really?
Yeah. But, because, you know, it's like a hit right in the head right here. But a couple of seconds after that, you know, I could hear voices and I was good to go.
Were you scared?
Yeah, a little bit.
How did your team function?
I think real well. I mean, everybody's nervous. I'm nervous. Everybody here is nervous because, again, this is the first time this has happened for real for a long time. But I think everybody did pretty well. We've been here long enough that even though we haven't seen a lot of war injuries, we've seen a fair number of other people hurt, accidental gunshots, and some pretty bad traffic accidents. So people are used to the team concept, and I think everybody did a good job.
Now, updating some of today's headlines, President Bush is said to be, quote, very pleased with overall ground operations in the Gulf. He met earlier tonight with his top national security advisors, and General Norman Schwarzkopf says the U.S. ground offensive is, quote, progressing with dramatic success. He says Allied casualties have been extremely light.
With the ground campaign moving into an end, every hour, Baghdad radio repeats his speech, calling on his army to fight to the death, to defeat what he calls the infidel forces. In Washington, President and Mrs. Bush and several top administration officials attended church services early on Sunday. Mr. Bush spent the rest of the day monitoring the progress of the ground attack from inside the White House.
There are sirens once again being heard in Israel, this about 2 hours after a Scud attack on the Jewish state. We go now live to Tel Aviv, where CNN's Richard Roth is standing by. Richard?
Yes, you can hear the sirens going off behind me right now in Tel Aviv, all across the Jewish state, we believe. Less than 2 hours ago, a missile was fired towards southern Israel, and now this would, if a missile attack was occurring, this would make it the second one in a very short time. The one fired 2 hours ago was the first that Iraq fired at Israel since the outbreak of the ground war. The one previously was Saturday night before the U.S. deadline to get out of, for Iraq to get out of Kuwait. Is there any late word we have on this from Israeli radio? Any word on whether a missile was fired or anything? Everyone's been ordered into their sealed rooms to put on the gas masks, and we're waiting. And everyone's off the streets, obviously. It's 5:30 in the morning local time. The Israeli High Command was very worried that Saddam Hussein might live up to his threat to use chemical weapons should Iraq suffer militarily on the battlefield. In the early hours of the ground war, people have been carrying around their gas masks. Shortly, we will probably have an update for you on exactly what is happening. Richard Roth, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Richard. Check in when you can. This has been a low-profile day in the United States for President Bush, but through his spokesman, the president sent word he's pleased with how things are going. For more now, we turn to CNN's Frank Sesno, standing by live at the White House. Frank?
Jonathan, the White House is cautious but clearly pleased at the way things have gone throughout these early phases of the ground campaign. The president says his military commanders are doing a truly admirable job. It's a job, of course, he's been watching very closely throughout this day, and they have been busy briefing the commander-in-chief throughout this pivotal day. Late Sunday afternoon, the president's senior advisors arrived at the White House to provide a fresh report on the ground war in Kuwait. Joint Chiefs Chairman General Colin Powell provided an upbeat and encouraging readout. According to White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater, the general's conclusion essentially was that the initial thrusts have been steady, according to plan, and very successful. The president was quite gratified with the pace and the effectiveness of the operation. Throughout the day, Mr. Bush monitored the combat without public comment. Sunday morning, he attended church, accompanied by the vice president and top aides, including Defense Secretary Dick Cheney, who later reported the war was going very well. In Saudi Arabia, Supreme Allied Commander Norman Schwarzkopf described himself as delighted at the campaign and the low Allied casualties, but cautioned that tough times lie ahead. It was an assessment echoed by others.
My fears are that there's too much optimism. You know, the operations are going well, but he still does have a very formidable army, and I think we need to be cautious about euphoria.
I don't want to predict the situation with respect to casualties any more than I do with respect to time. To date, we have been very successful, but again, it's only the first day, and I don't want to make a hard and fast forecast about casualty levels.
In Paris, French President François Mitterrand said the Allies have only one objective: to liberate Kuwait.
Things are moving faster and with fewer obstacles than we thought.
U.S. officials have frequently said they won't weep if Saddam Hussein is toppled. While their strategy has often appeared designed to bring that about, they say that's not the goal of this war.
Our objectives are to liberate Kuwait. And once we've liberated Kuwait, we will have completed our assignment.
Allegations of Iraqi atrocities inside Kuwait is a principal reason given for starting the ground war, even as the Soviets were claiming progress in their diplomatic efforts.
They may be setting fire to Kuwait City itself. Large sections of the city are in flames. This is sort of a medieval practice. As he knows he must leave, he's going to be thrown out of Kuwait. He is basically intent on destroying everything.
The Bush administration does not want to see runaway optimism. White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater says so far the operation is indeed going very well. It is very successful, he says, but he quickly adds, we still have the anxiety that comes with war. Frank Sesno, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
Frank, a question for you before you go. President Bush, it hardly needs to be said, is of course the commander-in-chief, but it would seem that from moment to moment, hour to hour, he doesn't seem to be the man actually in command right now.
That's exactly, well, he is the man in command. There's no question about that. He gave the command to go, but it's quite right to say that he is not a micromanaging president. His top aides have told us repeatedly over the last several weeks that he is not second-guessing his military commanders. He's not doing it now. Once he gave the order to go ahead on the ground, he is trying as much as possible to stand back. He's receiving continual briefings, but he is not, we are told, calling the shots as to what takes place on the battlefield. That he is leaving to his generals and those in command. Jonathan?
Frank Sesno doing late-night duty at the White House. Thanks very much for that.
More Gulf news when we return. Did Congress...
Headlines, the largest helicopter assault in history descends from the desert sky. 300 choppers try to chop Iraqi supply lines. And U.S. paratroopers reportedly now hold the outer edges of Kuwait City. But the house-to-house hunt could be difficult in the days ahead.
In the United States, the American people are displaying strong support both for the troops and for President Bush's decision to begin the ground war. CNN's Dan Ronan reports members of Congress are echoing that public support.
History has shown that in the early hours of war, the American people and Congress usually rally around the White House and the troops fighting the battles. History repeats itself.
It's high time that we just faced up to what's in the best interest of the United States and in combination with our allies to do what we think is right and to persevere in it and not be dissuaded by the detractors who, frankly, yes, we fought for their right to say it in this country, but the number 20%, 25%, the majority ought to rule in this country, and that's my feeling unabashedly.
Some members of Congress say while early indications are the Allied ground offensive is going well, caution is needed.
It turned out Saddam Hussein was not prepared to take us on in the air, not prepared to take us on at sea, but he may yet be prepared to take us on somewhere along in the ground battle.
Others are optimistic.
Saddam Hussein seems more and more to be like the Wizard of Oz. He's a little man behind a screen. He can cast big images and shadows, but really when push comes to shove, doesn't have that much to offer.
Politicians are happy to be seen with soldiers. These members of the Illinois National Guard are still in Chicago. Senator Alan Dixon stopped by their armory to give them a pep talk. The state's other senator, Paul Simon, feels support for the president is as high as it was for Franklin Roosevelt during the first days of U.S. involvement in World War II. But he says removing Saddam Hussein should be left to the Iraqi people.
Let's get the Iraqi troops out of Kuwait. Let's stop any weapons going into Iraq in the meantime, and hope that the people of Iraq will take care of it. And you're talking about a country that has a long history of overthrowing governments.
I do hope that we don't escalate the goals. The goal was to free Kuwait. The larger goal is to stabilize the region.
Others in Congress say once the fighting ends, they want to make sure the United States does not become the Gulf's police force. But they admit that's a debate for another time. Dan Ronan, CNN reporting.
Now, once again, there has been another air raid alert in Israel. We go to Tel Aviv, where CNN's Richard Roth is standing by with the latest.
Yes, Jonathan, this is sort of the pattern of this Mideast conflict. The night the war broke out in January, Israel was all clear. People thought maybe Saddam was not going to live up to his promise to attack Tel Aviv. Then the next night, a large Scud attack. Now here, first few hours, initial success, a bit of euphoria here in the streets of Israel. And now, in the early morning hours here, Monday morning, a second missile attack by Iraq on Israel. Sirens went off about 10 minutes ago, about 5:35 in the morning, local time, nearly 2 hours after one missile was fired towards the southern part of Israel by Iraq. What we know about this latest attack is that Israeli television is reporting that there are no injuries, that the missile has come down somewhere in Israel, and that the missile, like the first one, was fired from western Iraq. Two areas of the country, the north and the central part, have been cleared. People can come out of their homes and take off their gas masks. The southern part, however, people are told to stay inside their sealed rooms and keep their gas masks on. Now, when Iraq fired at the southern part of the country the first time, several weeks ago, Baghdad radio said it was aiming at Israel's nuclear reactor at Dimona. There's no information yet whether missiles 1 and 2 that were fired tonight landed anywhere near there or exactly where they came down. A little while ago, they were still looking for the first missile. So, and which was which was carried a conventional warhead. As for this second missile of the wee hours here, we know that Israeli television is reporting no injuries. It is still unclear whether this second missile carried a conventional or chemical warhead. This is Richard Roth, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
Richard, with all of the attacks that Israel has now undergone, are people getting used to this, or has fear been heightened once again by the fact that the ground war is underway?
People are getting used to it. People were getting real used to it before the ground war started. A lot of people were walking out on the streets without their gas masks, and people were going out to clubs and restaurants. But now people are taking their gas masks, and people are very worried about the chemical threat. So people are very aware of what the possibilities are. A lot of people probably didn't go out tonight just in case, fearing something, and it happened a short time ago.
Richard Roth in Tel Aviv, thanks very much for that. Our special coverage of the war in the Gulf will continue after this break. We'll look back at the first hours of the biggest U.S.-led invasion.
For the first 5 or so weeks of Operation Desert Storm, much of the speculation focused on the impending ground war. Could it be avoided? And if not, how long would it take? Now the ground war has started, of course, and while the Allies report success, it is still unclear how long the fighting will go on. Here's a look at the last 18 hours.
Well, the way I see it is the further north we go, the closer to home we get. And that's the way I see it. We have to go kill people, but that's the only way we're getting home. I see it's either them or me. And, well, I love my family, and I'm going home to them.
Number 3, deflection, 2463.
When I had time to sit down and think, that's when I started contemplating over how that guy up north is putting his people in one hell of a situation. Because with our situation we have them in right now, they don't have a chance. The only way that we will lose this is we lose it ourselves. And I don't think Bush is going to let us do that.
Fight them, Iraqis. Oh, Iraqis, fight them. With all the power you have and all struggle for everything. And all the faith you have in a people that believes in God and in his dignity and his rights to choose and select and make its own decisions. Fight them, brave Iraqis.
Actually, it was a little easier than I thought it would be, except for a couple of close rounds. It went pretty well.
Everybody okay? Yeah. All right. Good.
Our left wheel axle hit a mine and it blew up.
May get the vehicle, but you ain't getting the gunners.
Can you describe what it was like inside the vehicle?
I'm not really sure because I think I was unconscious. The next thing I knew, I was running and I just fell down on the deck and my head was hurting extremely terrible.
Seeing all those EPWs come over the hill is a good sight, and I just hope we see more of them.
What do you think of the Iraqi forces so far?
Haven't seen that much of them. What I've seen is the ones that's been laying down their weapons and walking this way. I've heard a lot of artillery fire and seen a little incoming, but nothing up close and personal.
We will try again. If we are defeated now, we will try again and again and again.
It's a war, and I'm with you. We cannot to fight 29 governments.
We were looking forward for it to start because only if it starts it will come to an end.
Terrible situation, isn't it, that one has to actually pray that a war continues. This is terrible, but this is exactly what we were doing, I think, during the last few days.
They are coming to steal our land. They are coming to deceive it to the Jews.
The Arab people, the Muslims all over the world are with Iraq. And they will do everything they can to destroy the Americans.
He had only two options, surrender with humiliation or die with honor.
I thought for a long time that it would happen. It's too bad the poor Iraqi people got nothing out of it and were fooled.
As a mother, as one who has children, it's on the one hand distressing, but on the other hand, I don't know if there was any other solution at this time.
Artillery and rocket launchers hammered the Iraqi defenses. Saddam Hussein's much vaunted berm, a defensive barrier of sand bridges and ditches, turned out to be an anticlimax. 10 or 15 miles inside Kuwait, the lead Saudi column captured their first Iraqi prisoners. One soldier held out a leaflet calling on Iraqi troops to surrender. Another, slightly wounded, kissed one of his captors in relief. Most of them seemed to be glad it was all over. At least they were alive and had managed to avoid what Saddam boasted would be the mother of all battles.
She began the bombardment shortly after yesterday's ultimatum to Saddam Hussein had expired, targeting first on Iraqi installations of anti-aircraft batteries and bunkers sheltering thousands of Iraqi troops. But at dawn, with smoke from the fires along the Kuwaiti coast heavy on the sea, Missouri turned her guns on Kuwait City itself. It was timed to the beginning of the land offensive.
There's going to be a lot of people talking around you, okay? A lot of people doing stuff. So you got your doctors to answer these questions, all right?
Exposed patient.
Okay. 40 million people going to be poking all over you. You'll learn to love every minute.
What happened to you?
The guy in front of me hit a booby trap.
Booby trap? Yeah. Mine? Hand grenade.
And that's it for our war coverage at this hour. We will continue, though, to update on the Scud attacks on Israel. I'm Jonathan Mann.
I'm David French in Washington. The news continues.
Saudi soldiers go gunning for the enemy as the Allies move quickly and deeply into Kuwait. They fire into an abandoned Iraqi bunker to make sure it's empty.
And for more than 10,000 Iraqi soldiers, the war is over. Day one of the ground battle brings a long line of surrender. This is continuing CNN coverage of the Gulf War. I'm Don Miller.
And I'm Jonathan Mann. There have been more Scuds sent hurtling into Israel. We go now to Greg Lefebvre, who is standing by live in Jerusalem. What can you tell us, Greg?
Well, Jonathan, it is 2-for-1 night here in Israel. A lot of Israelis thought that they would not get some sleep once the ground war began, and it certainly has happened that way. The folks up on the hilltops of Jerusalem had only to look far to the south tonight and really see a spectacular sight as the Scud number 39, if we're keeping count, came streaking through the sky. This one coming through at precisely the same angle as the one that fell almost exactly 2 hours before. Again, the authorities here are telling us there were no injuries this time, no damage reported this time. The Israeli authorities sounded the all clear very quickly this time. Earlier this evening, it took them about 45 minutes, almost an hour, to declare an all clear, which indicates that this was in an unpopulated area, someplace perhaps remote and difficult to get to. This time, I'd have to think that the crews were not that far away, and the all clear was sounded just 25 minutes after the Scud came in. So tonight in Israel, a 2-for-1 night, but for Iraq, all for naught. Greg Lefebvre, CNN, live in Jerusalem.
Allied forces are little more than 1 day into the ground phase of Operation Desert Storm. So far, military officials are saying it has been smoother and quicker than they expected with...
A surprise announcement out of Baghdad. Iraqi radio says Saddam Hussein has ordered his troops to withdraw from Kuwait.
The announcement comes just hours after Iraq launched a deadly Scud attack on U.S. forces in Saudi Arabia. 12 U.S. servicemen are confirmed dead, 40 are missing. I'm Frank Sesno in Washington.
And from CNN Center in Atlanta, I'm Susan Rook. Here's the latest at this hour. Iraq says it is withdrawing its troops from Kuwait. It says it is following UN Security Council Resolution 660, which requires unconditional withdrawal, and the guidelines proposed in a Soviet peace plan. Baghdad Radio broadcast the announcement about 4.5 hours ago.
Orders have been issued to our armed forces to withdraw in an organized manner to their positions before the 1st of August, 1990.
The announcement came amid a flurry of activity today at the United Nations. The Soviet ambassador told the Security Council that his country had reason to believe Iraq would agree to an immediate and unconditional withdrawal from Kuwait. At the Soviets' request, the Security Council is scheduled to meet again at this hour. On the battlefront, Allied officials say coalition forces are driving deeper into Kuwait and Iraq, destroying scores of Iraqi tanks and capturing thousands of Iraqi POWs. Let's give you an idea now of how the Allies are moving. Iraq's Republican Guard units are concentrated north of Kuwait. U.S. airborne units are to the west, at least 50 miles into Iraq. From Saudi Arabia, French, U.S., and British ground forces are moving northward to cut off Iraqi forces in Kuwait. U.S. and Arab troops are continuing to push farther into Kuwait. And U.S. and French paratroopers have dropped into Kuwait in an effort to tighten the Allied grip on Kuwait City. Meanwhile, Iraq scores its harshest blow yet with a Scud missile. Debris from a Scud hit a U.S. military barracks in eastern Saudi Arabia and turned it into rubble. The U.S. Central Command says at least 12 service personnel were killed. At least 25 were wounded, and at last report, 40 were reported missing.
The UN Security Council is scheduled to be in a formal closed-door session at this hour. The Soviet Union requested the hastily arranged meeting. The UN still awaits official word from Iraq following Baghdad radio's announcement that the Iraqi leadership had ordered its army out of Kuwait. Joining us now from the UN, CNN's Jeannie Mose. Jeannie, what's the latest?
Well, council members are just starting to trickle in for that scheduled 10 o'clock meeting. They're just starting to come in. Again, this was at the Soviet request. CNN spoke just a few minutes ago with the Iraqi ambassador to the UN. He said he had not had word, official word yet from his government. He said he was hoping to get word between 10:15, 10:30, within the next half hour or so, and he hoped to be in a position to give the council a clear answer on this question. It all started this afternoon when the Soviet ambassador asked for closed-door consultations of the UN Security Council, and he told members, quote, "We have reason to believe Iraq is willing to accept immediate and unconditional withdrawal." The Soviet ambassador went on to outline 3 points, three-point plan, if you want to call it a plan. One would fix a date for withdrawal, the second would be a short withdrawal timetable, and the third would be that this is done without any conditions. And what's significant is the main condition that would be missing from this, that was there previously, and that is that the other 11 resolutions of the Council would be invalid once Iraq withdrew. That is no longer in these points mentioned by the Soviets. It seems to have disappeared. Now, the meeting of the Security Council broke up. There was a lot of skepticism because really all anyone had to go on was the Soviet ambassador saying, "We have reason to believe that Iraq is willing to accept unconditional withdrawal." There was no word from the Iraqis themselves. Here's what the U.S. and British ambassadors had to say.
The president of the council made clear that he had been in touch with the Iraqis and there was no Iraqi response. The Soviets said they had reason to believe the Iraqi reply might be constructive, but we haven't seen any Iraqi reply yet, so that's what we're waiting for.
If the government of Iraq comes forward and says that it can accept the Soviet approach, we'll have to think about it. But, and insofar as it appears in its very general terms to be rather similar to the approach of the Allies, it may not be impossible. I don't know. But we will have to see that. The first thing is to find out whether the government of Iraq is now prepared to set an early date for its withdrawal and a very short time scale for getting out of Kuwait. And in that case, we may have something to talk about.
Now, everyone is insisting that the Iraqi ambassador to the UN make some sort of signal or answer to the UN about this. We should point out the communications between New York and Baghdad have been difficult all along. The ambassador is not able to communicate directly with Baghdad and has been communicating through the Iraqi embassy in Amman, Jordan. And we understand that is how he is getting his information, or at least some of his information tonight. Now, when word first came from Radio Baghdad that Iraq is withdrawing or is allegedly withdrawing its troops, one of the first ambassadors here to comment was from India. Here is what he had to say.
If this report is correct, then I welcome the announcement very much. And it is now, I think, for the Security Council to ensure that the Iraq is allowed to withdraw its troops speedily and in safety.
And ensuring the safety of withdrawing Iraqi troops is a subject that the ambassador from Yemen mentioned, the ambassador from India. It's a big subject of concern here. And some diplomats are concerned that the U.S. and its allies don't really want to hear that Iraq is willing to withdraw, that they want to go on and continue, they want to finish the job of reducing Saddam Hussein's military might. In any case, we here at the UN are waiting for an official reply from the Iraqi ambassador to the UN. I'm Jeannie Mose reporting live from the United Nations.
Jeannie, before you go, we heard a great deal of skepticism there expressed by both the British and the American ambassadors, but if there should be word via the Iraqi ambassador that Iraq is indeed prepared to withdraw, how much pressure and from whom will there be for a ceasefire?
I think there'll be a lot of pressure, but on the other hand, I think there'll be a lot of questions that the U.S. and its allies will raise. Questions about what exactly is Iraq agreeing to? Are there definitely no conditions? I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth on this. I don't think it's going to be a quick, simple thing.
CNN's Jeannie Mose at the United Nations. Thank you very much. Susan?
The White House says the UN resolutions remain the guidelines to ending the war, and the administration says it has not heard anything yet to change the course of the battle. CNN's senior White House correspondent Charles Bierbauer is standing by live at the White House. Charles, what's the latest from your vantage point?
Well, in fact, we just got word that White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater is going to be in the White House briefing room here at about 10:30, that he would have a statement to make. This follows a nearly 2-hour meeting that the president has had this evening with his top national security advisors, what we call here the Gang of Eight, or some refer to as the Big Eight. That means the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the National Security Advisor, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the Vice President. The major people have been meeting with the president through much of the evening. That meeting broke up not too long ago. There's been a flurry of activity. I could see through the windows of, at least the curtained windows of National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft's office to see that there was some activity going on. And we will hear more from White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater, as I say, at 10:30. Earlier this evening, it was spokesman Fitzwater who said, as far as we know, the war goes on, and suggested that the Radio Baghdad broadcast was not good enough, that the U.S. really wanted to hear from high-ranking Iraqi officials in a formal and authoritative way, presumably at the United Nations, just what was going on. That's the latest from here.
Charles, Jeannie Most just reported that there is liable to be considerable pressure exerted from some members of the United Nations. If this turns out to be true, how is that likely to affect coalition solidarity?
Well, so far the coalition has managed to hold together fairly tightly on this. Bear in mind that the coalition is that 20-some, nearly 30 countries that are actually involved in a military operation. That beyond that, you then have the Soviets and the others. The Soviets are not part of the coalition. So you could have a situation where the Soviets are backing a move at the United Nations and the U.S. is not supportive of it. We don't know the details yet. We don't know exactly what the Iraqis are telling the Soviets and what the Soviets themselves may bring forward at the UN. So unless that communication has taken place within the past 2 hours, as I say, with the president in the Oval Office, that's the kind of detail we'll be looking for when we hear from the White House spokesman later on. So far, the coalition has held. What it does now, we'll have to wait and see.
Just briefly to clarify, sure. Charles, when Marlin Fitzwater speaks 20 minutes from now, will it be a live televised briefing or will it be off camera?
We'll all see and hear it. It'll be on camera.
Terrific. Thank you much.
Okay.
CNN's Charles Bierbauer speaking to us live from the White House. Still ahead, we will go to the Pentagon for reaction to the Iraqi announcement, and we will get a live report from inside Kuwait. Stay tuned. Iraq calls its campaign to annex Kuwait an epic, valiant battle. And although it apparently wants to end that battle, the U.S. so far is not buying it, especially at this late date, and especially with the success that Allied ground forces are enjoying. CNN's Wolf Blitzer has more.
The massive U.S. and Allied ground offensive is moving rapidly to outflank Iraq's Republican Guard. Mechanized and airborne divisions from the U.S., France, and Britain are already deep inside Iraq and may soon be in position to block any potential Iraqi retreat. Sources describe what they say has been an unusually swift advance that may have triggered the latest Iraqi withdrawal statement. Privately, officials say they plan to pursue the war without change, and they say they are accelerating the Allied advance. Just as the Baghdad announcement was being made, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney and General Colin Powell were briefing the congressional leadership on the first 2 days of the ground offensive.
He would have to end all hostilities, including all Scud attacks. There's no way you're going to have him get out of Kuwait and have a ceasefire if he's still shooting at Israel and shooting at Saudi Arabia.
At this point in time, we should be very cautious to go beyond anything except what is stated by those on-scene commanders, because I would not be responsible for raising the hopes and aspirations of families back here or troops in the front line.
Officials say the Allied war plan is moving forward well ahead of schedule.
We are continuing to attack and continue to achieve tremendous success against the Iraqi forces in the KTO. Our ground forces continue to encounter light to moderate resistance and are currently ahead of schedule in securing their planned objectives.
And General Neal says the Allies have scored successes against Iraq's vaunted, but still largely silent, Republican Guard.
We have engaged some forces of the Republican Guards and enjoy the same success that we're having against other forces.
An early exchange with the Guard resulted in the loss of 35 Soviet-made T-72 tanks. Pentagon officials say Allied airstrikes have effectively paralyzed any potential Iraqi counterstrike. They say that among the thousands of Iraqi soldiers taken prisoner have been members of the Republican Guard, and they confirm the Allies have started using captured airfields in Iraq. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
Kuwaiti and Saudi troops moved within 40 miles of Kuwait City Monday. CNN's Brian Jenkins caught up with the troops in southern Kuwait.
The road north to Kuwait City is now strewn with the charred wreckage of Iraqi vehicles and pockmarked with craters from the bombs and rockets that chased the occupiers away. In their wake came columns of Saudi and Kuwaiti troops exulting in the apparent ease of the Allied offensive.
Can you tell us, what was your experience? What did you experience on the first day of the campaign?
From the first day, we get a very nice experience, but we thank God we don't have any too much people injured by our army, and only I face here as a doctor in this area. Only the prisoner, they are really injured too much.
36 hours after the start of what Saddam Hussein billed as the mother of all battles, there were no Iraqi casualties to be seen on the battlefield, but Iraqi prisoners came pouring in by the hundreds. One spoke of the shame of defeat, but most seemed far more relieved to be done with war than they were fearful of their Saudi captors.
And what kind of resistance? Approximately, what kind of... how was the Iraqi army that you met?
Oh, the Iraqi army, you know, it's all I can tell you, all the Iraqi soldiers, you know, he don't need to fight.
Artillery fire showed some Iraqis were still putting up a fight, but Saudi and Kuwaiti troops simply watched the shells kick up clouds. And these soldiers seem more concerned about a desert snake than enemy firepower. Everyone stepped carefully around the thousands of landmines the Iraqis had left behind. The blackened hull of an Iraqi tank reminded everyone passing of the damage a buried explosive could do. Despite the months of work Iraqis had put into laying their barriers, those obstacles seemed to have hardly slowed the Allied attackers. For Kuwaiti soldiers, the forward march to reclaim their country couldn't move fast enough. This happens to be Kuwait's Independence Day, and while it may take some time for Operation Desert Storm to completely blow over, this part of Kuwait is plainly liberated. In tribute to the friends who helped win back their land, some Kuwaiti soldiers are flying the colors of coalition partners and welcoming others to plant their flags, if only temporarily, on the parcels of sand they are rolling across. Brian Jenkins, CNN in southern Kuwait.
We are expecting the first official word from the White House to these fast-moving developments shortly. Via a spokesman from White House statement from White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater. That's coming up approximately, we are told, 10 minutes from now. We will take a break. Our coverage will continue right after this.
Yeah, we're in! We made the Inc. 500!
Listen to these real-life stories. And checking events in the Gulf War, the White House says the war goes on, despite reports that Iraq has ordered its army to withdraw from Kuwait. We expect to hear from White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater in about 10 minutes. CNN has learned that large numbers of Iraqi tanks and trucks were seen heading north from Kuwait, but there is still no official confirmation of Iraq's intentions.
As we mentioned earlier, Iraq's most devastating Scud attack occurred earlier today. The U.S. Central Command says at least 12 service personnel died, 25 were wounded, and 40 are listed as missing. Rescue crews are still digging through the rubble of the U.S. military barracks in Saudi Arabia, where parts of the Scud came crashing down. With more, CNN's Mike Chinoy.
It was shortly after dark when the air raid alarm sounded in eastern Saudi Arabia, an incoming Iraqi Scud. The U.S. Central Command says it broke up in flight. The debris scored a direct hit on a building housing over 100 American servicemen. There was a huge explosion and then chaos, panic, and death. Ambulances raced through the night, and rescue workers, including many U.S. servicemen and women, struggled to pull the victims from the debris. The building was almost totally demolished.
Nothing. There was just basically the skeleton of the building. It was an inferno, and you could just barely see the frame of the building. I did see some charred bodies, and I wasn't sure if they were alive or dead, but it looked pretty bad. It was very gruesome.
Medical helicopters picked up many wounded and took them to nearby hospitals. It was the worst casualty toll from a Scud attack anywhere since the war began, and the first time these deadly missiles have killed and injured Americans. Until now, the Patriot missiles have had a remarkably good track record in intercepting and neutralizing the Scuds. Saddam Hussein has repeatedly tried to use the Scuds, largely to sow fear and terror among civilians in Saudi Arabia and Israel. He has fired them repeatedly at Dhahran, Riyadh, and Tel Aviv. The attack came nearly 2 days into the Allied ground war to evict the Iraqis from Kuwait. In general, that war has been for Saddam Hussein, leaving this attack horrifying but militarily insignificant as virtually the only success the Iraqi leader can claim. Mike Chenoy, CNN in eastern Saudi Arabia.
Indeed, Iraq has stepped up its missile attacks. Ground war. 2 Scuds landed harmlessly in the Negev desert during the pre-dawn hours Monday in Israel, raising the total of Iraqi attacks on Israel to 39. Iraq also launched 2 Silkworm missiles at Allied naval forces. Its first use of Silkworm British fire intercepted 1 Chinese-made Silkworm, while the other fell into the Gulf.
Still to come, the U.S. troops in Iraq are getting some of their supplies flown in by women. We'll have more when we come back. Attack back in Saudi Arabia, and to the possibility of encountering chemical warfare.
Y'all had heard earlier when we'd mentioned that 12 U.S. military personnel in Saudi Arabia had been killed by a Scud missile attack. Does that do anything to your determination?
Oh, I think it does something to all our determination. I think the Marines are going to fight even more harder than they have been now. We're going to get the objective sooner than ever.
I think it's done that. Lieutenant Knowles, quick question. There'd been a lot of concern about chemical or biological weapons. Any evidence so far, just from your limited venue here on the ground, of any of that being used?
Right now in our sector, there's been no signs of chemical or biological warfare. However, we are maintaining our high mop posture with our mop suits on in preparation for anything he might throw at us.
By law and by military regulations, U.S. women do not fight wars. But women pilots, for the first time on Sunday, flew helicopters in an air assault into enemy territory. British Pool correspondent Arnott Van Linden spoke with the commander of the 101st before the historic mission.
On the afternoon before the ground assault is launched, it's time for final preparations at the staging area of the Chinooks, which will be bringing in the heavy weapons for the 101st Airborne Division the next morning. 105mm howitzers and their ammunition. All along the front lines, such work is being done, but this is a singular helicopter company. Its commander is Major Marie Rossi, who will shortly become the first woman to cross the border into enemy territory.
My 10 is with my other 2 female officers, so we kind of, we thought it was pretty neat that 3 women were going to be across the border before the rest of the battalion was.
But she dismisses it as a special distinction. In the American Army, men and women are now equals. A major cultural change this war has made all too clear.
I think if you talk to women who are professionally in the military, we see ourselves as soldiers. We don't really put it into perspective as men versus women. And what I'm doing is no greater or no less than the man who's flying next to me or the men that are flying ahead of me.
That night, there's a final briefing inside one of the Chinooks. On the faces, one can read a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Then, early in the morning of the 24th of February, the ammunition for the howitzers is slung under Marie Rossi's Chinook. Its destination, the forward areas, the 101st have already set up deep inside Iraq. The first heavy guns and the first heavy shells to arrive in enemy territory. Throughout the day, the flights continue. Major Rossi making 2 more flights, this time with fuel. And by nightfall, a unique mission has been accomplished. Arnott Van Linden, with the 18th Airborne Division in Iraq.
White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater is due here in the briefing room almost any moment. That's probably him coming shortly with the door opening behind me for a statement on the latest developments.
We continue to prosecute the war. We have heard no reason to change that. And because there is a war on, our first concern must be the safety and security of the United States and coalition forces. We don't know whether this most recent claim about Iraqi withdrawal is genuine. We have no evidence to suggest the Iraqi army is withdrawing. In fact, Iraqi units are continuing to fight. Moreover, we remember when Saddam Hussein's tanks pretended to surrender at Kafshi, only to turn and fire. We remember the Scud attacks today and Saddam's many broken promises of the past. There are at least an additional 22 dead Americans tonight who offer silent testimony to the intentions of Saddam Hussein. The statement out of Baghdad today says that Saddam Hussein's forces will fight their way out while retreating. We will not attack unarmed soldiers in retreat, but we will consider retreating combat units as a movement of war. The only way Saddam Hussein can persuade the coalition of the seriousness of his intentions would be for him personally and publicly to agree to the terms of the proposal we issued on February 22. And because the announcement from Baghdad referred to the Soviet initiative, he must personally and publicly accept explicitly all relevant UN Security Council resolutions, including especially UN Security Council Resolution 662, which calls for Iraqi rescission of its purported annexation of Kuwait, and UN Security Council Resolution 674, which calls for Iraqi compensation to Kuwait and others. That's the end of the statement. I might just add that the President met with his national security advisors for approximately an hour and 15 minutes this evening to consider this matter.
Moments ago, White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater said the war continues despite word on Iraqi radio for Iraqi forces to withdraw from Kuwait. CNN's Wolf Blitzer is standing by with the latest from the Pentagon. Wolf.
Susan, here at the Pentagon, ever since the Baghdad radio announcement was made, officials have been suggesting that the only way they want to see Iraqi troops withdraw from Kuwait is without any of their weapons, certainly without their tanks, their armor, their artillery. And the statement made by Marlin Fitzwater, of course, is warmly received here by the military officers who believe that the U.S. and the Allies are on the verge of a victory, a very decisive victory, a military victory as well as a political victory. That's why they're reluctant to stop, to have any sort of pause, any kind of ceasefire that would enable Saddam Hussein to emerge with any significant military authority or political authority. And that's why the notion that Saddam Hussein personally must accept all of these UN resolutions and basically capitulate is something that military officers here would welcome. The notion also is strengthened by the fact that the U.S. remains deeply concerned that even though this war so far, the ground war, has gone exceedingly well, as far as the Pentagon is concerned, things could still go not so well. And there are very, very serious battles underway right now, we are told, not only in Kuwait, but also in Iraq. And senior Pentagon planners have an additional concern, one of the wild cards in all of this so far unused, namely Iraq's use of chemical weapons. U.S. troops are well prepared for that. They've gone into the Kuwaiti theater of operations with all of the chemical gear, with their masks. They anticipate that the Iraqis are still capable of firing gas shells out of these artillery hardware that they've put in Kuwait as well as in Iraq. No evidence that that has happened yet, but there are concerns that it could still happen. There are some Iraqi prisoners of war who have been interrogated who have confirmed that the Iraqis do have this chemical capability. And the U.S. is concerned about this, not necessarily from the strict military point of view, because the chemical weapons would not be all that effective from a strictly military perspective. The Iraqis do not have any forward spotters for their artillery that would enable them to hit targets, but as a terrorist weapon, very much like the Scuds, as a psychological weapon, it could be significant. It is an additional concern, and it is one reason why this building, the Pentagon, is very delighted that the White House is sticking by its very, very tough statement. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
Well, two questions. First, briefly, I don't mean to put you on a spot, but if you have clarification, Marlon Fitzwater said 22 service people dead. Is he referring to the Scud attack in Saudi Arabia, do you know, or is he talking total battlefield for the day?
I believe he was referring to the Scud attack outside of Dhahran. There were 12 who were listed earlier as dead, but that number was going to grow because there were a large number still reported missing. Apparently they have now confirmed that 22 are now dead, so I'm sure he was referring to that Scud attack.
Thank you, and apparently we don't have time for the second question. Perhaps we'll get that in later. Thank you to CNN's Wolf Blitzer keeping us up to date from the Pentagon. Frank.
When we come back, we will hear some reaction from another key bystander in this, Israel. Greg Lefebvre will report from Jerusalem. Stay with us. Nowhere is this war watched more closely, if from the sidelines, than in Israel. And our correspondent, Greg Lefebvre, is standing by. Greg, you have a reaction to Marlon Fitzwater's rejection of the Baghdad radio announcement?
If I could put it diplomatically, I would say delight. Perhaps no country that is not involved directly in the war is more interested in it here than folks here in Israel. And here in the political capital of the country, the officials are saying they congratulate George Bush for staying the line. They like the style, they like that he's holding firm, and they like the substance, the fact that he is not giving in to Saddam Hussein. The foreign ministry here told CNN just moments ago, that they would like to see the U.S. and the allies hold the course. They say every day the war continues, and at this point, perhaps every hour this war continues, the reduction is they see the reduction in the military power of Saddam Hussein. They see a reduction in the military threat that Saddam Hussein and Iraq hold against the allies and hold against the other countries of the Middle East, of course, Israel in particular. They say that Saddam Hussein is a bluffer and a liar, and they cite, as Marlon Fitzwater did, the Khafji tank incident, where an apparently surrendering column of tanks turned and fired. They say Saddam Hussein, at this point, is trying to accomplish by diplomatic bobbing and weaving what he has failed to do on the battlefield. Greg Lefebvre, CNN, live in Jerusalem.
Thank you, Greg. And repeating once again, just a short time ago, White House spokesman Marlon Fitzwater rejected any discussion of negotiation with Iraq at this time.
The scene along the road to Kuwait City as Allied troops enter the Emirates capital. Later, as day breaks, Kuwaiti citizens raise their national flag and shout for joy. CNN's coverage of the war in the Gulf continues now. I'm Patrick Emery.
And I'm Susan Rook. Several major developments are now taking place on the battlefield. The first Allied troops moving into Kuwait City are finding burned out and destroyed Iraqi tanks on the sides of the roads. Meanwhile, Allied armored vehicles are sweeping deep into Iraq for a possible showdown with the Republican Guard units. U.S. military officials say it could be the last battle of the war. And as that is happening, Allied tanks are moving to cut off the Iraqi escape route to Baghdad. The Pentagon says a convoy of more than 50 Republican Guard tanks were captured as they tried to get home. Iraqis are continuing to surrender in such numbers that officials have almost stopped counting. But Allied military leaders are cautioning some Iraqi troops still have fight left in them.
Let there be no mistake, the war is not over. Portions of the Iraqi army are still in Kuwait, including Kuwait City, and remain a threat to our coalition forces and to the Kuwait City populace. Our campaign plan is ahead of schedule, and we continue our attacks from the land, the sea, and the air, and will continue them until otherwise directed.
Meanwhile, at the White House, President Bush denounced a speech in which Saddam Hussein said his troops were withdrawing, Mr. Bush calling it an outrage. Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev is calling for an immediate ceasefire, saying it is in everyone's interest that the war end now.
Kuwait City is on the verge of freedom. U.S. official says the capital will be finally taken from Iraqi hands on Wednesday, as only a few pockets of Iraqi resistance remain. The city is ravaged after 7 months of occupation. The devastation can be seen as you travel toward Kuwait City on one of the main roads. Destroyed buildings lining the highway, abandoned vehicles littering the road. Kuwaiti resistance leaders say Iraqi troops burned many major buildings and hotels before they left the city. Now, CNN's Charles Jaco is in Kuwait City. He says many people are beginning to celebrate their freedom, waving Kuwaiti flags and pictures of their emir. He says there appears to be a smile on just about everyone's face, but he says many realize the huge task ahead, rebuilding a society that was almost completely destroyed by Iraqi forces. CNN's Charles Jaco arrived in the capital Tuesday evening.
What you're looking at now are the remains of 2 Soviet-made T-55 tanks. They used to belong to the Iraqi army. According to Kuwaiti resistance fighters here, the Iraqis fled Kuwait City yesterday in what they described as complete confusion, wrecking their tanks or abandoning them on the way as they were attacked by Allied artillery and air forces. There's another smashed-up T-55 immediately behind me. Quite a bit of Iraqi armor trashed essentially all over the city. The resistance fighters tell us thousands, we keep hearing all sorts of figures, anywhere from 3,000 to 40,000 Kuwaitis were grabbed by the Iraqis as they left the city, held as hostages or human shields, if you will. The Kuwaiti people are starting to wake up this morning to realize that the first Kuwaiti troops have rolled into the city. In about 5 minutes or so, we expect them to be raising the national flag downtown at a sort of plaza of national independence.
The resistance describes Iraqi atrocities, executions, and rapes.
We lived here 7 months with, you can call them organized terrorists. They carry a flag with 3 stars, but they are really terrorists. What they are doing is going inside houses, stealing, raping, stealing cars. They just stop you on the road, take your car. They ask you, why didn't you change your nationality? Then we'll take your car. If not, why didn't you change your license plate into Iraq license plate? And then after that, they take also your car. Even if you change the plate, they'll find another reason to just take what you have from here.
Kuwaiti resistance leaders have set up headquarters in a residential building and are preparing to distribute food and water to those in need.
CNN's Rick Salinger is just back from the daily background briefing by the U.S. military in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. He joins us now live with the latest on the ground war. Rick.
We just completed speaking with a senior U.S. military official, and as you mentioned a short time ago, he confirms in no uncertain terms that Kuwait City will be taken sometime today. But this isn't going to be necessarily a totally easy matter. He said there are still some strong pockets of resistance, and there was mention made of Iraqi troops along the shoreline that may be trying to get out of town by going through the city. They say the Allied forces, the early reconnaissance teams are already in Kuwait City. Now, out at the airport of Kuwait City, it is a much different story. A tank battle began last night, and then it was called off for darkness. The Allied forces had encircled the airport, and there was some fear that they might be shooting into each other. So they stopped during the nighttime hours, and we are told now that it has resumed, and they expect it to be a good fight, but have no doubt which side will come out on top. As far as the Republican Guard is concerned, one division, and this is called the Tawakana Division, they're all given names for matters of pride, and this happens to be a division that had a great deal of pride and a good reputation during the Iran-Iraq War, is now almost totally destroyed. It turns out this is a division we told you about earlier, which had 35 of its top-line T-72 tanks destroyed. Well, the Allies caught up with them, and they're now in the pursuit and exploitation phase, and they expect to have them almost totally rendered ineffective in very short order. As for the other Iraqi troops, 5 more divisions have now been put out of commission. That would bring the total to 26. And if you figure, say, 10,000 to a division, you're talking some 260,000 Iraqi troops, about half of the entire force that they had in the Kuwaiti theater of operations. Enemy prisoners of war, well, pretty much lost count. The last figure we had was 30,000. There have been thousands more added to that, but they're having a difficult time keeping track.
a much more important figure, the casualties. They remain very, very light, we're told, although no hard figures were given. The latest figures that we had were in the handful range, 4 or 5 U.S. dead, 20 or so wounded from the battleground fighting. That is not to mention the Scud attack in Dhahran that killed more than 24. Chemical weapons, still no sign of that being used by the Iraqis, although they have found good deals of chemical storage. Why didn't the Iraqis use their chemical weapons? That's a matter of speculation. And some of that speculation seems to sit around the speed at which this advance happened. They just couldn't get it off in their artillery. They were just overrun. Another factor was the direction of the wind. The wind seems to be blowing northward towards Iraq, and they're even getting some of those oil well fires, soot, blowing into the city of Baghdad. So the chemical weapons, while not totally ruled out at this point, have been ineffective and non-used so far. The Iraqis trying to escape are finding it very difficult. Leading up to the ground battle, we told you almost daily of the efforts to bomb the supply routes, take out the bridges and roads. That is now making it very difficult for the Iraqis to get out of Kuwait, and so they're finding bottlenecks. The senior military official sort of likened it to the bridge leading to the Pentagon in the morning rush hour. So how they're going to get out with all their heavy equipment and other vehicles makes it very hard to determine. There was one anecdote, I guess, to pass along, one of many that we'll hear during this war, and that is of a U.S. Humvee, you know, the modern-day equivalent of the Jeep, being bogged down in the sand. A group of Iraqi soldiers came over, helped them dig it out, and then surrendered. Live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, Rick Salinger, CNN.
Rick, the word from the White House still looks like this war will not end until Saddam Hussein personally and very publicly surrenders. Are the commanders there prosecuting this war business as usual, if you will?
We posed that question to the senior U.S. military official. Just how do you end this war if Saddam Hussein does not surrender? We did not get an answer to that question. But business as usual is definitely the order of the day here, and they remind us this war is not over yet, and they refuse to predict when it will be.
Thank you. On day 42 of the Persian Gulf War, CNN's Rick Salinger keeping us up to date from Riyadh. Pat?
And when our coverage of the war in the Gulf resumes, 30,000 and counting, we'll have a report on the flood of Iraqi soldiers surrendering.
Okay.
As they did during the air war, Allied forces apparently are moving at will on the ground and along several fronts. The Army's 101st Airborne Division is now reportedly northwest of Nasiriyah. It's about halfway between Basra and Baghdad. And other U.S. and French forces have advanced north into Iraq all the way to the Euphrates River and on toward Basra, a deadly race through the desert to cut off retreating Iraqi forces. It's near the Euphrates where the Army's 24th Mechanized Infantry Division has captured that long convoy of some 50 Republican Guard tanks. Guard units are now said to be setting up new defensive lines to the west of Basra. Further to the east, British and U.S. forces also advanced deep into Iraq, finding and defeating Republican Guard units. And the Army's 1st Mechanized Division, the Big Red One, is also battling the Republican Guard. But at this point, a number of Guard units reportedly remain dug in and combat effective. But U.S. military officials don't think that's going to last for long.
Deal with the Republican Guards, whether they're in their defensive positions or not. If they elect to stay in their defensive positions and get close up on American combat forces, they're in deep, deep trouble, because now you have the precision air attacks, now you have the attack helicopters, now you have the precision tank fires and ground missile fires like the TOW and others. So that would be pretty tough for them if they want to stay there.
Meanwhile, Saudi, Egyptian, Kuwaiti, and Syrian forces have thrust deep into Kuwait, and along with the U.S. Army and Marine Corps, they have fought and won major tank battles. At the same time, other coalition forces were rolling up the coastal highway toward Kuwait City. Inside Kuwait City itself, U.S. Special Forces reportedly have retaken but not re-entered the U.S. Embassy because of fears of booby traps. And outside the city, troops of the 1st Marine Division took part in a major tank battle against Iraqi troops at Kuwait International Airport. During their advance, the Marines said that they destroyed more than 100 Iraqi tanks. The battle has died down for now, but may start again with full daylight.
President Bush is extremely and openly disappointed with Saddam Hussein's withdrawal announcement. As CNN's Frank Sesno reports, Mr. Bush is not only rejecting the apparent manner in which the Iraqis are withdrawing, but he's also upping the stakes.
President Bush wasted no time in expressing contempt for Saddam Hussein's claim that Iraqi troops are withdrawing from Kuwait. Sensing imminent victory, the U.S. is not giving the Iraqi leader any running room. Mr. Bush called Saddam's speech an outrage.
He is not withdrawing. His defeated forces are retreating. He is trying to claim victory in the midst of a rout. And he is not voluntarily giving up Kuwait.
Each day, the anti-Iraq coalition is upping the ante, amending its goals, apparently hoping to make Saddam Hussein's defeat so plain, so humiliating, that he will either be overthrown or permanently weakened. Simply getting out of Kuwait is no longer enough. The president now speaks of surrender.
It is time for all Iraqi forces in the theater of operation, those occupying Kuwait, those supporting the occupation of Kuwait, to lay down their arms. And that will stop the bloodshed.
This is now less a battle about Kuwait than it is about Saddam Hussein.
Saddam and his military machine are simply incompatible with a lasting and just peace.
Mr. Bush briefed bipartisan congressional leaders at the White House, who, despite earlier differences, now agree there should be no escape clause for Saddam Hussein or his army.
All they have to do is surrender.
Does this amount to a changing of the goal?
It may or may not be considered a changing of the goal, but it is a reality, and that's what's going to happen.
Well, I just told the president as we closed the meeting, don't let Saddam Hussein off the hook, and I think that's the view of most American people.
The president has no apparent intention of letting Saddam off the hook. He says the war continues with undiminished intensity, and he says it's going well.
Coalition efforts are ahead of schedule. The liberation of Kuwait is close at hand.
And with the liberation of Kuwait, the Bush administration would also like to be free of Saddam Hussein. But it worries that might not happen, in which case sanctions and uncertainties would continue. In the words of one senior official, if Saddam is still there, everything's still up on the table. He's a proven aggressor and despot. Frank Sesno, CNN, the White House.
And CNN has learned that officials of two U.S. allies are to be in Washington for talks on how to end the Gulf War. British Foreign Secretary Douglas Hurd will visit Washington on Wednesday, followed later in the week by French Foreign Minister Roland Dumas.
And in the meantime, in the Soviet Union, the harsh words are not for Saddam Hussein, but for George Bush. As CNN's Claire Shipman explains, the Soviets say it's time for a ceasefire.
Mikhail Gorbachev turned up the heat on the United States to accept Saddam Hussein's call for a peaceful withdrawal. Touring a tractor factory in Minsk, he told workers that U.S.-Soviet relations remain fragile. He warned that a great sense of responsibility is needed to keep the superpower relationship on track. Saddam Hussein sent a message to the Soviet leader late Monday announcing that the withdrawal had begun and asking for Soviet help in arranging a ceasefire. Throughout the day, Soviet spokesmen kept up the pressure. Deputy Foreign Minister Alexander Belounogov told reporters that the Soviets accept Saddam Hussein at his word.
We do not see any pretext or excuse for prolonging hostilities and not adopting a ceasefire.
In a CNN interview, Foreign Ministry spokesman Vitaly Churkin cautioned against overstepping UN resolutions.
It will be a very unfortunate precedent for the United Nations to create at least the impression among the population of the world that it can be one of the goals of the United Nations to fight for the removal of a certain individual from power.
Presidential spokesman Vitaly Ignatenko said it was in everyone's interest to end the war.
Saddam Hussein has, in practical terms, thrown out the white flag. He's capitulated. He said he's going to pull his troops out. So what do we want? To accept that or to finish him off?
Iraq sits just 200 miles from the Soviet border, and the Kremlin is not eager to see a massive Allied force in Baghdad. Foreign Minister Alexander Besmertnik said that whatever the outcome, the Soviet Union intends to play a significant role in the post-war Middle East.
Our political role there will be intensified because peace and security in the Gulf is part of our national security.
The Soviets have traditionally been a major influence in the Arab world, and they clearly want to keep playing. Right now, they seem hard-pressed to make a choice between old Arab allies and new friends in Washington. Claire Shipman, CNN, Moscow.
At the United Nations, a majority of the Security Council members say no to a ceasefire until Iraq accepts all the Security Council's resolutions, 12 resolutions in all. Iraq's ambassador is not going along with that, though. He says Iraq will withdraw from Kuwait, but then it wants a ceasefire to negotiate the other resolutions. Those include reparations and denouncing claims to Kuwait.
And when we return, a story about a mom who has 3 reasons to worry about this war. Every parent who has a son or a daughter.
Hey, fuse some up with the 582 fuses and get the PDs as well. 5-9er,
5-9er,
2-9er, 4-9er,
4-9er,
2-9er, 4-2,
2-9er, 4-2. One right there, one right here. You're gonna need it all.
The Allies are leapfrogging through enemy territory.
Radio check. Check, gun 6 loud and clear.
Artillery units set up shop.
Go, go, go.
Allow troops to move through. Then load up and move on to the next location. The speed can be a bit scary.
We get a little nervous every now and then, but we got to do what we got to do.
The only thing that seems to slow them down from what they got to do is deal with surrendering Iraqis, tens of thousands of them, in this case waving white flags at passing troops. These two stood on the side of the road trying to wave someone down to surrender to. Getting a little upset when they didn't get instant recognition.
His name?
Keeping up with the surrendering Iraqis is a fast and furious process, just like the Allied push into Iraq. Greg Lamont, CNN, Saudi Arabia.
Our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues with a look at a U.S. infantry division that lives up to its name.
Ordeal. Tonight, the Kuwaiti flag once again flies above the capital of a free and sovereign nation, and the American flag flies above our embassy. 7 months ago, America and the world drew a line in the sand. We declared that the aggression against Kuwait would not stand. And tonight, America and the world have kept their word. This is not a time of euphoria, certainly not a time to gloat, but it is a time of pride. Pride in our troops, pride in the friends who stood with us in the crisis, pride in our nation, and the people whose strength and resolve made victory quick, decisive, and just. And soon, we will open wide our arms to welcome back home to America our magnificent fighting forces. No one country can claim this victory as its own. It was not only a victory for Kuwait, but a victory for all the coalition partners. This is a victory for the United Nations, for all mankind, for the rule of law, and for what is right. After consulting with Secretary of Defense Cheney, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Powell, and our coalition partners, I am pleased to announce that at midnight tonight, Eastern Standard Time, exactly 100 hours since ground operations commenced and 6 weeks since the start of Operation Desert Storm, all United States and coalition forces will suspend offensive combat operations. It is up to Iraq whether this suspension on the part of the coalition becomes a permanent ceasefire. Coalition political and military terms for a formal ceasefire include the following requirements. Iraq must release immediately all coalition prisoners of war, third country nationals, and the remains of all who have fallen. Iraq must release all Kuwaiti detainees. Iraq also must inform Kuwaiti authorities of the location and nature of all land and sea mines. Iraq must comply fully with all relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions. This includes a rescinding of Iraq's August decision to annex Kuwait and acceptance in principle of Iraq's responsibility to pay compensation for the loss, damage, and injury its aggression has caused. The coalition calls upon the Iraqi government to designate military commanders to meet within 48 hours with their coalition counterparts at a place in the theater of operations to be specified to arrange for military aspects of the ceasefire. Further, I have asked Secretary of State Baker to request that the United Nations Security Council meet to formulate the necessary arrangements for this war to be ended. This suspension of offensive combat operations is contingent upon Iraq's not firing upon any coalition forces and not launching Scud missiles against any other country. If Iraq violates these terms, coalition forces will be free to resume military operations. At every opportunity, I have said to the people of Iraq that our quarrel was not with them, but instead with their leadership, and above all with Saddam Hussein. This remains the case. You, the people of Iraq, are not our enemy. We do not seek your destruction. We have treated your POWs with kindness. Coalition forces fought this war only as a last resort and look forward to the day when Iraq is led by people prepared to live in peace with their neighbors. We must now begin to look beyond victory in war. We must meet the challenge of securing the peace. In the future, as before, we will consult with our coalition partners. We've already done a good deal of thinking and planning for the post-war period, and Secretary Baker has already begun to consult with our coalition partners on the region's challenges. There can be and will be no solely American answer to all these challenges, but we can assist and support the countries of the region and be a catalyst for peace. In this spirit, as Secretary Baker will go to the region next week to begin a new round of consultations. This war is now behind us. Ahead of us is the difficult task of securing a potentially historic peace. Tonight, though, let us be proud of what we have accomplished. Let us give thanks to those who risked their lives. Let us never forget those who gave their lives. May God bless our valiant military forces and their families, and let us all remember them in our prayers. Good night, and may God bless the United States of America.
A quietly and confidently triumphant President Bush tonight addressing the American people from the Oval Office, the most dramatic announcement of his presidency. This war, he said, is over. There will be a ceasefire at midnight tonight. It will be a suspension and the ceasefire will be permanent if Saddam Hussein meets a lot of terms. Fred Francis at the Pentagon, John Cochran at the White House. I'm losing my voice momentarily, Fred. I'll get it back, I know, in a moment. But tell us now, what happens if Saddam Hussein, as he has in the past, doesn't measure up to all of the conditions the president has set forth tonight? What is there left for the U.S. to shoot at?
Well, there's not really a great deal left. There's basically one division left, and in the last 4 hours, Tom, that division could have surrendered because they had no out. One of the problems with this ceasefire over the next 3 hours is getting the word to those approximately 18 battalions that are scattered about southern Iraq and northern Kuwait, Iraqi battalions, not to fire their weapons. As you know, Tom, communications to these units has been abysmal. These guys have fought out in the field, and they have not had orders from headquarters. So that will be the problem. He has given Saddam Hussein basically 3 hours to get the word out that the firing should stop. And I see the Scud missile threat as one way Saddam can stop this whole thing. And finally, Tom, I would say that the Iraqi army is no longer an army. 545,000 men, led by 120,000 of the Republican Guards, are finished. And while the liberation of Kuwait was a goal, it was this president's goal to finish the Republican Guards, and I think that he has completed that today. Tom?
Fred Francis, the Pentagon, thank you very much. The president is saying Iraq's army is defeated, Kuwait is liberated. It is time to put this war behind us, to look to the future. He did not say, however, what he intends to do about Saddam Hussein, if anything. John Cochran at the White House, what do they have in mind for Iraq's maximum leader?
They have in mind continuing economic sanctions to pressure, if you will, the Iraqi people to get rid of Saddam Hussein. The hope here at the White House is that the Iraqi people will say, we simply can't put up with this guy any longer. He's leading us to total destruction. Our economy will be further devastated, and the hope is that the Iraqis, probably someone in the military, will rise up and topple him. And the hope here is that another bad guy, one of his colonels, for example, would not replace him, that somebody with some sort of democratic leanings would replace him. One thing that the president's speech did tonight, however, was to, I think, reassure the world community, possibly the Arab world, and certainly Iraqis, that he's not going to march on Baghdad, either to try to capture Saddam Hussein or to wreak any further damage on Baghdad, Tom. He also did not say a couple of things that they'd been thinking about putting in the president's remarks tonight. They've apparently had second thoughts about that. There was some consideration to saying that the president intended to bring a substantial number of American troops home very shortly, and that his hope was that Arab peacekeeping forces could take over much of the role in Kuwait. Tom?
Thank you, John Cochran at the White House. Fred Francis at the Defense Department. We'll ask you to stand by. We want to talk now in Washington with Ed Peck, who was the former chief of mission in Baghdad for the United States Embassy there. Ed, what do you think? Saddam Hussein will accept these terms or not?
Well, they're liberal. As you pointed out, they're complicated. There's a whole string of them. And he has to get the word to his people to stop firing before midnight our time in order for the ceasefire to hold. I would guess, you know, that the Americans stop firing, perhaps the Iraqis will, on the basis of the way the war is going. Saddam Hussein has had smaller and smaller places through which he could wiggle, and it's getting awful tight on him now. The last word that I heard was that even in the United Nations, they'd rejected his partial acceptance of the requirements of which he was already well aware, and I don't know how he gets the word on these new ones.
And the president also described tonight the military surrender terms as well, a place somewhere in the desert where Iraq's designated military commanders would meet with the Allied commanders and give up their swords, so to speak. The president is out to make sure the whole world knows that Saddam Hussein cannot walk around this one. Will that make it difficult as well for Saddam Hussein to accept these terms?
Yeah, difficult both for him personally and difficult in trying to get the word out to his people where they're supposed to go and when. It's been so interesting to watch how stubborn this man has demonstrated himself to be repeatedly. It should have been clear already some time ago, Tom, that, you know, it was all over for him and all over for his military, but like a lot of people suggested, he just does not give up easily. And it's tough to tell now, when faced with this utter collapse of his effort, whether he'll be able to bend the knee, as it were, to bow the head and accept this these final steps. I kind of have the feeling myself that at this stage, he may not be able to do it psychologically, even yet.
Thank you, Ed Peck in Washington. Now to New York, and your colleague, who's a consultant to NBC News as well as a military strategist and a keen student of Saddam Hussein, James Dunnigan. Mr. Dunnigan, your judgment on what the president has announced tonight and where it is likely to lead from here.
Well, right now I think the Ba'ath Party, of which Saddam is only the titular head, is having second thoughts about their current leader. Obviously, they could turn Saddam into a combination scapegoat and martyr and take a lot of heat off themselves. The major problem is now that nobody's in control. The communications have been so destroyed that it's unlikely that the Ba'ath Party or Saddam can even get the ceasefire order out to his own troops. So it's unreasonable for President Bush or the coalition forces to expect that all the Iraqi troops are going to know by midnight that a ceasefire is in place and they're not supposed to shoot anymore.
What happens now in this region, do you think, Mr. Dunnigan? Will there be a security force of some kind? The president apparently is thinking about a mostly Arab security force. Do you think that could ever work, given the kind of rivalries and tensions that always exist in the Middle East?
Well, I think the best model of what might happen is Lebanon, and that hasn't worked. We've been waiting for the Kurds to rise up in rebellion, and I'm sure they're thinking about that right now. So there goes the northern third of Iraq. Without the Ba'ath Party and the rest of Iraq, the country could go apart because there are almost as many different religious and ethnic groups in Iraq as there are in Lebanon. I think there's serious worry that Iraq could slide into the same sort of 15, 16-year chaos that Lebanon has been suffering.
Thanks, James Dunnigan in New York. And all around us tonight, we believe in their battlefield positions that the members of the Allied force must be getting this word probably through their shortwave radios. There must be enormous glee on their part. It's been a short war, but it's been very difficult in these hostile conditions. In Carlsbad, California tonight, NBC's Don Oliver is standing by with some Marines who are stationed at Camp Pendleton to get their reaction. Don?
Tom, yes, I'm with 3 Marine reservists from Baltimore, Maryland, who have been activated during this crisis. Tim, Sid, and Kevin. Kevin, I'd like to start with you. What was your reaction to the president's speech?
I was excited that the war is now hours from being over, and it looks like the casualties are low and we'll be soon done with this conflict in the Persian Gulf.
You feel relieved?
Yes.
That is a condition for any ceasefire. The Iraqis will have to inform Kuwait and presumably the other allies where those landmines, those sea mines are located. So there's still a great deal of danger for the more than 500,000 U.S. troops plus the 200,000 allied forces who are still in the Gulf region. President noted that it's been a 6-week war, exactly 6 weeks ago tonight when the war started, when you, Bernie, were in Baghdad. It's been a 4-day ground war, 100 hours at the time when the U.S. will stop the firing at midnight Eastern time tonight, the U.S. and the Allies. Certainly a lot shorter than almost all of the military analysts here at the Pentagon, indeed throughout Washington. There were projections of massive U.S. and Allied casualties. At this point, we don't know the final numbers, but by all accounts, a lot fewer casualties, Allied casualties, than any of the so-called experts had anticipated. The next immediate steps, though, for the military will be, as the president called for in his address, a formal meeting of U.S., Allied, and Iraqi military commanders within 2 days, within 48 hours, to meet in the Kuwaiti theater of operations someplace at a location to be yet determined, and to come up with specific military terms for a ceasefire. This is not all that unusual. After the 1973 Arab-Israeli war, there were ceasefire talks at kilometer 101 outside of Cairo when the Israelis and the Egyptians met, the military commanders, the generals, and came up with some specific terms. Unclear how the Iraqis are going to respond to this request, this proposal, but certainly that would be the next immediate step, a meeting within 2 days of U.S. and Iraqi and Allied military commanders. Still a lot of problems, but one thing is clear here at the Pentagon, that the American troops, when they do return from Operation Desert Storm, will be getting a very warm welcome. Unlike Vietnam, those troops, when they return to the United States, this is very welcome here at the Pentagon, will be receiving, indeed, an enthusiastic reception. Bernie?
Our military affairs correspondent, Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. It occurs to me that over the past 24 hours, the atmosphere between the Soviet Union and the United States of America has been highly charged. From this side, The leader of Senate Republicans, Bob Dole of Kansas, yesterday said on the Senate floor and in interview programs, it's time for President Mikhail Gorbachev to butt out. Yesterday, from the other side, President Gorbachev saying relations between the two nations are very fragile. Our Moscow bureau chief, Steve Hurst, now comes in. Steve?
Bernie, I think we have heard a sigh of relief coming from the Kremlin to see that the Allied forces did not press on further into Iraq. And I think we're going to be also seeing the Soviets exerting whatever pressure they can bring to bear on the Iraqis and Saddam Hussein at this moment to meet those Allied demands so that the hostilities don't break out again. They want to see the demands laid down by President Bush met, and I think that Saddam Hussein, if he hasn't heard that already, will be hearing that from the Kremlin very soon. The Soviets have been saying all along that they want to see a peaceful and prosperous Middle East when this is all done, including Iraq in that mix. I think that they also are going to be glad to see that there is a chance still for a sovereignty for Iraq once this is done, if, in fact, the Iraqis do lay down arms and meet the demands. The Soviets have been saying privately all along that they have no real interest in Saddam Hussein's future, although I think at this point they are probably glad to see that that is still a matter for the Iraqis to settle themselves at this very moment. I believe also that we'll see an increased diplomatic effort by the Soviets to do something very quickly to find a solution, if there is one possible, in the near future to the Arab-Israeli conflict, because the Soviets, while not acceding to Saddam Hussein's earlier demands that the entire problem of the Gulf War be linked to solving that problem, I think that they are now going to be pressing ahead with that issue, because they know, as do many other people in the region, that that also is a problem that could again light the fuse on the powder keg in the region. And I think that the Soviets are probably very, very happy to have heard President Bush say at the end of his address that there will be no solely American solution to the crisis in the region. That, I think, leaves the door open for the Soviets to have some sort of role to play in the diplomatic efforts to sort this all out now that the hostilities seem to be at an end, Bernie.
But Steve, I have to ask you, do the Soviets have any confidence whatsoever that they can persuade this man to submit to these demands?
Well, I think no more than the White House does at this moment, but I think that the force and the military pressure brought to bear on him may have caused reality finally to set in Baghdad, and I think the Soviets are going to be saying to him, look, we told you what was going to happen. It did happen, so you're going to have to listen now. You're going to have to play by the rules of international diplomacy. You're going to have to rejoin the community of nations that does not occupy neighboring countries.
Steve Hurst, our Moscow bureau chief, reporting where it's just after 5 o'clock in the morning there. Let's go to Saddam Hussein's next-door neighbor, Jordan, whose leader, King Hussein, sided with President Saddam. Our correspondent there, Tony Clark. Tony, some people are saying that Jordan and Hussein are the second losers. Some people are observing that. What do you see there?
Well, Bernie, right now, I just got off the phone a short time ago with one of the official spokesmen here in Amman for the Jordanian government, and said officially it's going to be 4 or 5 hours before we hear anything. I think I am reminded of what Secretary of State James Baker said a couple of weeks ago, that there really aren't any options other than King Hussein here. What we're going to have in terms of a reaction here from the Jordanian government, I think, is first that they're going to be pleased at the end of hostilities. They're going to ask that humanitarian aid be sent into Iraq to help the civilians as quickly as possible. Those are two messages that the Jordanian government gave the ambassadors of the countries that are the 5 permanent members of the Security Council the other day. And there's going to be an eagerness on the part of King Hussein and government officials here in Jordan to play a role in any kind of settlement that occurs here. King Hussein has said all along that because he's kept his line of communications open to both the Gulf allies and to Iraq, that he could be a key player. And as I said, Secretary of State Baker said some time ago that there aren't many options left other than King Hussein. And so because of its position, because it's kept lines of communication open, Jordan could play a significant role in the future realignment here in the Middle East. Now, public reaction is going to be a different thing. There's a demonstration scheduled here in Amman for later today, and I think what we're going to see is a mixture of things, both excitement that the fighting could be over, but also some concern, some disappointment, especially among Palestinians. The population here in Jordan is about 40% Palestinians, and many Palestinians think that now that the fighting is coming to an end, that their problems, their Palestinian question, as we tend to refer to it here, may be put on the shelf, and what looked like in their eyes a chance to have this long-running issue with the Israelis settled may be put back on the shelf and may not be solved for many, many years, and so there's going to be disappointment and perhaps anger from them. Bernie?
Our man Tony Clark on the roof of the Philadelphia Hotel there in Amman, Jordan. Let's go back now to the United Nations, where on the table remains those 12 United Nations Security Council resolutions. Jeannie Moos, it looks like you might be working beyond midnight tonight?
There's a good chance of that. There's a possibility there will be a Security Council meeting tonight. President Bush said that at midnight the coalition would suspend military operations, but it's up to Iraq on whether this becomes a permanent ceasefire or not. It is also up to Iraq because the President of the Council told the Iraqi ambassador today that the members of the Council felt that he had to respond positively to all 12 resolutions and do it as soon as possible before there can be any talk of a ceasefire here. And the Iraqi ambassador, we're told by a diplomatic source, that the Iraqi ambassador told the President of the Council that he hoped to have an answer before midnight. So it's possible that if there is an answer from Iraq to this question, we could have a Security Council meeting tonight, and they could go as far as to consider the possibility of a ceasefire. Now, we're not sure if they would actually go through with that tonight, but at least it would be the beginning of discussions. And at this point, the Security Council isn't just talking about the 12 resolutions. There are a couple of additional things. The President of the Council also pointed out to the Iraqi ambassador that the members of the Council want assurances on the release of POWs, and they also want assurances on the release of recent detainees. Now, this refers to Kuwaitis who have been taken hostage by the Iraqis. And also President Bush added some other things to the list of demands. He talked about wanting to know, Kuwait wanting to know the location of mines. So all these additional things have been added, but the main thing is how Iraq responds to the question, will it accept all 12 Security Council resolutions? Bernie.
Jeannie Moos reporting live from the United Nations. On this Wednesday night, February 27th, the world is watching two men, President Saddam Hussein in Baghdad and President George Bush in Washington. The world heard from President Bush tonight. Our senior White House correspondent, Charles Birbar. Charles, Mr. Bush gave Mr. Saddam a lot to think about tonight.
He did indeed, Bernie. He said it is time to look beyond and secure the peace. It is not peace yet. It is a unilateral ceasefire declared on George Bush's terms. It is contingent upon no further hostilities, no more Scud missile attacks from the Iraqis. And Saddam Hussein must still accept all those terms that were laid out here at the White House by President Bush last Friday, while Saddam Hussein still had an army and could have saved it. There are political goals not yet met. Mr. Bush reminded the Iraqi people that his quarrel is not with them, but with their leaders, especially Saddam Hussein. Toppling Saddam Hussein became a de facto objective of this mission, of this war in the Persian Gulf. The president talked about drawing a line in the sand. The line shifted as Saddam Hussein resisted. Initially, the demand was to withdraw from Kuwait. Then it extended to eliminating Saddam Hussein's military capacity, and in essence, it became undoing Saddam Hussein's rule, not by the U.S., but it is hoped here by the Iraqi people themselves. The president said no one country deserves credit for this, that it was a coalition effort, but beyond here, we need to see how this coalition functions, whether it remains intact or splitters and goes about seeking its own individual pursuits from here on out. A coalition brought together of many disparate parts to achieve a single goal, and that being the removal of Iraq from Kuwait. But many of the members of that coalition have further goals. There must be security in the Persian Gulf. The president said that. He talked about it not being an American way, but that the Americans would continue to have an important say in it. And many will also want to hear, what about a broader Mideast peace that goes beyond the problems of Iraq and Kuwait and takes in the long-enduring problems of the whole area? Bernie?
Charles Beerbauer, our senior White House correspondent, summing up the president's address tonight. That concludes our special report. President Bush addresses the world and Saddam Hussein. For all of the CNN family around the world, I'm Bernard Shaw in Washington. Stay tuned, please, for Larry King Live.
This has been a CNN special report.
Kuwait is liberated. Iraq's army is defeated. Our military objectives are met.
With the Kuwaiti flag now flying over Kuwait City, President Bush declares victory and calls a halt to the Allied war effort. I'm Bernard Shaw in Washington.
And from CNN Center in Atlanta, I'm Susan Rook. President Bush says coalition forces will stop offensive military action in 2 hours. In a broadcast address an hour ago, Mr. Bush said Allied forces will suspend their offensive at midnight Eastern time. He says Iraq has been defeated, Kuwait has been liberated. The Kuwaiti flag flies over Kuwait City for the first time in nearly 7 months. The Kuwaiti people have now retaken control of the city, and Allied forces have surrounded it. Meanwhile, the commander of Operation Desert Storm says Allied casualties have been remarkably light.
The loss of one human life is intolerable to any of us who are in the military. But I would tell you that casualties of that order of magnitude, considering the job that's been done and the number of forces that are involved, is almost miraculous as far as the light number of casualties. It'll never be miraculous to the families of those people, but it is miraculous.
We will replay extended highlights from General Norman Schwarzkopf's briefing during the second half of this hour.
President Bush spoke to the nation about an hour ago, declaring that the liberation of Kuwait is complete. He also announced that coalition forces will stop firing at midnight Eastern time, about 2 hours from now, provided the Iraqis agree to some conditions. Our White House correspondent Frank Sesno is standing by at the White House. Frank?
Bernie, President Bush feels a burden has been lifted, says his spokesman. This war is now behind us, says the president. In his Oval Office address, Mr. Bush said that now ahead of us, quote, is the difficult task of securing a potentially historic peace.
They were words few thought would be uttered quite so soon.
Kuwait is liberated. Iraq's army is defeated. Our military objectives are met.
An emotional, occasionally smiling President Bush pronounced mission accomplished and said the time had come to stop the fighting.
I am pleased to announce that at midnight tonight, Eastern Standard Time, exactly 100 hours since ground operations commenced and 6 weeks since the start of Operation Desert Storm, all United States and coalition forces will suspend offensive combat operations.
After a day that saw jubilant flag-waving Kuwaitis take to the streets in relief and gratitude, President Bush heralded victory in the name of the United Nations and in the cause of the rule of law.
Tonight, the Kuwaiti flag once again flies above the capital of a free and sovereign nation, and the American flag flies above our embassy.
Whether the suspension of hostilities, as the president calls it, becomes a permanent ceasefire is now up to the Iraqis.
Iraq must release immediately all coalition prisoners of war, third country nationals, and the remains of all who have fallen. Iraq must release all Kuwaiti detainees. Iraq also must inform Kuwaiti authorities of the location and nature of all land and sea mines. Iraq must comply fully with all relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions.
Especially the Security Council resolutions that deal with reparations and rescinding Iraq's claim to Kuwait. The president said the ceasefire is contingent upon Iraq coalition forces and not launching any more Scud missile attacks on any of its neighbors. Iraq must also designate within 48 hours, the president said, military commanders to meet with their coalition counterparts
to plan the military formalities of a ceasefire, essentially Iraq's surrender. Furthermore, said the president, within 48 hours, Iraq must designate political leaders to discuss with Secretary of State Baker and others from the coalition the political future of Iraq. President Bush did not speak of a change of leadership. He mentioned Saddam Hussein by name only once, only to say that the argument was with Saddam Hussein, not the people of Iraq. But it is plain that President Bush is thinking ahead to the future and to political changes at the top in Iraq. One further note, the president had a message to families of U.S. servicemen and servicewomen, some of whom have been stationed in the Persian Gulf since August. Soon we will open wide our arms, the president said, to welcome back home to America our magnificent fighting forces. Bernie?
Frank, the president's decision to cease fire, walk us through that, please.
Well, Bernie, according to White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater, the president sat down at 2:30 this afternoon with his war council. He had seen General Schwarzkopf's briefing, at which time the president and General Schwarzkopf as well had concluded essentially that the war was over. During that briefing, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Colin Powell shared that same information with the president and indeed got on the telephone, Powell did, from the Oval Office to talk directly to Schwarzkopf. Schwarzkopf indicated that a cessation of hostilities at this time would not jeopardize U.S. and coalition forces in any way, that essentially the job was indeed done. And according to Fitzwater, there were three considerations the president had in mind when he was deciding the timing of this cessation, or this offer of cessation of hostilities. One, the president wanted to stop the shooting, according to Fitzwater, at the earliest possible moment. Two, the president wanted an assurance, and he got it from his military commanders, that they had, quote, broken the military backbone of the Iraqi armed forces. And three, the president wanted to tell Americans at the earliest possible moment that their sons and daughters, their husbands and wives were out of harm's way and would be coming home soon. Bernie?
A president's decision to go on nationwide television and, of course, to have the world listen in is not a decision taken lightly. So I suppose my next question, Frank, is what about the timing of this address tonight, 9 Eastern Time?
Well, that's interesting because the timing of the address was almost as significant in some ways as the timing of this offer. According to Marlin Fitzwater again and other officials we've talked to today, the initial plan was to make this speech tomorrow. The president himself decided he wanted to do it tonight. He wanted to get the message out. And one other thing, that by doing it, in addition to getting the message out, assuring Americans and others that their loved ones would be coming home soon, and by the way, Fitzwater says this is something that will be under study, but should begin to happen, he believes, in a matter of days, not weeks, for forces to begin coming home, presumably first in small numbers. But one other dividend, I suppose you could call it, from all of this, is that President Bush and the coalition essentially usurped any initiative that the Iraqis and others were trying to take at the United Nations. This ceasefire and this move now happens on President Bush's terms, certainly not on the Iraqis. Bernie?
Frank Sesno reporting live from the White House. Susan?
CNN will rebroadcast President Bush's entire address about 3 hours from now at 1 a.m. Eastern, 10 Pacific. When our coverage continues, what's next on the battlefield? CNN's Wolf Blitzer with a report on what happens now that the president has said the Allies will suspend offensive military action. Stay tuned. Desert Storm Commander General Norman Schwarzkopf says he's not sure just how many Iraqis have been taken prisoner, but he says the number is well over 50,000. This look at the roundup from the air shows the magnitude of the collapse of the Iraqi army. It is unclear just when there will be a precise count of prisoners. Some Iraqis didn't wait for coalition soldiers to show up for surrender. A group of 25 Iraqi soldiers gave themselves up to an Italian cameraman. They chanted support for President Bush.
While this war may be nearing an end, there are some hurdles ahead for coalition forces. Number one, implementing that ceasefire. Our military affairs correspondent Wolf Blitzer joins us now from the Pentagon. Wolf?
Bernie, the Pentagon's military objectives have been achieved. Officials here confirm that the Iraqi army has been defeated decisively and swiftly, and Kuwait has been liberated. But for the Allied forces, there are still many dangers. Mopping up operations can be very dangerous, especially in the search for landmines, explosives, and booby traps. And military officers fear that scattered Iraqi forces may not even know that the U.S. has proposed a ceasefire. By all accounts, Iraqi communication capabilities have been severely curtailed or destroyed. Some Iraqis may simply keep on fighting. The scope and pace of the military victory stunned even the most optimistic planners here at the Pentagon. As President Bush noted, when the proposed ceasefire goes into effect in less than 2 hours, the ground war will have lasted for only 100 hours, the air war exactly for 6 weeks. And President Bush proposed that the Allied and Iraqi military commanders meet over the next 2 days somewhere in the Kuwaiti theater of operations, that's either in Kuwait or southern Iraq, to reach agreement on the formal terms for a ceasefire. Officials hope the Iraqis will comply, but they acknowledge they are by no means certain. The president has put forward several conditions for the ceasefire. Iraq must release all prisoners of war. All Kuwaiti and third country detainees must also be released. And the remains of all U.S. and Allied troops killed in action must be returned. Iraq must help the Allies locate all the thousands of land and sea mines that had been planted over these past several months. But officials fear that finding the necessary maps to locate those landmines will not be easy. Officials also say the Iraqis today pose no serious offensive threat to the region, and the Allies therefore can afford to cease all offensive operations. Finally, Pentagon officials are delighted that when the more than 500,000 U.S. troops return to the United States at some point down the road, some of them will be returning home soon, they will receive an enthusiastic, warm welcome, very much different than what was the case 20 years ago when the Vietnam veterans returned to the United States. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
The United States is moving quickly to restore a diplomatic presence in Kuwait, with the United States now in control of the U.S. Embassy, which overlooks Kuwait City. The State Department is dispatching a new ambassador. He is Skip Ghanim. Ghanim is expected to arrive in Kuwait City shortly after daybreak. Britain's ambassador to Kuwait also is expected to arrive Thursday.
We will come back very shortly with more of our coverage.
Earlier today,
for the Super Bowl and then some. These people have been hunkered down in their homes in fear of Iraqi troops for 7 months now, and suddenly it all burst loose. And they kissed us, they threw candy at us, which is...
We'll see the charts, but we're going to go through a complete briefing of the operation. This goes back to 7 August to 17 January. As you recall, we started our deployment on the 7th of August. Basically, what we started out against was a couple of 100,000 Iraqis that were in the Kuwait theater of operation. I don't have to remind you all that we brought over initially defensive forces in the form of the 101st, the 82nd, the 24th Mechanized Infantry Division, the 3rd Armored Cavalry, and in essence we had them arrayed to the south behind the Saudi task force. Also, there were Arab forces over here in this area, arrayed in defensive positions, and that, in essence, is the way we started. In the middle of November, the decision was made to increase the force because by that time, huge numbers of Iraqi forces had flowed into the area, and generally in the disposition as they're shown right here, and therefore we increased the forces and built up more forces. I would tell you that at this time, we made a very deliberate decision to align all of those forces within the boundary looking north towards Kuwait, this being King Khalid Military City over here. So we aligned those forces so it very much looked like they were all aligned directly on the Iraqi positions. We also at that time had a very active naval presence out in the Gulf, and we made sure that everybody understood about that naval presence. One of the reasons why we did that is because it became very apparent to us early on that the Iraqis were quite concerned about an amphibious operation across the shores to liberate Kuwait, this being Kuwait City. They put a very, very heavy barrier of infantry along here, and they proceeded to build an extensive barrier that went all the way across the border, down and around and up the side of Kuwait. Basically, the problem we were faced with was this.
When you looked at the troop numbers, they really outnumbered us about 3-2. And when you consider the number of combat service support people we have, that's logisticians and that sort of thing in our armed forces, as far as fighting troops, we were really outnumbered 2-1. In addition to that, they had about 4,700 tanks versus our 3,500 when the buildup was complete, and they had a great deal more artillery than we do. I think any student of military strategy would tell you that in order to attack a position, you should have a ratio of approximately 3-1 in favor of the attacker. And in order to attack a position that is heavily dug in and barricaded, such as the one we had here, you should have a ratio of 5-1 in the way of troops in favor of the attacker. So you can see basically what our problem was at that time. We were outnumbered as a minimum 3-2 as far as troops were concerned. We were outnumbered as far as tanks were concerned, and we had to come up with some way to make up the difference. Next chart, please. I apologize for the busy nature of this chart, but I think it's very important for you to understand exactly what our strategy was. What you see here is a color coding where green is a go sign or a good sign as far as our forces are concerned. Yellow would be a caution sign, and red would be a stop sign. Green represents units that have been attrited below 50% strength. The yellow are units that are between 50 and 75% strength, and of course the red are units that are over 75% strength. What we did, of course, was start an extensive air campaign, and I briefed you in quite some detail on that in the past. One of the purposes I told you at that time of that extensive air campaign was to isolate the Kuwaiti theater of operation by taking out all the bridges and supply lines that ran between the north and the southern part of Iraq. That was to prevent reinforcement and supply coming into the southern part of Iraq and the Kuwaiti theater of operation. We also conducted a very heavy bombing campaign, and many people questioned why the extensive bombing campaign. This is the reason why. It was necessary to reduce these forces down to a strength that was that made them weaker, particularly along the front line barrier that we had to go through. We continued our heavy operations out in the sea because we wanted the Iraqis to continue to believe that we were going to conduct a massive amphibious operation in this area. And I think many of you recall the number of amphibious rehearsals we had, to include Imminent Thunder, that was written about quite extensively for many reasons. But we continued to have those operations because we wanted him to concentrate his forces, which he did. I think this is probably one of the most important parts of the entire briefing I could talk about. As you know, very early on, we took out the Iraqi Air Force. We knew that he had very, very limited reconnaissance means, and therefore when we took out his Air Force, for all intents and purposes, we took out his ability to see what we were doing down here in Saudi Arabia. Once we had taken out his eyes, we did what could best be described as the Hail Mary play in football. I think you recall when the quarterback is desperate for a touchdown at the very end, what he does is he steps up behind the center, and all of a sudden every single one of his receivers goes way out to one flank, and they all run down the field as fast as they possibly can and into the end zone, and he lobs the ball. In essence, that's what we did. When we knew that he couldn't see us anymore, we did a massive movement of troops all the way out to the west, to the extreme west, because at that time we knew that he was still fixed in this area with the vast majority of his forces, and once the air campaign started, he would be incapable of moving out to counter this move, even if he knew we made it. There were some addition of troops out in this area, but they did not have the capability nor the time to put in the barrier that had been described by Saddam Hussein as an absolutely impenetrable tank barrier that no one would ever get through. I believe those were his words. So this was absolutely an extraordinary move, I must tell you. I can't recall any time in the annals of military history when this number of forces have moved over this distance to put themselves in a position to be able to attack. But what's more important, and I think it's very, very important that I make this a point, and that's these logistics bases. Not only did we move the troops out there, but we literally moved thousands and thousands of tons of fuel, of ammunition, of spare parts, of water, and of food out here into this area, because we wanted to have enough supplies on hand so that if we launched this and we got into a slugfest battle, which we very easily could have gotten into. We'd have enough supplies to last for 60 days. It was an absolutely gigantic accomplishment, and I can't give credit enough to the logisticians and the transporters who were able to pull this off, to the superb support we had from the Saudi government, the literally thousands and thousands of drivers, really of every national origin who helped us in this move out here. And of course, great credit goes to the commanders of these units who were also able to maneuver their forces out here and put them in this position. But as a result, by the 23rd of February, what you found is this situation. The front lines had been attrited down to a point where all of these units were at 50% or below. The second level, basically, that we had to face, and these were the real tough fighters that we were worried about right here, were attrited to someplace between 50 and 75%, although we still had the Republican Guard located here and part of the Republican Guard in this area that were very strong, and the Republican Guard up in this area strong. And we continued to hit the bridges all across this area to make absolutely sure that no more reinforcements came into the battle. This was a situation on the 23rd of February. Next, please. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I shouldn't forget these fellows. That SF stands for Special Forces. We put Special Forces deep into the enemy territory. They went out on strategic reconnaissance for us, and they let us know what was going on out there, and they were the eyes that were out there, and very important that I not forget those folks. Next, please. This then was the morning of the 24th. Our plan initially had been to start over here in this area and do exactly what the Iraqis thought we were going to do, and that's take them on head-on into their most heavily defended area. Also, at the same time, we launched amphibious feints and naval gunfire in this area so that they continued to think that we were going to be attacking along this coast and therefore fix their forces in this position. Our hope was that by fixing the forces in this position and with this attack through here in this position, we would basically keep the forces here and they wouldn't know what was going on out in this area. And I believe we succeeded in that very well. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the Marines, the 1st Marine Division and the 2nd Marine Division, launched attacks through the barrier system. They were accompanied by the the Tiger Brigade, U.S. Army Tiger Brigade of the 2nd Armored Division. At the same time over here, 2 Saudi task forces also launched a penetration through this barrier. But while they were doing that, at 4 o'clock in the morning over here, the 6th French Armored Division, accompanied by a brigade of the 82nd Airborne, also launched an overland attack to their objective up in this area, Al Salman Airfield. And we were held up a little bit by the weather, but by 8 o'clock in the morning, the 101st Airborne Air Assault launched an air assault deep in the enemy territory to establish a forward operating base in this location right here. Let me talk about each one of those moves. First of all, the Saudis over here on the East Coast did a terrific job. They went up against a very, very tough barrier system. They breached the barrier very, very effectively. They moved out aggressively and continued their attack up the coast. I can't say enough about the 2 Marine divisions. If I use words like brilliant, it would really be an under-description of the absolutely superb job that they did in breaching the so-called impenetrable barrier. It was a classic, absolutely classic military breaching of a very, very tough minefield, barbed wire, fire trenches type barrier. They went through the first barrier like it was water. They went across into the 2nd barrier line. Even though they were under artillery fire at the time, they continued to open up that breach, and then they brought both divisions streaming through that breach. Absolutely superb operation, a textbook, and I think it'll be studied for many, many years to come as the way to do it. I would also like to say that the French did an absolutely superb job of moving out rapidly to take their objective out here, and they were very, very successful, as was the 101st. And again, we still had the Special Forces located in this area. What we found was as soon as we breached these obstacles here and started bringing pressure, we started getting a large number of surrenders. And I think I talked to some of you all about that this evening when I briefed you on the evening of the 24th. We found we got a large number of surrenders. We also found that these forces right here were getting a large number of surrenders and were meeting with a great deal of success. We were worried about the weather. The weather turned out was going to get pretty bad the next day, and we were worried about launching this air assault. And we also started to have a huge number of atrocities of really the most unspeakable type committed in downtown Kuwait City, to include reports that the desalinization plant had been destroyed. And when we heard that, we were quite concerned about what might be going on. Based upon that and the situation as it was developing, we made a decision that rather than wait the following morning to launch the remainder of these forces, that we would go ahead and launch those forces that afternoon. Next. So this was the situation you saw the afternoon of the 21st. The Marines continued to make great progress going through the breach in this area, and were moving rapidly north. The Saudi task force on the East Coast was also moving rapidly to the north and making very, very good progress. We launched another Egyptian Arab force in this location and another Saudi force in this location, again to penetrate the barrier, but once again to make the enemy continue to think that we're doing exactly what he wanted us to do, and that's make a headlong assault into a very, very tough barrier system, a very, very tough mission for these folks here. But at the same time, what we did is continued to attack with the French. We launched an attack on the part of the entire 7th Corps, where the 1st Infantry Division went through, breached an obstacle and minefield barrier here, established quite a large breach through which we passed the 1st British Armored Division. At the same time, we launched the 1st Armored Division, the 3rd Armored Division, and because of our deception plan and the way it worked, we didn't even have to worry about a barrier. We just went right around the enemy and were behind him in no time at all. And the 2nd Armored Cavalry Division. And I ought to talk, and the 24th Mech Division also launched out here in the far west, and I ought to talk about the 101st because this is an important point. Once the 101st had their forward operating base established here, they then went ahead and launched into the Tigris and Euphrates Valley. There's a lot of people who are still saying that the object of the United States of America was to capture Iraq and cause a downfall of the entire country of Iraq. Ladies and gentlemen, when we were here, we were 150 miles away from Baghdad, and there was nobody between us and Baghdad. If it had been our intention to take Iraq, if it had been our intention to destroy the country, if it had been our intention to overrun the country, we could have done it unopposed for all intents and purposes from this position at that time. But that was not our intention. We had never said it was our intention. Our intention was purely to eject the Iraqis out of Kuwait and destroy the military power that had come in here. So this was the situation at the end of February the 24th in the afternoon. Next, please. The next 2 days went exactly like we thought they would go. The Saudis continued to make great progress up on the eastern flank, keeping the pressure off the Marines on the flank here. The Special Forces went out and started operating small boat operations out in this area to help clear mines, but also to threaten the flanks here and to continue to make them think that we were, in fact, going to conduct amphibious operations. The Saudi forces that came in and took and Arab forces that came in and took these 2 initial objectives turned to come in on the flank heading towards Kuwait City, located right in this area here. The British UK passed through and continued to attack up this flank, and of course the 7th Corps came in and attacked in this direction as shown here. The 24th Infantry Division made an unbelievable move all the way across into the Tigris and Euphrates Valley and proceeded in blocking this avenue of egress out, which was the only avenue of egress left because we continued to make sure that the bridges stayed down. So there was no way out once the 24th was in this area, and the 101st continued to operate in here. The French, having succeeded in achieving all of their objectives, then set up a flanking position, a flank guard position here to make sure that no forces could come in and get us from the flank. By this time, we had destroyed or rendered completely ineffective over 21 Iraqi divisions. Next, please. And of course, that then brings us to today. Where we are today is we now have a solid wall across the north of the 18th Airborne Corps, consisting of the units shown right here, attacking straight to the east. We have a solid wall here again of the 7th Corps, also attacking straight to the east. The forces that they are fighting right now are the forces of the Republican Guard. Again, today we had a very significant day when the Arab forces coming from both the west and the east closed in and moved into Kuwait City, where they are now in the process of clearing Kuwait City entirely and assuring that it's absolutely secure. The 1st Marine Division continues to hold Kuwaiti International Airport. The 2nd Marine Division continues to be in a position where it blocks any egress out of the city of Kuwait so no one can leave. To date, we have destroyed over 29, destroyed or rendered inoperable. I don't like to say destroyed because that gives you the visions of absolutely killing everyone, and that's not what we're doing. But we have rendered completely ineffective over 29 Iraqi divisions, and the gates are closed. There is no way out of here. There is no way out of here, and the enemy is fighting us in this location right here. We continue, of course, to have overwhelming air power. The air has done a terrific job from start to finish in supporting the ground forces, and we also have had great support from the Navy, both in the form of naval gunfire and in the support of carrier air. That's the situation at the present time. Next, please. Peace is not without a cost. These have been the U.S. casualties to date. As you can see, these were the casualties that we had in the air war. Then, of course, we had the terrible misfortune of the Scud attack the other night, which, again, because the weapon malfunctioned, it caused death, unfortunately, rather than a proper function. And then, of course, these are the casualties in the ground war to death, the total being as shown here. Next. Hold on for 1 second. 1 second is up. Next, please. We'll put all these charts that have them available for you afterwards. Now, I would just like to comment briefly about that casualty chart. The loss of one human life is intolerable to any of us who are in the military. But I would tell you that casualties of that order of magnitude, considering the job that's been done and the number of forces that are involved, is almost miraculous as far as the light number of casualties. It'll never be miraculous to the families of those people, but it is miraculous. Anyhow, this is what's happened to date with the Iraqis. They started out with over 4,000 tanks. As of today, we have over 3,000 confirmed destroyed, and I do mean destroyed or captured. And as a matter of fact, that number is low because you can add 700 to that as a result of the battle that's going on right now with the Republican Guard. So that number is very, very high, and we've almost completely destroyed the offensive capability of the Iraqi forces in the Kuwaiti theater of operation. The armored vehicle count is also very, very high, and of course you can see we're doing great damage to the artillery. The battle is still going on, and I suspect that these numbers will mount rather considerably. Next. I wish I could give you a better number on this, to be very honest with you. This is just a wild guess. It's an estimate that was sent to us by the field today at noontime, but the prisoners out there are so heavy and so extensive, and obviously we're not in the business of going around counting noses at this time to determine precisely exactly what the exact number is. But we're very, very confident that we have well over 50,000 prisoners of war at this time, and that number is mounting on a continuing basis. I would remind you that the war is continuing to go on. Even as we speak right now, there's fighting going on out there. Even as we speak right now, there are incredible acts of bravery going on. This afternoon, we had an F-16 pilot shot down. We had contact with him. He had a broken leg on the ground. 2 helicopters from the 101st, they didn't have to do it, but they went in to try and pull that pilot out. One of them was shot down, and we're still in the process of working through that. But that's the kind of thing that's going on out on that battlefield right now. It is not a Nintendo game. It is a tough battlefield where people are risking their lives.
South and East, Allied forces Wednesday defeated the Republican Guard in a final tank battle. And at the United Nations, Iraq is promising to meet some of the conditions spelled out by President Bush for a permanent ceasefire. In a letter to the Security Council, Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz pledged to abide with Resolution 660 requiring the withdrawal from Kuwait and with all other UN Security Council resolutions. In addition to that requirement, President Bush also demands that Iraq release all prisoners of war and Kuwaiti detainees and help Kuwait in locating mines. Now, here's what it was like in Kuwait as Allied forces retook the land after 209 days of Iraqi occupation.
الذي يكذب بالدين فذلك الذي يدع اليتيم
ولا يحض على طعام المسكين.
I was anxious to go and see Kuwait, really, and I was happy at the moment I got to the border. We had our mission and we got it, and now we're here. Well, this moment means a lot to me, and I will never, never, never in my life forget this moment, ever. I'm happy, really. I got my country. We are not soldiers, we are not politicians, we are not fighters. We're just good people, and we need our country back, and we got it.
Makes you feel pretty good. They're pretty grateful people. Flowers and candy and hugs and handshakes and genuine appreciation. It feels good.
Does it make you feel the risk was worth it?
Of course. Even without that, the risk would be worth it.
Let's know who the hairy gringo is.
Heard a lot of talk about a reign of terror by Saddam Hussein's troops. Did you feel that during the 7 months of occupation?
Yes, we were continuously scared. We were always scared that they would come into the house because one never knew what they would do and to what extent whatever they did went to. And so it was just a matter of, even if you hadn't, I mean, if you didn't undergo anything, you were scared all the time.
The worst fear of it was the family that sheltered me and took care of me because, as you know, there was an edict that came out of Baghdad that anyone who sheltered foreigners was subject to execution.
Now, I take it these sweeps that the Iraqi troops made were fairly frequent, going house to house, looking for people?
They went from section to section, but you never knew when they might come back through. And, you know, it was quite frightening to think that they may come any time. And literally, I didn't go out of the house between about the 15th of August and today.
I've had friends that have been detained and tortured for 1 month, and they'd let them go and then bring them back. A lot of them were killed. So each family either has one member that's been tortured, one has been killed. The atrocities that happen in Kuwait are incredible, and we lost our freedom the day he walked in this country.
I want to make thanks to Mr. Bush, and I want to say to Mr. Bush, we are thank you very much because you helped the people in Kuwait. And special thanks for Mr. Norman Schwarzkopf because he direct and he controlled the war in the Gulf. It's very good. You can see all the people in Kuwait now. They are happy because Kuwait now is free.
welcome. Thank you. وعاش واهلها واللي يحب الكويت الكويت نسيب شان الكويت بالروح بالدم نسيب شان الكويت الله اكبر الله اكبر.
Shouting and yelling and happy. We never did it before. I mean, it's something great from Bush and all the people who helped us. He came to destroy our country, and that's all. And let him listen. I want him to listen. We hate him a lot. We don't believe in something called Saddam, and that's all. Do you believe? Nobody believes in something called Saddam. Nobody believes. He's a crazy man, a liar, everything. Several times he told us that he will withdraw. The first time he cheated. The big president. And then he's trying to cheat us, a human being like him, and he's killing his own country by chemical bombs.
Now he says he's won a great victory.
He wants a great victory. Don't believe him. Just hang him, and that's all.
What did you do with your children?
I have to hide them. I have to hide my friends, my cousins, all the boys. We have to hide them. From 14 years old until 20 and 20 and above. We have to hide them. Because they catch them, they kill them, they hit them, they do anything with them.
Are you happy? I want to go so quick. Very happy.
يعني ممنوع الطاعين وممنوع على كل ما يجينا اجر زايد، مستشفى ما فيه، علاجات ما فيه.
For the last 6 months, we've been in the same house, same place. We did not leave at all. Of course, we were not allowed to leave. We didn't have access to food, nor did we have access to any sort of medication.
He said, I hate them. They don't let him go out of his house.
Not in my entire life have I felt a sweeter moment than this moment. The moment where my country is back. I'm back into my country with the help of you, the Americans, and ultimately with the help of God, because it is the ultimate power. I feel great. Absolute jubilation. Thank you so much for your efforts. I can describe the situation as being as black as asphalt. If it was the Israelis, they would have probably treated us far better than what the Iraqis did. And as far as I'm concerned, from Saddam Hussein all the way down, they are all bastards. Well, at this moment, what would you like? What is your wish?
To shake his hand.
يسلم عليك. يصافح يدك.
أهلا وسهلا. يا مرحبا. اللي تبون احنا موجودين.
Whatever you wish is at your disposal.
Friendship.
صداقة.
An idea of what it was like as Kuwait celebrated the Allied triumph over Iraqi occupation. Newsroom is next. Then our special coverage continues with the full briefing by Allied Commander Norman Schwarzkopf starting in 15 minutes at 4 Eastern. I'm Don Miller.
Hey, Mom, get the beer ready, because I'm coming home.
If the ceasefire holds, some troops will head for home in the near future, but for others, home may still be a long time coming.
It's cleanup time in Kuwait City, eliminating the mess and the mines left behind by the fleeing Iraqis. I'm Dave Michaels at CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Reed Collins in Washington. That ceasefire is 12 hours old now, interrupted occasionally by sporadic clashes between the coalition forces and isolated but still armed Iraqis. The U.S. Central Command says the Iraqi army no longer exists as an effective fighting force, destroyed in 100 hours of combat on the ground and 110,000 combat air sorties. Kuwait City is a liberated mess. The wreckage of war litters the city, and thick black clouds from oil wells torched by the Iraqis make day virtually indistinguishable at times from night. Demolition units are clearing mines and booby traps. Kuwaiti sources say a number of people have been killed or wounded by mines. There is some hope for relatives of those Kuwaitis taken hostage by Iraq. The Saudi army reportedly caught up with a convoy of kidnapped Kuwaitis being driven upward toward Basra. The unconfirmed reports say those Kuwaitis, at least now, are safe. The Central Command destroyed 2 Iraqi T-55 tanks that was firing on an 18th Airborne unit today. U.S. soldiers were out involved in trying to recover the remains of pilots killed in a helicopter crash previously. The Central Command says all U.S. units are now in defensive positions. Loudspeakers are carrying word of the ceasefire out into the remote areas of the desert. Citizens of Baghdad were given a completely differing view of the battlefield result. Iraqi radio terms the ceasefire a victory. U.S. military sources say all 42 Iraqi divisions have been rendered ineffective or, in some cases, destroyed.
As Allied military forces check for mines and booby traps left by the Iraqis, the residents of Kuwait are beginning to talk of their 7-month ordeal. CNN's Charles Jaco is with us live now from Kuwait City. Charles.
Okay.
Charles, go ahead.
Hey, we're reporting live once again from Kuwait City, where things are moving along rather rapidly, but apparently not as quickly as they're moving up north in Iraq. We have a couple of guests here with us, journalists who've just come back, I mean, literally almost just this minute, from Iraq, where they were with the 24th Mechanized Division at the Battle of the Euphrates, and then drove back from there to Iraq. Immediately to my left is David Turnley, photographer with the Detroit Free Press, and on the other side is Richard Chesnoff, senior correspondent with U.S. News and World Report. Richard, I'll start with you. Briefly, you drove back through Iraq. That would sound rather daunting to most people. What's it look like up there?
Well, the area that we were on was, the highway was amazingly clear of having been hit by anything except the vehicles along the highway, tanks strewn everywhere. At the same time, there was a withdrawal of Iraqi troops going on, some with tanks, some by foot, some on trucks, along the highway, neatly on the way back through Basra and out towards Iraq.
Now, were you harassed coming back at all? One would seem a couple of Americans driving down the road through the middle of Iraq while their army's being routed would not exactly be the safest thing in the world.
Every time we passed a group of Iraqi tanks, David would roll down the window and wave with a big smile on his face, and it seemed to work. They didn't smile back and they didn't wave back, but we got through okay. It was very hairy for a while.
Yeah, David, what was the situation with the Iraqi army and the land? Did it look like they were pretty well defeated, or did it look like they still had some fight left in them, or what?
No, they looked absolutely annihilated. We saw guys, dozens of guys, literally walking down the highway in bare feet, hanging their helmets from their arms, some wobbling, some really very old, all of them begging for food from trucks that they would see that would pass by. There was no sign at all of an army intact.
Now, we understand the 24th Mechanized Division of the U.S. Army was up there in a battle with them. What happened?
The 24th Mech went at the Republican Guard near Al-Nasiriyah, and it was an intense battle, but again, a very successful one for the coalition forces. But nevertheless, one that took casualties on both sides, and it was a very intense battle.
Okay, Richard, about that battle, when did it wrap up?
I think the battle basically wrapped up when the ceasefire was called and the suspension of hostilities were called, and that's when it wrapped up. Otherwise, it would have gone on, and we probably would have moved further north towards Basra, I would imagine.
What was the level of damage to the Republican Guard? I mean, were they pretty well wiped out, or from what you tell, did they put up quite a fight, or what did it look like?
Well, they certainly lost a lot of equipment, and I think they probably lost a lot of men. But yesterday, for example, we saw we were with the 5th MASH of the 5th MASH hospital unit, the forward surgical unit, and we saw Republican Guards being brought in by chopper, wounded. They were in amazingly healthy condition for people who've been out in battle. They looked well, they were well groomed. When you compared them to the other guys who were being brought in from the Iraqi army regulars who were emaciated, looked like concentration camp victims.
Now, how far inside Iraq did all this take place, roughly? You got to guess.
Approximately from Kuwait, somewhere between 200 to 300 kilometers. We have yet to quite get our bearings straight because we went up with the American forces, and we were from Hafar al-Batin, probably directly north 250 kilometers on the Euphrates River.
The battle itself was taking place near Nasiriyah, along the Euphrates River.
Okay, now, Richard, a quick question. There's a ceasefire in place, but do we still have large numbers of American troops, the 24th and other, deep inside Iraq up there?
Absolutely. There are troops all throughout Iraq, all throughout the southern portion of Iraq now, very deeply entrenched, and enormous caravans of troops moving even as we speak.
Now, with all these coalition forces entrenched, dug in up there, what's your perception? Is there any military threat left to them at all, or is the Iraqi army pretty much out of business?
I think that for the time being, the Iraqi army seems to be out of business. I think there may be immediate problems with stragglers, with a hardcore, but basically I think this is a defeated army at this time. What's left to Saddam Hussein, whether he will live to fight another battle, remains to be seen.
David, what did the landscape look like up there? You said the army looked pretty defeated and bedraggled. What kind of evidence did you see of the toll the air campaign's taken up there?
Well, from Al-Nasiriyah south to Kuwait along the Euphrates River, you see every 100 meters a tank, a truck, a vehicle of some sort that's been annihilated. You see bodies on the pavement. You see every kind of facility along the way destroyed. You see bunkers that have been clearly destroyed. Complete decimation.
Now, what's your impression when you left? Did it seem the ceasefire was holding, that there was no fighting going on either side?
There was absolutely no fighting at all starting this morning. We heard late last night all the way up till very early this morning incredible booms, which are clearly attacks from the coalition forces. But this morning at 5 Greenwich Mean Time, the ceasefire did seem to go into effect. And as we drove south, we, as Richard indicated earlier, for at least 75 miles along the route, we were the only Americans, the only members of any non-Iraqi contingent, and we encountered frequently large groups of Iraqis heading north who looked at us with a bewilderment, but nevertheless continued to pass on. Some of them tried to surrender to us, thinking we were American Army forces. Some of them asked for food. Some of them had commentaries about Saddam Hussein, wanted to know if he was still alive.
What was the general impression on the people who asked those questions? Did you get a feeling they were hoping he wasn't, or were they just genuinely bewildered and wanted to know what was going on?
We had both views. We were at a POW camp this morning where we talked to many prisoners, many who referred to him in very belligerent terms, others who wanted to know what the role of the United States had been in this war, and at the mention of Saddam Hussein's name still seemed to hold respect for him. So we encountered both opinions. There seemed to be, in the POW camp itself, two groups that had been separated, one which were officers and the other which were troops. The officers seemed to hold him in higher esteem than the troops.
Okay, one final question for both of you. I'll start with you, David. General final impression up there. I mean, does there seem to be much left of the Iraqi army? Does the infrastructure seem to be blasted? I mean, what kind of shape does both the army, the country, the people that you saw look to be in?
My assessment after this trip would be that the country is in a very dismal state right now, at complete loss with itself, and it will take a long time for it to pull itself together, certainly militarily, and I think probably spiritually.
Okay, and Richard, the same question for you. The place sounds like it's pretty well blown to bits. So is that your impression?
Well, there are those things that are still intact. There are those things that are blown to bits. But I think the summation came from an Iraqi doctor, army doctor whom I spoke to earlier today, a colonel who said that this man has ruined our country. And the question, of course, remains now whether that message will get through to the sum total of the Iraqi people, or whether they'll have an opportunity to come and try to do it once again in the future.
So does it seem like there was that much opposition that could be the core of some movement to get rid of Saddam Hussein internally, or is it entirely too early from your experience to talk about that?
I think it's hard to say. I think it's really difficult to say. I was really impressed by the number of people who were ready to totally defend him and stand for him again, and there was nothing wrong with Saddam Hussein. But those things could turn very quickly. And the final end for Saddam Hussein and the influence he has over Iraq will probably best come when his own people decide to do so. And as one Jordanian officer told me a few weeks ago, will end up dragging his body through the streets of Baghdad. That will exorcise him from the Iraqi people.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Richard Chesnoff and David Turnley, a couple of very brave and very enterprising journalists, just this moment returned from deep inside Iraq with a story of almost complete and utter devastation. Some people still supporting Saddam Hussein, others of the army completely dispirited and completely defeated. We're going to have to wait and see if this is going to mean anything for the future or not. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Kuwait City.
And coming up, live reports from the White House and from the Pentagon when our coverage continues.
By Iraqi troops of Kuwait City citizens. We now hear from one of those Kuwait City residents about what might have happened. Let's listen.
They took the person and they put them among about 6-7 people, and everybody beat him by, in his way. Some people beat him by the, like a plastic hose. Some guy kicked him, I mean, I can't, it's really, terrible.
So you were beaten by 6 or 7 people at once?
Yeah.
Now, you were telling me that there was another friend of yours who had something horrible happen to him. His toenails were pulled out. What happened?
Well, there are some of my friends, they took, their fingernails, and the toys, their toys, and they put the electric iron in their body.
So they pulled their fingernails and their toenails out?
Yep.
And they shocked them with electric
With
shock?
electric, yeah, they did.
Did any of these people die from this?
Yeah. I have 3 friends, they are with me, you know. I asked them after when I get out, you know, they told me, you know, they just brought them by their house and
threw the bodies out?
Yeah, after when they're suffering, you know, they shot them from their house and killed them.
So after they had been tortured, they were taken by their houses, shot, and the bodies dumped out in front?
Yeah, that's what they did.
How long were you held by the Iraqis?
13 days. They picked me from the, after when I cut the border from the Khafji, get inside the Kuwait, then put me in they took me to the Al-Jahra jail, and from Jahra, they took me to the police college jail, and we are about 40, 50 guys inside the room, size 2 by 2 meters.
So it was roughly 6 feet by 6 feet, and there were 40 to 50 men crammed into it?
Yeah, we cannot even sleep. If we like sleep, stand up, and we cannot, you know, we cannot sit down, you know, just like this, you know. And, you know, and they tie our eyes and tie our hands, and no food, no water, nothing.
Yosef Ali, a resident of Kuwait City, describing to CNN's Charles Jaco a personal experience of mistreatment, even torture, by Iraqi troops of Kuwait City citizens. Read.
The question now remains, can the United Nations secure the peace that President Bush has declared exists, at least in terms of a ceasefire? Let's go to Charles Feldman now at the UN. Charles?
Yes, Reed, as for the question of UN peacekeeping forces or UN observers in the area, the Secretary General of the United Nations was asked about this morning. His response was that, as always, he was more than willing to assemble such a force and send it to the region, but that is predicated upon 2 things. One is a formal request to do so by the 15-member United Nations Security Council, and perhaps more important, we are told by UN spokespeople that it is not likely to occur until such time as the Security Council votes for a formal United Nations ceasefire, which of course is now not yet in effect. And it is the norm, we are told, to have such a UN ceasefire before even thinking about assembling a peacekeeping force. But it could be done rather quickly once all those things fall into place. As for some other matters, clearly ambassadors here are very happy about the way things are now turning out in the Persian Gulf. The British ambassador to the UN, in fact, says that he thinks the threat to the region is over.
It's a rather good day for collective security and for small nations who may feel that their neighbors are casting covetous eyes upon them, because I think in future we shall see a good deal less of that.
Yes, and talking about the future, the French foreign minister dropped in to pay a quick visit here at the United Nations before, I believe, he goes down to Washington, and he said that the UN must now look toward the future.
I think we are on a good way to have a good peace in the future, and it will be necessary to start working seriously on the main problems, the main question in that region, and I will insist on that, mainly on the question of the Palestinian and the relation between Israel and the Arabic countries.
And as we speak now, a few floors below us, there is a closed-door meeting, consultations they are called, by the 15 members of the Security Council, where they are talking about such issues as return of POWs and the Kuwaiti detainees. Charles Feldman, CNN, reporting live from the United Nations.
Well, there's just been a briefing in the White House, and we're expecting to hear from the President in about an hour. Let's find details now from Mary Tillotson at the White House. Mary.
The way Marlon Fitzwater describes the mood here this first day of a tentative ceasefire in the Persian Gulf is a great relief that the fighting has stopped and we're over the hourly tension of what might happen. But Fitzwater says there is no sense of finality here because there are still too many things to be done. Probably first and foremost among them trying to secure the release of all prisoners of war and what may be an untold number of civilians still in Iraqi hands. Fitzwater said Secretary of State Baker will be visiting the Gulf region next week, working on 4 other areas of primary concern to the administration in the post-war time. One of them, security arrangements for the area, specifically securing the border of Kuwait. Arms control, that means keeping Iraq and Saddam Hussein from rearming. 3, Arab-Israeli relations. Fitzwater says that the U.S. would like a role in trying to secure whatever broad Middle East peace can be achieved, even though that's going to have to be the work of the Israelis and the Arab countries themselves. And 4th, considering the economic needs of the area. Operation Desert Shield, which over the last 7 months produced Operation Desert Storm, the war which now seems to be over, has, according to Republican leader Bob Dole in the Senate, now proceeded to Operation Desert Calm. We can all hope that Senator Dole is not being overly and prematurely optimistic. Mary Tillotson, CNN Live at the White House.
When our coverage continues, the Pentagon says Johnny will come marching home, but not right away.
Move forward still a little bit more, still. You'll get the wire hooked up down there?
Reid, Pentagon officials say the first of the more than 500,000 U.S. troops in the Gulf can expect to start returning home within the next 2 or 3 weeks. But officials caution that it will take months before all of those forces are back home. They note that the buildup took nearly 6 months, and it could take even longer to break it down.
We have already dusted off plans that we had written and had prepared right during the planning process and development of the campaign plan on how we would redeploy our forces back to the United States or Germany or wherever they're going. Their home station, I guess, the best way to put it. Those plans are out. They're being actively reviewed by the CENTCOM staff. Can I give you a timeline? No, I really can't, because it's all situational dependent. In other words, we're going to have to find out how this peace process develops, what the agreements are, and then very logically and carefully craft how we will redeploy our forces. I expect if things go very well, I think that you could see a quick return for some forces.
Officials say that among those remaining the longest in Saudi Arabia will be those reserve and National Guard units involved in logistics, transportation, and other support activities. As a matter of general preference, the Pentagon will try to bring home those troops who have been in the Gulf the longest, such as the Army's 82nd Airborne Division and the 24th Mechanized Infantry Division sent there last August. But officials warn that there are still serious military-related problems despite the ceasefire, and some of those early deployed units may have to remain in the region for a while longer. At the U.S. military briefing in Riyadh earlier today, General Neal said that all of Iraq's 42 divisions that had been in the Kuwaiti theater of operations, including the Republican Guard's 8 divisions, are now officially deemed combat ineffective. Total U.S. casualties listed for the entire 6-week war: 79 killed in action, 212 wounded in action, and 45 missing in action. Other statistics: Allies flew 110,000 sorties during the course of this war. Officials here like to say that that air campaign clearly prepared the battlefield for the 4-day ground offensive. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
When our coverage continues, we'll hear from some U.S. troops about the ceasefire.
Thanks for bringing our freedom back. That's all right. Thank you.
When the Iraqis invaded last August. Today they returned home for the first time in 7 months to find that it had been turned into a fortress. The Iraqis had used it as an army compound. Like so many Kuwaitis, the Kadmani's home had been left in ruins, all the windows bricked up by soldiers defending themselves against resistance fighters. Inside they found piles of live munitions and weapons left by the fleeing soldiers. Many of them had come from Jordan, but shells were no use to a family with no electricity or running water. On the roof where the Kadmanis used to play with their 3 young daughters, there were sniper positions abandoned by the Iraqis only 2 days ago.
Yeah, this is ready for... This is ready, I think.
I don't know, I don't like the house anymore. I want to change everything. Because really, you know, I can smell the Iraqi people in my house. I can smell their smell. It's dirty. I don't want to, I don't want to live in the house anymore. I want to change, if I live, I want to change everything. Everything in the house. Get it new to live inside. I don't want my kids to see it. It's terrible.
How difficult has it been for you over the months?
Well, it was very, very, very difficult, especially with my kids. You know, we stayed in the house, 7 months in the house. My kids can't go outside to play. One of my cousins was killed. They shot 14 shots in his head.
14 shots?
14, yeah. And he threw him just like this, in the street. They didn't let his family to come near him. They said, no, you're not allowed to take him. He has to stay in the street 3 days. He didn't do anything. Nothing. He wasn't a policeman. He was not in the army, nothing. Just like this.
And women friends, too?
Yeah. I know a friend of mine. She was killed. I don't know, it's terrible. They wrote her name on a piece of paper, and they put a pen, put the name on her skin with the pen.
They pinned her name,
yeah,
onto her body?
On the skin, yeah, on her body.
And killed her?
Yeah, on the street also.
And there's been
many terrible stories.
Right next door, a friend's house, which had been commandeered by Saddam Hussein himself when he visited the city a few weeks ago. The owner, Mrs. Latifa Al-Mullah, had been thrown out of her home so that Saddam Hussein could sleep in her bed. She cautiously checked inside for the first time, fearful of booby traps.
He said one night, the night he prayed on the seaside.
How do you feel about it?
I can't, there is no word to explain this.
All across the city, the liberating armies vented their anger on images of the man who'd ordered the destruction of their city. For the moment, impromptu martial chanting had preceded martial law as the coalition's Arab troops reveled in their victory. Everywhere there was evidence of the Iraqis' vandalism. In the police yard at Al-Dazma, dozens of gutted cars and vans piled high with looted goods the Iraqis were preparing to take away. These policemen demonstrated how they'd been beaten by the occupying army. But not all the Iraqis had escaped. The Kuwaitis unexpectedly led us to a cell. Inside, over a dozen Iraqi soldiers who'd been locked up by the local resistance. This bedraggled group of prisoners now vehemently denouncing Saddam Hussein.
We want to stay here because we hate the war, and we want peace, and we hate Arabia. We hate the President Saddam.
Their captors say they'll hold the Iraqis hostage until Saddam returns the Kuwaitis who've been abducted. They don't believe they're innocent.
Because they are behind bars now. Get them out of there, and you'll see.
What will you see?
They are murdered, I told you.
In a morgue at the Al-Sabah hospital, we saw graphic evidence of the Iraqis' campaign of violence. The bodies of Kuwaitis who'd been grotesquely tortured and then executed. Some shot dozens of times. These men had come in search of a missing brother. The scenes inside this one morgue give only the slightest insight into the slaughter of the last 7 months. Everywhere we go, we've been hearing stories of executions, of torture, of maiming. Nobody knows the exact number, but it seems likely that thousands upon thousands of Kuwaitis have died before this town was finally liberated. Now, some of the perpetrators themselves also lay dead in Kuwait City. We came across an Iraqi secret police general who'd been killed when his car crashed into his own vehicles in the panic to retreat. Jeremy Thompson, ITN in Kuwait City.
Israel's defense minister says there was a plan to take out those Iraqi Scuds, a plan that was very nearly implemented. That's coming up.
British Prime Minister John Major says the Allies plan to seek a UN order forcing Iraq to reduce its arsenal after the war. The Prime Minister told Parliament today that the Allies will insist Iraq destroy its ballistic missiles and weapons of mass destruction and vow not to acquire such weapons in the future. Mr. Major says that the Allies must look ahead to securing peace in the Gulf region and that the peace process must encompass the Palestinian issue.
In Israel, the go-ahead's been given to let down some guard now. Residents unsealing their protected rooms, putting away their gas mask kits under the advice of the government. The Army remains on alert, but a government spokesman says the end of hostilities has very much reduced the threats of any missile attacks from Iraq. Israeli restraint in the face of past Scud attacks has been highly praised by the Allies. In an interview today with CNN, the Defense Minister Moshe Ahrens indicated his government may have been very close to retaliating when the fighting stopped.
Our primary concern has been to do what we could do to put an end to the Iraqi missile threat. We had an operation that was planned to make a contribution to put an end to the Iraqi launching capability. We delayed that operation because of the political constraints that existed out of consideration for the position taken by the administration in Washington. During the last few days, we felt that these constraints were in the process of evaporating or certainly of being weakened. But as we have found out, unfortunately, the fighting is at an end, and we hope that, therefore, the Iraqi missile threat to Israel is also ended.
Well, among Palestinians in the occupied territories, there's been disappointment over the defeat of Saddam Hussein and some anger.
Saddam, he went all over the world. The only name now in the world that he speaks correct to his people. Okay. And the contrary of Bush. Bush, he lied against his people.
I hope Americans to be dead in Iraq. I want to tell you something also. The war is not finished. It's beginning.
Concerns of pro-Iraqi demonstrations breaking out in the territories has kept Israeli officials from lifting an emergency curfew, and that still keeps most Palestinians confined to their homes.
The end of the Gulf War may not automatically guarantee peace in the Middle East. Some Israeli experts say that dangers loom over the Jewish state, even if the threat of Saddam Hussein is diminished. CNN's Greg Lefebvre reports.
Who or what should the Middle East be on guard against as the next regional threat? Some in Israel have only to look north to Syria's Hafez al-Assad. The comparison with Saddam Hussein comes easy to the hardline former Israeli Defense Minister Ariel Sharon.
There is no difference between Assad and Saddam Hussein. We speak about two dictators, two murderers that committed, let's say, the same crimes.
Syria has 4,600 tanks, perhaps more significantly, an arsenal of Scud and other missiles, many definitely armed with chemical warheads. Syria will receive $2 billion for its participation in the Gulf Coalition. Assad is expected to take the cash and go shopping.
The next thing you know is the Syrian Defense Minister, General Klatt, goes to Moscow in order to pave the way for an arms deal. They were after this huge arms deal with the Soviet Union for the past 3 years or more. They were not able to pay for the arms that they wanted to get from the Russians. Now they have the money.
But not all feel that Assad is determined to confront Israel.
I think Assad is a softer man than Saddam. His resources are more limited than those of Saddam. And more importantly, he's a wiser man.
There are also Assad's problems with the Muslims who comprise a majority in his country.
In his own country, Assad had quashed the Muslim Brotherhood, the fundamentalist Muslims, and he is regarded by many fundamentalist Muslims as an enemy. And it would be difficult for him to don this mantle of the champion of Islam.
Also, the renewed U.S.-Syria rapport may help Syria and Israel begin talking peace. Syria's increasing control over much of Lebanon eases the pressure on Israel's north border, creating a state of de facto cooperation. Other possibilities for the next Saddam sweep from North Africa to Persia.
This is an area rich in pretenders and ambitious leaders.
By Western standards, most Arab countries are inherently unstable from centuries of repressive societies and little or no democracy.
On the other side of Iraq, there is Rafsanjani,
and the Iranian Revolution, which is not yet extinguished.
After Iraq is destroyed, and it's going to be destroyed, who's going to be the superpower in the area? Saudi Arabia? Kuwait? Of course not. It's going to be Iran.
And the same factor that fuels Iran's present regime may fuel others, radical Islamic fundamentalism.
I can tell you more. I believe that what we have to watch out now for is not so much a person or a regime, but rather a movement. And I think that the revivalist or fundamentalist Islamic movement in the Arab world is extremely potent now, and its potential is growing.
Recent protests in Egypt are evidence of a small but growing fundamentalist movement there. Already, considerable fundamental forces exist in Algiers, Tunisia, Morocco, and to a lesser extent in Jordan.
A leader may emerge from one of these movements.
Iraq had an ideal combination of ingredients that may be more difficult to assemble in other Arab countries. A large population from which to conscript an army, a large and continuous flow of oil money, good relations with the West, and a powerful military dictator.
Shortly after this war, we will see the arms dealers rushing to the Middle Eastern capitals, trying to sell their merchandise. And I would say it won't surprise any Israeli if within 5 or 6 years we will see an Iraq under Saddam or somebody else being able to rehabilitate and reconstruct its military strength.
Muammar Gaddafi has ambition and Libya has money, although Gaddafi has appeared less adventurous since feeling the fury of a U.S. airstrike in Tripoli in 1986.
Libya has sophistication. It has experience in international adventures in Chad and in the Philippines and elsewhere, and has been fairly effective in some of that. And it can do a lot of harm by developing unconventional weapons or long-range missiles.
What if Iraq wants to rearm? Can the West keep the Soviets from helping?
Whether so many tanks and artillery pieces will be destroyed today, this is not a major issue, because we have realized in the past that once the Soviets wanted, they could rearm any of the Arab countries very fast.
In any case, attention could quickly turn to the most popular unifying force among Arabs, hatred of Israel, coalition members included.
What the Saudis were saying day in, day out was, why should we fight the Iraqis? Because Saddam is forcing us to. But they said we would rather be fighting alongside the Iraqis against Israel.
The greatest concern among analysts is that the next tyrant may not be recognized early enough, that the lessons from the Saddam Hussein experience have not been learned, and an opportunity has been wasted. Greg Lefebvre, CNN, Jerusalem.
And our coverage continues in a moment.
Day after day, night after night, there's an easy way to save on AT&T.
An Iraqi tank put out of action permanently as the Allies turn their attention from the war to the peace. I'm Susan Rook at CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Bernard Shaw in Washington. 22 hours after President Bush ordered a halt to the Allied offensive in the Gulf War, the battlefields in Kuwait and Iraq are quiet, except for isolated clashes with pockets of Iraqi troops. Iraq has moved a step closer to accepting President Bush's full terms for ceasefire, and diplomats are beginning the tough job of locking down the peace. Our senior White House correspondent Charles Bierbauer reports President Bush already has begun discussing post-war plans with U.S. allies.
While conferring with Kuwait's ambassador to the U.S., President Bush announced that Iraq has taken a further step toward the Allies' conditions for a ceasefire.
I want to announce here today that the Iraqi government has now agreed to designate military commanders to meet with coalition counterparts to arrange for the military aspects of this ceasefire.
There are vital matters still to be resolved.
The one that's foremost, or most foremost in my heart, is the question of our prisoners of war. And we expect a prompt repatriation of them, Kuwaiti detainees and others.
Kuwait's ambassador says fleeing Iraqi troops took some 4,000 to 5,000 Kuwaiti hostages with them. More than 2,000 Kuwaitis are reported to have died during the occupation. Thousands are unaccounted for. The ambassador shed his diplomatic hat to voice his view of Saddam Hussein.
But personally, I would say I would encourage the Iraqi people to speed up any action against Saddam Hussein and his party to relieve themselves of this misery that they have been living under for the last 10 years now.
The ambassador says there are even intelligence reports that Saddam Hussein may have lost his grip on power, and Kuwait still expects Iraq to pay reparations for the war and occupation.
I believe the Iraqis are in a position to pay reparations. There are so many funds that are tucked away by the Iraqi regime around the world in banks. We have been investigating them. We have many information with regard to their assets.
Bush has been conferring with his allies, among them the French foreign minister.
I hope now we'll continue to work together to build a peace and a very good, peaceful and stable settlement in that region.
U.S. officials say the concerns are security in the Gulf, preventing Iraqi rearmament, and the Arab-Israeli problem. That's the problem Bush did not want to link directly to the Iraqi war.
I personally think that the Palestinian question is the most urgent among this question.
But even Arabs are calling for a new approach from the Palestinians themselves.
The first thing that has to be done to achieve this objective is for the Palestinians to find a more responsible leadership with which to create the atmosphere for dialogue and discussion with the Israelis.
While such problems remain, as Bush met with Saudi Prince Bandar, it was clear there was quite a bit of satisfaction around the White House.
All that display of force and then use of force, I think it served a very noble purpose. I really do.
The president traded compliments with the minister, the ambassador, and the prince. In fact, the Kuwaiti ambassador told President Bush he'd go down in history as the great liberator of Kuwait. Charles Bierbauer, CNN, the White House.
Diplomats say the United States has drafted a resolution aimed at settling the war and is expected to present it Friday to the United Nations Security Council. Among other things, the resolution calls for an arms embargo against Iraq if Saddam Hussein remains in power. Meanwhile, the Bush administration is already charting its diplomatic course for the post-war Middle East. Secretary of State James Baker has scheduled a trip next week to Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Syria, Israel, Turkey, and the Soviet Union.
For the first time since the start of the Gulf War, Western journalists are in Kuwait seeing firsthand the devastation, the destruction wrought by the Iraqis. CNN's Tom Mintier reports.
Before the Iraqi troops left, they blew up the desalinization plant and the power stations. There is no water or electricity. Homes taken over by Iraqi soldiers and turned into fighting positions are gutted, and many have been burned. These two homes were taken over by the Iraqis. Windows were closed off with cement blocks and concrete. This home also served as the control center for the neighborhood. Gun ports on the third floor of this house were aimed at a nearby expressway. We found a Soviet-built anti-tank weapon hanging just a few feet from the window, loaded and ready to fire. Before they departed Kuwait City, the Iraqis did plenty of firing, mostly at buildings. At Kuwait City's airport, this is all that is left of a British Airways 747 that landed just before the invasion in August. The passengers and crew were taken hostage. The airplane was blown up on the runway when the ground war started. This is the Kuwait Institute for Scientific Study. Tank rounds were fired through the front of the building. Nearly everything inside was packed up and taken to Baghdad. These three Kuwaitis worked at the Institute. They describe how a special team of Iraqi soldiers sent in from Baghdad dismantled the entire facility.
It's a treasure to them what's in here. When they came, they sent a special team to select every piece in here. It was the only place that they, stripped it completely, removed everything that was in the center.
It's an IBM machines, really. And they took the manuals with them, and the rest of the stuff, they just damaged it, They didn't keep it in the same place. They just damaged it and they throw it away.
Many Kuwaitis say what they have lost, or what was broken, can be fixed. But the human life that has been lost cannot. This Kuwaiti police colonel says they have no idea how many are missing or have been murdered.
We haven't got special numbers at the moment because this is just 2 days which we got free, So we are looking because we hear about many, but as far as we have numbers, it's more than 100.
In the neighborhoods, the Kuwaitis are now returning to their homes. many after being in hiding for nearly 7 months. What they have found in many cases defies description. But while the Iraqis may have broken their personal possessions, they definitely have not cracked their spirit. Tom Intier, CNN in Kuwait City.
When our coverage continues, when will the U.S. troops come home? One American military town gets a head start on homecoming.
Radio Baghdad said today Iraq had, quote, demolished the aura of the United States, the empire of evil, terror, and aggression, unquote. And the ruling party newspaper said the Gulf War will go down in history as a great Arab achievement. But as CNN's Peter Arnett reports, on the street, the mood ranged from festive to somber. We remind you, of course, his reports are censored by the Iraqi government.
Baghdad's first night of peace in a month and a half. But even without bombing, the city is still a ghost town at night. The ceasefire has brought peace to the skies, but not light to the city. The electric power stations were hit weeks ago. The only lights in the streets of Baghdad are the kebab coals and the lanterns in the restaurants where customers eat. There are still the sounds of gunfire in the night, but this time they're celebratory. This normally busy holiday eve, normally busy in non-war times, is eerily quiet. Much of Baghdad's population is still in safer communities to the north, not yet returned. The full impact of the ceasefire was apparent late afternoon. Youth took to the streets for the first time in weeks to play their favorite sport. Schools and universities have been closed since early January, and there is no word on their reopening. Old Baghdad communities in Center City were bustling with unaccustomed life. While most were spared air attack, the collateral damage from military targeting spilled into their communities sometime. Some people said they were out for the first time since the air war began. While the young played football, the veterans of other wars reflected on the present and future of Iraq.
Of course, this experiment made us more powerful. It's he, the human being, through his experiment and through his situations and private experiment, he can establish a strong future. You know, the Iraqis do not want destruction, and all Iraqis were happy for the ceasefire. I can say Iraqis are all satisfied with their government.
The subtleties of the politics of the ceasefire seem lost in the shell-shocked residents of the capital city. They're embracing peace now and hoping it lasts till tomorrow. Peter Arnett, CNN, Baghdad.
Peter's movements are restricted in Baghdad, and his reports are censored by the Iraqi government.
The plastic sheets came off the windows, the gas masks were put away, and there was dancing in the streets. The Scud threat is apparently over for Israel. Iraq launched 39 Scuds at the Jewish state during the war. Some missed, some were intercepted. A few hit populated areas, killing 2 people, injuring 230. For now, there is relief in Israel, but with a wary eye toward Iraq. Meanwhile, the Palestine Liberation Organization says with the war over, the United Nations must now address the Palestinian question. The PLO says the UN must apply existing resolutions rejecting Israel's annexation of Jerusalem and the Golan Heights and calling for the protection of the Palestinians. White House Chief of Staff John Sununu told Larry King tonight he expects the Arab-Israeli situation to get more attention now.
Out of Saddam Hussein, might we see a Palestinian state?
Well,
some equilibrium in the region when that goes.
Yeah, I think the president has said all along that he is committed to dealing with the Arab-Israeli question. He's committed to dealing with the overall problem in the Middle East. I have no question in my mind that right at the top of the agenda, as Secretary Baker goes around now next week talking to the countries out there, to the leaders of the countries out there, that's going to be one of the items at the top of the agenda. And the president and the secretary have been committed all along to dealing with the tough, complex issues.
France had called for a conference on Arab-Israeli conflicts and the PLO situation before the war and is expected to renew that call now.
Jordanians also want the world's attention to shift now to the plight of the Palestinians, but while they're waiting for that to happen, they are helping their neighbor, Iraq, recover from the war. CNN's Lucia Newman is in Amman.
Pro-Iraqi demonstrators were again out in force on the streets of Amman. But on this day, there was a difference. A sense of relief that the fighting was over.
I'm very happy because there is going to be peace, and this is good for everybody.
He's hero, and he's the hero of peace and victory.
The happiness on the faces of many Jordanians is also a reflection of disbelief, a feeling that Iraq is the victor, despite all the evidence to the contrary.
This is an indication that the Western has lost, because Mr. Bush will not agree to ceasefire unless he was defeated.
Jordanian officials, though, are more realistic.
What we are interested now is to have a ceasefire that could hold and to allow the Iraqis to get their basic needs.
Even as the cessation of hostilities was being announced, Jordanians were sending off truckloads of food and medicine to their Iraqi neighbors. The government, though, emphatically rejects charges that it provided weapons to Iraq last month in violation of the UN arms ban.
Jordan did not ship any arms after the war or before the war, during the crisis. We can deny it in a very clear manner.
It's hoped the end of the war will bring back tourism to Jordan, where the economy also has suffered badly because of the prohibition of trade with Iraq, this nation's biggest commercial partner. The main focus of attention right now, though, is shifting rapidly from Iraq to the Palestinians, who make up over 60% of Jordan's population. The mood here is of continued defiance, and people say they will go on with the struggle until Palestine is returned to its rightful owners. While the fighting in nearby Kuwait and Iraq may be over, in Jordan the hostility towards the U.S. and its allies is as strong as ever. In fact, Jordanian officials say it might even grow, unless the West now shows it's equally interested in seeing that UN resolutions on the Palestinians are also respected. Lucia Newman, CNN, Amman.
Coming up after the break, we'll tell you about some Kuwaitis who waged a quiet war of civil disobedience against the Iraqis. The Iraqi army has gone. Its legacy of bloodshed lives on in Kuwait City. Booby traps have maimed and killed several people since Iraqi soldiers left. Other Kuwaitis paid a similar price for resisting Iraq's occupation with acts of civil disobedience and sometimes bullets. CNN's Brian Jenkins reports.
Kuwaiti resistance fighters are gathering up an enormous collection of weapons left behind by fleeing Iraqi soldiers. Not only rifles, but grenades, mortar shells, and other ammunition. Given the arsenal brought in to terrorize them, it may seem a wonder that so many Kuwaitis passed up their chances to leave.
Why did I stay? I have no other place than this land. If I want to die, I will die here.
Many Kuwaitis did, but not without a fight. 12 died Sunday in a shootout in this suburb of Kuwait City. They had raised their country's flag when they heard the coalition ground offensive had begun, and Iraqi soldiers moved in to flush them out of the two houses they held. This Kuwaiti woman says the firefight raged for 10 hours, but the Iraqis called in several tanks to blast the houses with cannon fire. Resistance leaders say they usually tried to avoid head-to-head battles, instead staging sneak attacks.
Any place we see Iraqi people, car do something, vehicles, we shoot at them.
And even after orders went out to the Iraqis to turn tail and run, bullets still flew sporadically.
We have captured about 100 soldiers, Iraqi soldiers were hidden inside the area.
Do you think there are more still hiding?
Yeah, I think there are still more hiding.
An Iraqi soldier who turned himself in to police Wednesday claims he's been in hiding at his cousin's home in Kuwait since September. The soldier says he thinks the rape of Kuwait has been a disgrace for the Arab nation. He fears he would be killed if he ever went home and desperately wants to stay in Kuwait, where he says his treatment has been perfect. That wasn't true for most Kuwaiti prisoners taken during the occupation. This resistance fighter was tortured with electric shocks to his arms and chest and had his nose broken beyond repair. He also had his feet slashed and a toe broken before friends bought his way out of captivity. But Kuwaitis vow not to stoop to their torturers' level.
If everybody comes and he says, this person killed my brother or tortured my brother, and somebody goes and kills him here, and there's been a lot of killing unnecessary.
These two brothers lived to see the liberation of their country, one resisting from the inside, the other dropping out of college in Baltimore and joining up with U.S. Marines to fight his way home. After a year apart, they reunited and gave thanks to those who helped them drive out their oppressors.
We're free, man, we're free. It took us the Marines, hoorah, and we kicked the Iraqis out of Kuwait. And if they want more, the Marines are ready for more. And hoorah!
And now the resistors here can openly show what they think of the man who sought to be the modern hero of the Arab world. Brian Jenkins, CNN, Kuwait City.
All of Kuwait's 950 producing oil wells have been either damaged or destroyed, most set on fire by Iraqi troops, the rest hit by Allied bombs.
And as far as the eye can see, what's left of Iraq's tanks, trucks, and troops that were attached as they raced out of Kuwait and tried to get home. I'm Susan Rook at CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Patrick Emery. A sudden postponement in the talks between the Allied and Iraqi military leaders. The Pentagon says the talks scheduled for Saturday are being delayed for at least 24 hours. No reason is being given for the delay, but a Pentagon source tells CNN if Iraq is delaying for other than logistical reasons, coalition planes could resume bombing within minutes of a presidential order. When the meeting is held, one of the topics to be discussed is prisoners of war. The Associated Press is reporting the Allies believe Iraq tortured and killed 2 British airmen. The story quotes a high-ranking officer in Saudi Arabia. President Bush says he expects Iraq to meet the Allies' demand that they release everyone being held captive.
And they know that they must comply, and I believe they will comply. And put it this way, they better comply.
Mr. Bush then headed for a weekend at Camp David. He said he doesn't feel like celebrating yet. He wants to see the POWs set free. The Pentagon says release them or else.
The top priority is to get the prisoners back, not only our prisoners of war, but the coalition prisoners of war, civilian hostages, the CBS News crew. In my view, we're dealing with humanity here, so all of them would have equal priority, and I think that it's going to be made very clear, unless the Iraqi forces are willing to deal on that issue first, that we're not going to get very much further. And as I said, we're prepared to resume operations should that become necessary.
Among the other subjects to be discussed are removing mines and working out details for a ceasefire. But the Allies say Iraq is in no position to negotiate. It must comply with the peace terms.
We have the ability to resume hostilities at a moment's notice if the President gives the word for us to do so.
On the battlefield.
The full United Nations Security Council is expected to vote Saturday night on a draft resolution spelling out the conditions for a permanent ceasefire in the Gulf. The 5 permanent members agreed on the draft resolution Friday night. Cuba then requested a 24-hour period for diplomats to consult their governments about it. Diplomats say China is expected to abstain on the final vote. The Pentagon says the number of U.S. troops killed in action is up 10 from its last report. 38 U.S. service personnel were killed in the 4-day ground war. The U.S. command also says a doctor was killed Friday when his vehicle hit a landmine in Iraq. A medical specialist with him was killed when she stepped on another landmine as she ran to help him.
The first possible signs of Iraqi revolt against Saddam Hussein. 2 British newspapers are carrying eyewitness reports saying the southern Iraqi city of Basra was in a state of chaos on Friday. The Financial Times quotes a witness as saying crowds cheered and shouted anti-Saddam Hussein slogans when a tank shot shells through a big portrait of the Iraqi leader. The reports are coming from Egyptian refugees fleeing Basra. A French newspaper reports Saddam Hussein has decided to step down and is seeking asylum in Algeria. Le Monde also reports the North African country has granted him asylum with some strings. The Algerian government firmly denies the Le Monde report. The paper also reports the Allies agreed to 2 Algerian requests, that Hussein won't be hunted down once he is out of power, and he won't be held accountable for war crimes or any kind of reparations. U.S. Secretary of State James Baker would only say what might or might not happen in the aftermath would have to be discussed among coalition partners.
The United States has reopened its embassy in Kuwait City. Ambassador Skip Ghanim and his 15-member staff and U.S. soldiers in battle dress lowered the flag that had flown over the embassy since December. And then they raised a special new flag. That flag was given to Ghanim by former Ambassador Nathaniel Howell, who remained in Kuwait from the August invasion by Iraq until December 13th. Iraqi soldiers caused widespread destruction in Kuwait City, but the U.S. embassy was virtually untouched. Ghanim told the small ceremony it was a day for pride.
I'm very proud that I'm an American. I'm very proud to be part of the family and what's happened, and the President, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and Force General Powell, and all of you, what you've done to make Kuwait free again, and it is.
Outside the embassy during the opening ceremony, Kuwaitis packed a two-lane seaside road, honking horns and chanting, "Bush, Bush, Bush."
After Iraq invaded Kuwait, unconfirmed stories began to circulate, telling of torture and atrocities committed against Kuwaiti civilians. Kuwaitis are now free to talk and to show some of the things that they have seen. Now, we've carefully edited out most of the gruesome scenes. A warning here. The ones which remain may still disturb some of you. At Kuwaiti hospitals, the morgues contain the disfigured bodies of civilians who were beaten, burned, mutilated. And then there are stories. One hospital volunteer talks about what happened to a woman that he knew.
Half of the head was taken off with an axe or something, and a bullet here through the mouth, and 3 bullets here, and also one, small scars around her body.
Hospital workers say the Iraqis brought only a small percentage of their victims to the hospitals. They say many other bodies were simply dumped on the streets or near the homes of victims' relatives.
When Iraqi troops were ordered to leave Kuwait, some tried to take along things that belonged to Kuwaiti civilians. Robert Moore shows us what happened when Allied bombers caught them running away. These pictures are also disturbing, but the worst scenes have been edited out.
The road out of Kuwait to Basra. For many of the fleeing Iraqi soldiers, this was their last journey. Vehicles lie scattered and destroyed, with bodies along the roadside. And as we move south along the road, we found a scene of carnage. A huge convoy of trucks and stolen civilian cars and armored vehicles hit by the Americans from the air with their cluster bombs. It was quite literally a trap. A ridge to one side, a minefield to the other, Allied armor ahead, and above them, the bombers. The Allies have cleared many of the bodies from the scene, placed in small groups to one side, many too badly charred ever to be identified. While we were there, injured Iraqi soldiers were still being discovered. This man, his foot blown off by a landmine, being helped to a field hospital by Americans. Some had tried desperately to hide under the bridges, but even this didn't save them. In the panic of the attack, tanks and cars were crashing into each other. The road is now, in effect, a scrapyard and a burial site. No one knows how many died. The Americans are quick to point out that the vast majority of those killed here were not refugees nor civilians, but the scattered remnants of an invading army. The possessions of this largely conscript force litter the area. Hand grenades, ammunition, guns, even what goods they had looted from Kuwait. The Iraqis had fought back, but without air power, they stood little chance. This is what Allied commanders meant when they said that the Iraqi army was now trapped in Kuwait. And this is the result. One officer here describing it as apocalyptic. Just ahead of this concentrated area of destruction is a monument to Saddam Hussein, now framed by American tanks. This is Robert Moore for the British Television News Pool in central Kuwait.
Some of the world's richest oil fields are burning wastelands now, and we'll have the latest on this environmental disaster.
Kuwait, you can hardly tell night from day. Thick black smoke from hundreds of oil well fires cloud the air. The Kuwaiti oil company says nearly all of the 950 oil wells in production at the time of the invasion were damaged in some way during the war. CNN's Craig Heaps reports on what this could do to the environment.
Like giant torches, the oil wells burn throughout Kuwait. Estimates say the Iraqis set more than 500 wells ablaze before they retreated. And if the experts are right, these are beacons warning of environmental disaster. The biggest problem is smoke, black, acrid smoke filled with sulfur. It is so thick it makes day look like night. This is what it looks like around the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait City at 3:30 in the afternoon. It is making it hard to breathe in some parts of Kuwait and Saudi Arabia.
And it could significantly increase the death rate and put especially the young and the very old and those who are sick at risk.
The fear is the smoke will spread. Black rain has already fallen over the region as oily soot mixes with water vapor and turns to polluted precipitation. Right now, the smoke is rising to about 10,000 feet, but the real danger comes at 30,000 feet, where the jet stream could carry it east at hundreds of miles an hour. That's more likely in the summer when the air heats up. If the smoke hits the jet stream, it could spread across India and Southeast Asia, potentially blocking out the sun and lowering temperatures. Some scientists believe even one freezing day caused by the pollution could destroy a good portion of Asia's rice crop.
And this could put not just hundreds, but perhaps millions and millions of people at risk of starvation because they have no surplus.
Not all scientists buy the disaster scenario. Richard Small is with the Pacific Sierra Research Corporation. He believes there will be severe environmental damage in the immediate area, but it will not spread farther.
We don't foresee failure of the monsoons, any deep changes in temperature, crop failures, or any such problems in the Northern Hemisphere.
Everyone agrees a lot depends on how long the fires last. The Kuwaiti government has already contracted with a number of firms that fight oil fires to put them out once all the mines and booby traps have been removed. Experts say it could take 1 to 5 years to extinguish all of the fires. Combined with
Saddam Hussein, a French newspaper, Le Monde, is reporting he is expected to resign and will reportedly seek asylum in Algeria. But President Bush said the Algerian government has denied that report.
Senior U.S. military officials told a Pentagon briefing the Allies are not hunting down Saddam Hussein if he tries to flee. They say that they won't automatically stop him from leaving. But President Bush says war criminals will not escape responsibility. As CNN's Anthony Collins reports, a war crimes trial is not being ruled out.
As reports come in of Iraqi atrocities against Kuwaiti citizens, the United States is determined to bring the criminals to justice.
The reports are just sickening that are coming out of Kuwait. The person that actually perpetrated the tortures and the insidious crimes will be the ones that are held responsible.
One way or another, the administration also wants to see Saddam Hussein himself held accountable. President Bush was asked if the U.S. will hunt him down for any war crimes trial.
No, I'm not going to say that, not hunt him down, but nobody can be absolved from their responsibilities under international law on the war crimes aspect of that.
After World War II, the U.S., Britain, France, and the Soviet Union convicted captured Nazi officials of war crimes at Nuremberg. But Saddam Hussein is still at large. One administration hope is that Saddam would be ousted in a coup and put on trial by a new Iraqi government. Another possibility is to put him on trial in absentia, the way France put Nazi official Klaus Barbie on trial while he was a fugitive. But some U.S. officials fear a trial of Saddam in absentia might make a martyr out of him. Among possible war crimes charges being considered is abuse of U.S. prisoners of war. Some administration officials say a war crimes trial is possible without specifying who would conduct it.
Well, there is an effort on the part of the Kuwaitis to identify those individuals who were responsible for the crimes that have been committed against Kuwait. I don't know whether or not that'll ultimately produce a war crimes trial of any kind. It's possible, I suppose.
Whether to hold an international war crimes trial is one of the topics Secretary of State James Baker is scheduled to discuss on his trip to the Middle East next week.
Among the problems of setting up a coalition tribunal are the differences between Western and Islamic law, and trying to reach agreement on where the trial should be held, who should prosecute, and the specific charges and defendants. But the biggest problem of all, Saddam Hussein is not in coalition hands. Anthony Collins, CNN at the State Department.
POWs. Their fate is one of the unknowns as this war winds down. It has been more than 40 days since Marine Chief Warrant Officer Guy Hunter's plane was shot down. He was taken captive. CNN's Cheryl Potts visited with his brother's family near Stone Mountain, Georgia.
The ceasefire is thrilling news for the Hunter family. However, Billy and his wife Rosemary are reserving their enthusiasm until they receive word about his brother.
At this point, we don't know if they're alive. We don't know if they're hurt. And we don't know
know if they need medical attention.
Marine Chief Warrant Officer Guy Hunter was among those prisoners of war paraded before Iraqi cameras at the beginning of the Gulf conflict. He has been in the military 29 years and served 4 tours in Vietnam.
When Guy's plane was hit from with that missile, that surface-to-air missile, he's a forward air observer. And when his plane was going down, he called in the fire pipe, was it off the shore?
Called another airstrike in.
And got the launching pad that shot him down.
But the hunters are afraid. Saddam Hussein had threatened to place the POWs in strategic Allied targeted locations, and no one has seen or heard from the prisoners since.
If he mistreated our prisoners, if he hurt them, if he killed them, if he used them as human shields, as far as I'm concerned, this war's not over. We go to Baghdad and we get those criminals.
Hunter's nephew thinks a lot about his uncle.
I'm just worried if they're gonna if they might kill him. They might kill him over there.
The hunters say they're overwhelmed by the support they've received from people all over the country. Neighbors display yellow ribbons, and even strangers seem to want to feel part of the family.
All the people across the whole United States have sent letters of support, and what can I do? I have his bracelet. I want to bring it to him when he comes home.
There are volumes of letters, gifts like these handmade Desert Shield patches, and a steady stream of phone calls. Thursday night, Billy Hunter's family received a phone call from Georgia Senator Sam Nunn, who told them he had been in touch with the White House, and in his estimation, the POWs should be released within 48 hours. It's hopeful news, but the family remains haunted by their last view of Hunter and is reluctant to be optimistic. Still, a family reunion that includes parents, 8 brothers and sisters, their families, and Hunter's wife and children is planned if and when the good news comes. Cheryl Potts, CNN, near Stone Mountain, Georgia.
And coming up, we will take a look at one of the Army's surprising secret weapons. There's no relaxing for the U.S. Marines from the 2nd Division. The Marines have now taken up defensive positions in their desert battle area. They watch and they patrol. Although major hostilities are over, there is still some shooting.
We think we're dealing with just some people that haven't gotten the word that hostilities have ceased, and they're basically people that have not given up like the rest of the Iraqi army did.
Any sense as to why these guys would still be holding out?
They haven't gotten a word. I mean, we've destroyed their command and control, so they don't know yet that it's over.
The Marines have launched special patrols with loudspeakers to tell the Iraqis in Arabic there is a ceasefire and urge them to surrender.
U.S. Special Forces unveiled a new weapon in the Gulf Desert, dune buggies with machine guns. CNN military analyst James Backwell has more on these fast attack vehicles.
You'll remember that when General Schwarzkopf gave his briefing the other day, he mentioned that Special Operating Forces conducted strategic reconnaissance and direct action missions. Now, we saw some very interesting vehicles that participated in those kinds of missions when American forces retook the embassy in Kuwait City. If you'll take a look at that tape from before, you'll see these dune buggies. And that's exactly what they are. They're civilian dune buggies purchased off the shelf. They're brought in by helicopter usually, clandestinely, sometimes at night. Here they are driving outside the embassy at Kuwait. You'll see them obviously modified from the normal beach-type dune buggies that we're familiar with, and they're quite agile. They have these roll bars. Their agility and their speed is what provides them their protection. You see no armor plate, not even shells around them, and you'd think that the people in them have very little protection, but their speed and agility gives them what they need to avoid enemy fire. And in fact, in many ways, it's the ground version, the Army's version of stealth. It really does provide an ability to infiltrate, has a very low signature. Here you see them before they were modified. In fact, when they were mine, when I was in the Army, moving at great speed across the desert. You see a machine gun mounted, and it's remotely fired from down inside the dune buggy. The Army calls them fast attack vehicles rather than dune buggies, and they're very real and very potent power on the battlefield. The Special Forces use them as well for reconnaissance. They're loaded up with all kinds of extra electronic listening and seeing devices. They have laser rangefinders on them, laser designators that can be used to bring in precision munitions.
The first 6 U.S. POWs released today by Baghdad are on a U.S. hospital ship in the Gulf. The 6 U.S. troops are scheduled to spend between 3 and 4 days there before returning to the U.S. As CNN's Tony Clark reports, the group is happy, but worried about the colleagues they left behind.
The Red Cross caravan carrying the former POWs arrived at a Jordanian air base near the Iraqi border around 9 p.m. Monday night after the long drive from Baghdad. Still wearing their yellow prisoner garb, the 6 Americans, 3 British, and 1 Italian were taken to tents for brief medical checkups and handed over to their respective ambassadors.
They're very happy to be here. They're in good condition. They said their treatment was good. It improved in the last few weeks. Their food got better. Their treatment got better. They're all extremely happy to be here. They're also concerned about their colleagues that they've left behind, and they all mentioned that they hope that these other POWs are released very quickly, and obviously we all share that hope.
The 10 former prisoners included Army Specialist Melissa Rathbun-Neely, the only female Allied soldier listed as missing in action. Red Cross doctors in Baghdad reported that all 10 appear to be in good condition, and according to the American ambassador, during his brief conversation with the former POWs, none told of being tortured during their captivity. The 10 changed into gray sweatsuits and got into vans and were taken to waiting helicopters for the hour-long flight to Amman. Once in Amman, the 6 Americans and 1 Italian immediately boarded a waiting C-141 Starlifter for the flight to Bahrain.
Everyone was well aware of the significance of this mission. Very, very quickly, the medical people unfurled an American flag and have it hanging in the aircraft. There was a handmade sign made by one of the crewmen designating the airplane as MAC Freedom 1. Very much an attitude, of course, of happiness, of prayer, of wanting to make sure that everything goes well.
This first release of Allied prisoners came less than 24 hours after Iraqi and Allied military commanders laid out ceasefire agreements which called for all prisoners, both military and civilian, to be freed quickly. Tony Clark, CNN, Amman.
A number of POW families have had to live with a horrifying image during the past few weeks, the last one they saw on Iraqi TV. For others, perhaps more frightening images, those from the imagination, from the fear of not knowing. For the family of Army Specialist Melissa Rathbun-Neely, that fear ended with a telephone call.
How are you, babe? Huh? Oh, God. Daddy, get it over there. We're going to put you on speaker. Oh, my God. Got it? Leo? Yeah, I love you, little Mary. I love you. How are y'all doing? We're going crazy. How are you doing? I'm doing fine. Do you know how famous you are? I found out. So, the whole world knows you. I know. Oh, you feeling okay? Feeling fine. Oh, man, oh, man. When are we going to come and get you? I'm in Saudi Arabia right now. Well, what a surprise. We leave out of here, and I think I'm going to Germany or somewhere, and I'm coming back to America. I don't know where I'm going. Well, we'll be working on it. Wherever you're going, we're going to be there. They're going to call you and let you know so you can meet me there.
Rathbun-Neely was the only woman soldier captured by Iraq.
But there are still more than 40 other U.S. citizens still listed as prisoners of war missing in action. And as CNN's Charles Beerbauer reports, that's one reason the U.S. is not rushing into a formal ceasefire.
U.S. officials are pleased with Iraq's first responses to the ceasefire terms.
Already, 10 coalition POWs, including several Americans, are on their way back home.
But it is just a beginning.
And for those American families who still anxiously await word of a loved one missing in action or held prisoner, I make this pledge. In this war, it won't be over until we get a full and immediate accounting for all of our POWs and MIAs.
U.S. officials count 6 more American POWs and 35 missing in action. President Bush says Iraq must also account for thousands of missing Kuwaitis. Still, Bush says there is progress in the journey from war to peace.
I liked it, what General Schwarzkopf said on the television when he said, look, we're not here to humiliate anybody. And then he went ahead and laid down the rules that should be fulfilled, and it looks like he made great progress on that.
White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater calls Iraq's first response to the U.S. terms the most positive action Iraq has taken in 7 months. But Fitzwater adds there is a high degree of skepticism and a long way to go. The U.S. and its allies say they will not rush to sign a full formal ceasefire.
Our goal remains what it's been all along: Iraq's complete and unconditional compliance with all relevant United Nations resolutions.
Officials say that means implementation, not just an Iraqi pledge. For example, Iraq's parliament annexed Kuwait. Its parliament must renounce that. While the coalition is now dealing with Saddam Hussein's army, there is still an unmasked hope here that at some point Saddam Hussein will no longer be in power. U.S. officials point to the upheaval in some parts of Iraq as evidence of dissatisfaction with Saddam Hussein's strong-arm rule.
President Bush will take off next week for consultations with key allies, Mulroney of Canada, Mitterrand of France, Major of Britain, on how to deal with post-war Iraq. Says one U.S. official, we'd like to get out of there, but we're not going until we're sure. Charles Beerbauer, CNN, the White House.
With victory quick and casualties light, President Bush now enjoys the highest presidential approval rating in U.S. history. A new CNN Gallup poll shows 89% of the 1,000 people surveyed like the way Mr. Bush is doing his job. His support is strong in all major population groups, even those historically opposed the Republican president. But on domestic issues, Mr. Bush receives much lower marks. Only 51% of the U.S. citizens approve of the way he's handling his job. 47% disapprove.
Is reportedly launching a fierce crackdown on protesters calling for the overthrow of President Saddam Hussein. Reports say demonstrators killed Hussein's eldest son. Witnesses are telling of demonstrations erupting in Basra, the second largest city in Iraq, as well as in other cities in the southern section of the country. For the first time, Baghdad radio tells of the fighting breaking out. It says Hussein sent his top aide to the area to urge commanders to remain loyal. CNN's Tom Mentir reports on the signs of dissatisfaction.
In Kuwait City, the remnants of Saddam Hussein's once powerful army continue to be rounded up as prisoners. They may soon be returned to Iraq, but the road home could be a difficult journey, not just for the soldiers, but for the man who sent them into Kuwait, Saddam Hussein. There are reports out of the southern Iraqi city of Basra